It being 11:02 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order book.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M166 concerning the postal banking system in the name of Ms. Matheson.
The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing or special order or usual practice of the House during statements by ministers later this day, Chilcotin First Nations chiefs Joe Alphonse, Russell Myers Ross, Francis Lacey, Roy Stump, Otis Guichin, and Jimmy Lulua will be permitted on the floor of the House of Commons, and that following the responses to the ministerial statement, Peo Lacey's of the Chilcotin First Nations be permitted to perform from the floor of the House a traditional drumming ceremony.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, moves that a special committee of the House be appointed with the purpose of conducting hearings and proposing a plan for a postal banking system administered by the Canada Post Corporation. That this committee consist of 10 members, of which 6 shall be from the government party, 3 from the official opposition, and 1 from the New Democratic Party, provided that the chair is from the government party, that in addition to the chair there be 1 vice chair from each of the recognized opposition parties, that the committee have all the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders, that the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party by depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party's members of the committee no later than a week after the adoption of the said motion, that the quorum of the committee be as provided for in Standing Order 118, provided that at least 1 member of each recognized party be present, that membership substitutions be permitted from time to time if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114-2, and that the committee report to the House no later than 12 months after the adoption of this motion. Debate. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure as the NDP critic for Canada Post to bring this motion M166 forward for debate today. In a country as vast and diverse as Canada, Canada Post is the jewel in the crown of public service corporations, providing the vital service that keeps us connected. And while the corporation and its workers have come under attack over the past few years, Canada Post continues to deliver. It is the first choice of countless vendors who, in this digital age, ship parcels ordered online from coast to coast to coast. We should recognize that the work of Canada Post is accomplished by workers, members of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers and the Canadian Postmasters and Assistants Association, who, despite the pressures of neoliberalism and globalization to privatize, continue to deliver quality public service that is accessible and affordable to all. I'm proud to be a member of this NDP caucus that has always supported labour rights and which understands that absolutely and without exaggeration, upholding those rights is fundamental to democracy. None of us can forget the spring of 2011 when the summer recess of this House was delayed because freedom of association and the right to organize and collectively bargain was under threat by the Conservative government of the day, a government that imposed back-to-work legislation on CUPW members who had been locked out by Canada Post. I encourage all members of this House to familiarize themselves with the speech given here by NDP Leader Jack Layton in defence of the workers and in opposition to the legislation. In the meantime, I would like to quote from Jack's praise of the workers of Canada Post. He said, "I do not think a more diverse group of Canadians could be found anywhere. They come from absolutely every background. Maybe that's why there is a certain appreciation of the importance of the mail. In a way, it is part of the democratic communication process that brought them to Canada in the first place. The notion that people can communicate freely, that they can speak their mind, and that there is a public postal service to make sure people can communicate with each other. Many of them will mention the Charter of Rights and so on that we have here in Canada and how proud they are to be Canadians and to be working on behalf of Canadians. That is why I found it very distressing to see them being partitioned off as though they were somehow not part of the 33 million Canadians. They are as much a part of the 33 million Canadians as anybody else. And, Madam Speaker, they have connected Canadians across the country. Their labour supports an important service for all. Madam Speaker, you may recall that despite opposition by the NDP, the undemocratic back-to-work legislation passed, forcing the workers to accept a less than satisfactory agreement. The good news is that in April of 2016, the Ontario Superior Court ruled that the Harper government had infringed upon the Charter Freedom of Association of union members by abrogating CUPW members' right to strike. It's heartening to me to know that while we may not consistently be said, it may not be consistently said of the Conservatives and Liberal governments, the courts at least appreciate the value of public service and the protections we have put in place for free and democratic associations. Madam Speaker, it's indeed ironic that the Conservatives named their back-to-work legislation the Restoring Mail Delivery for Canadians Act, particularly in light of the fact that they proceeded to enact legislation to suspend home mail delivery to Canadians. The Conservatives did this despite overwhelming opposition to the change, most notably by seniors and disabled Canadians who would find themselves traversing the community mailbox a great difficulty. And who can forget the insensitivity of Canada Post President and CEO Deepak Chopra, who responded to these objections with the statement that seniors could benefit from the exercise. It's shameful, and the callousness of that dismissal of seniors' concerns is breathtaking. The corporation and the government argued that suspension of home delivery was necessary in order to balance the books. The Liberals, under their leader, the member for Papineau, campaigned vociferously and unapologetically in 2015 to restore home mail delivery, that they would be the champions of those for whom home delivery was essential. We know now, Madam Speaker, that this promise was only one in a long line of promises crafted to court votes. And just as the Liberal campaign promises to enact electoral reform, tax reform, and protect the environment, restoration of home mail delivery was thrown on the trash pile of broken promises once the Liberals had cashed in the votes of hopeful Canadians and won their majority government. New Democrats know we can do better, Madam Speaker. New Democrats know the value of affordable, accessible, and sustainable public services are vital to the healthy community and the healthy democracy we want, where everyone has a voice. Which brings me to Motion 166, calling for the formation of a special committee to study a system of postal banking delivered by the Canada Post Corporation and propose a plan for implementation of postal banking within a year. But, Madam Speaker, please allow me to first share some relevant facts and figures. Over 600 municipalities have passed resolutions that support postal banking. Almost 2 out of every 3 respondents, 63% of a 2013 Stratcom poll, supported Canada Post expanding revenue-generating services, including financial services like bill payments, insurance, and postal banking. A number of former Canada Post presidents, including Michael Warren, Andre Ouellette, and Moira Green, have considered and even promoted the notion of the corporation getting more involved in financial services. The UPU, a United Nations agency, thinks post offices should be looking at expanding financial services. It's produced a global roadmap for the future. This roadmap calls for the continued development of postal networks along 3 dimensions: physical, financial, and digital, electronic routes. In 2014, the Liberal Party critic for Canada Post said the merits of postal banking should be explored in the context of several different options for the future of the corporation. Madam Speaker, the Liberal and Conservative members of this House will tell you that we've already studied postal banking and found it to be non-viable. The Harper government suppressed a 2014 study indicating postal banking would be a win-win endeavour for Canada Post and the communities it serves, and generate revenues to support other vital services, including home mail delivery. Yet in 2016, the Government Operations Committee conducted a blanket study of Canada Post, including a section on postal banking that deemed it non-viable. All very strange, Madam Speaker, particularly when New Democrats, Labour, and civic society had reason to believe the committee's evidence and analysis was flawed and incomplete. It leads one to wonder, Madam Speaker, whether the analysis of postal banking as a viable option for Canada Post conducted in 2016 was influenced by the interests other than those of the public good. Postal banking was part of the fabric of Canadian life for over 100 years. Just following Confederation in 1867, the federal government passed legislation establishing a post office savings bank in order to provide a savings service to the working classes and small-town residents. The Canadian postal banking system began operations in 1868 with 81 locations and grew quickly to 343 post office savings banks. Within 16 years, it had a balance of $13 million in almost 67,000 accounts. However, in the 1890s, Canada's postal banking system faced challenges from the chartered banks, which were facing a recession. The banks suddenly became interested in smaller depositors, using post office savings banks, and actively worked to undermine the postal banking. Gradually, the charter bank lobby was successful in having the interest rate paid on deposits at postal savings banks lowered from 3% to 2.5%, and all but eliminated advertising by postal banks. This was the final straw. The post office savings bank system was closed down in 1969 under the Liberal government of Pierre Trudeau, an unfortunate situation. Madam Speaker, much as any business whose bottom line is profit over public service, corporate banks are content to remain in small communities and remote areas as long as the profits generated there meet their expectations. But as we have learned with the selling off of public services provincially, federally, and municipally, reliance on market-driven public service has its downfalls. When we consider access to banking services, history shows us that as soon as profits diminish, even if they still exist, corporate banks deem them not worthwhile and pull up stakes, affecting remote and rural communities, First Nations communities, and economically depressed areas. Even co-ops such as Desjardins, a proud Quebec institution, has moved services, leaving not much, so much as an ATM where they deemed it not worthwhile. And much the same as selling off public resources such as our rail lines, our power lines, our senior services, and highway systems has demonstrated, the end result is a widening of the gap between those who have and those who have not, making life less and less affordable for everyday Canadians. Every single Canadian deserves access to financial services, and never has this been more evident than today when social benefits are delivered by direct deposit. Lack of access to banking services literally results in an inability to pay the bills. We heard testimony at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women earlier this month from Francine Joe, president of NWAC, who reported that family members of missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada have been unable to attend inquiry hearings because they lack the resources to pay their costs up front and do not have bank accounts for the inquiry to reimburse them. So, in this very tragic circumstance, Madam Speaker, lack of access to banking service literally means justice denied to families who had hoped and waited for it for so long. Madam Speaker, we can do better. When we view this gap in service with an intersectional lens, we know that women in remote, rural, and economically depressed regions of Canada suffer negative economic and social impacts disproportionately to men. Equalization of access to banking services in all these areas would allow women better access to financial autonomy. A postal bank could become part of the transformation of the post office branch into a real center for delivering community power. A post office location offering banking could help by offering loans for environmental refits for housing and businesses. Better accessibility to these kinds of services empowers women to become equal community partners. Communities like my own in London, Ontario have been deeply affected by globalization and unemployment resulting from the government's inability to keep good jobs in Canada. Payday lenders prey on Canadians of low income, charging outrageous interest fees. Postal banking is a sustainable solution that provides accessible banking services across Canada where no service is currently available and to those who cannot afford to or choose not to use corporate banks. Postal banking can generate income to allow Canada Post to provide increased services such as restoration of home delivery to the communities that demand it and count on that service. Communities like my own have also been deeply affected by the insensitivity of corporate banks to their needs. Just this past year, the Toronto Dominion Bank at the corner of Highbury and Hamilton Road in London Fanshawe closed, leaving the residents of that community with no banking alternative. The nearest branch to them is over 12 kilometers away. This is a community of seniors and people with limited incomes, and they now have no bank. TD abandoning them puts these people at the mercy of payday lenders. A Google Street View search of the location shows a boarded-up building where the branch used to be, with a Canada Post outlet in the very same strip. Madam Speaker, we can and should do better. Let's make that postal outlet a centre for postal banking for all the people in the neighbourhood. Madam Speaker, my motion, if passed, would allow for an impartial and objective study on postal banking conducted by a special committee that will prove what the rest of the world already knows, that postal banking works. The committee would also be charged to table a plan for implementation of postal banking under Canada Post within 12 months of the motion. Madam Speaker, the Liberals claim to know what's best for Canadians when in fact they only serve their corporate and powerful friends. Their tax cuts serve the rich. They refuse to close loopholes that allows billions in revenue to be hidden offshore in tax shelters. They've broken their promise on electoral reform, and their infrastructure bank will put public services under the control of private corporations. Liberals claim to have studied postal banking already and found it flawed, chiefly because it cuts into profits for their corporate banking and business friends. New Democrats know that postal banking is a solution that works, and Madam Speaker, I would ask this House to please support my motion and create equal, accessible, and just banking services for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm a bit surprised in terms of the manner in which the member concluded her remarks and tries to give a false impression as if the Liberal government has done something in terms of putting or is supporting corporations and not providing tax breaks, when the record would clearly show that nothing is further from the truth. In fact, if anyone's been voting against tax breaks for our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it and just supporting our lower income people through the child benefit and so much more, it's the NDP in this House that has done that. Now let me get to the subject of the matter, Mr. Speaker, in regards to Canada Post. Again, misinformation. The Liberal Party prior to the election said that there would be, if we form government, there would be a moratorium. That moratorium was put in place when we formed government. We are no longer seeing mailboxes being, or door-to-door delivery continuing to evaporate. Those that are receiving it continue to receive it. My question to the member is, can she tell this House there was a public task force that went out, what the conclusions were from that public task force on Canada Post, if she's aware of that, and number two would be, does the member, or has the member approached any other committee with this particular resolution to see if any other committee, standing committee of the House, would be interested in pursuing what she's asking us to do?
The RL member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the only false impression that was created was the one that this government created when it led people to believe that if they voted for this government, that they would get their home mail delivery back. Sure, they put on a moratorium, but 800,000 people, seniors, persons living with handicaps, they cannot access these community boxes when the snow is piled high. And, Madam Speaker, if anyone knows about piling it high, it's that government. I would like to say, in terms of their so-called tax breaks, sure, those who have the most got the most. Tax havens, loopholes, all still there, Madam Speaker. And in fact, in 2005, there was a study. And that study said that postal banking would be an important thing to pursue. They squashed it. In 2016, there was another study. I asked for it, and it was all redacted. They're terrified, Madam Speaker, because their banking friends don't like it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
So much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her very important speech. The reality for so many Canadians is that they don't have access to banking. I think of more urban areas where, you know, people who are really struggling financially are working with banks that are with payday loans as opposed to a bank. I think of communities like the many of that I serve that are very rural and remote that don't have banks. I think specifically of a community in my riding named Gold River that lost their banking access and then soon after lost their grocery store and are now driving about an hour just to go to the bank and do their grocery shopping. It seems to me that this is a practical solution, something that has worked in other countries, and I would just like the member to talk about why this bill is, or this motion is so important, why this is really about lifting people out of poverty and giving them opportunities, and remembering that small communities deserve it. Thank you.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a question that is pertinent and actually illuminates how important postal banking is for smaller communities. As I said in my remarks, there are communities where people don't have access to government support because government support comes in the form of direct deposit. If there is no bank, then the access to your own money becomes impossible. And there are communities where people have to go several hundred kilometers in order to find an ATM because the banks don't care. In terms of other countries, France has postal banking. Italy has postal banking, and they're very, very successful. There's a number of postal banks, including New Zealand. Madam Speaker, even Switzerland has a postal banking system that works very well. And the point about payday lenders, the vultures are out there everywhere. They will take a $100 loan and turn it into a $60,000 debt. It takes a while, but if you don't have the money to pay back the $100, you sure can't pay back that long-term loan.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to participate in this debate on Motion 166 with respect to postal banking. The motion before the House calls for the creation of a special committee to conduct hearings and propose a plan for postal banking system. On January 24, 2018, the Minister of Public Service and Procurement announced our government's new Service First vision focused on the renewal of Canada Post. Let me also briefly talk about this renewal and the new Service First vision. Our government is committed to the renewal of Canada Post to make sure that it remains relevant and viable over the long term, and that it continues to provide good middle-class jobs and valued services to Canadians. This renewal is based on a new service-focused vision in which Canada Post provides high-quality services at a reasonable price to Canadians no matter where they live. That vision has been reinforced by the decision to terminate the program to convert door-to-door delivery to community mailboxes. As you know, that program had been temporarily suspended in October 2015. Our government also responded to the many concerns faced by seniors and others with mobility challenges vis-à-vis community mailboxes. Canada Post will develop an enhanced accessible delivery program that will ultimately result in improved services for tens of thousands of Canadians. We have also asked Canada Post to set up a national advisory panel that will include experts and advocates for seniors and people with disabilities, as well as Canadians with lived experience who will provide guidance on improving the existing program. I also want to reiterate what my colleague said about the importance of new leadership being central to implementing this new vision and renewing this iconic Canadian institution. We know that significant changes are needed to ensure that over the long run, Canada Post is relevant and financially sustainable. That is why Canada Post needs to embrace innovation, experiment with pilot projects, adopt best practices, and more fully address market trends, new technologies, and shift in the needs and expectations of Canadians. It is about creating a new culture, a new mindset that encourages greater collaboration and cooperation between Canada Post's management and unions. We know that our chances of success are improved when Canada Post and affected communities, unions, employees, and other stakeholders are engaged in renewal. Collaboration is needed at all levels. It's about the new way of thinking and exploring opportunities to partner across the federal government with other jurisdictions and communities to leverage, for instance, the unique retail network of Canada Post. This brings me to the issue of postal banking. Madam Speaker, this motion calls for public hearings on postal banking. Public consultation and engagement with stakeholders were an essential part of the comprehensive, evidence-based review of Canada Post undertaken by the government. As part of this review, postal banking was thoroughly analyzed by the independent task force that was established and by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. The independent task force met with unions, municipalities, postal experts, and other stakeholders. It carefully considered postal banking in its review and its discussion paper entitled Canada Post in the Digital Age. We even reviewed the status of postal banking globally. The independent task force conducted extensive public opinion research in order to get, and I quote, a statistically representative view of Canadians and businesses from which conclusions could be drawn. To support their fact-finding and evidence-gathering, they also retained the services of experts in areas such as financial analysis and international postal services. For instance, Oliver Wyman, a global management consulting firm, was contracted to identify and assess potential business opportunities such as postal banking. In fact, Madam Speaker, the executive summary of the discussion paper prepared by the task force states, quote, on the issue of postal banking, a comprehensive examination of proposal was undertaken by third-party experts and informed by the views of Canadians who corresponded or submitted their opinions online, as well as by the presentations of other stakeholders, notably postal unions that were engaged during the review process. As I mentioned, the task force conducted public opinion research on postal banking. The task force found that most Canadians do not feel that postal banking would be a good fit for Canada Post, nor are they likely to use such a service. Now let me share what the task force concluded, and I quote, while full-scale postal banking is unlikely to succeed within the Canadian context, a partnership model with banks or credit unions could be considered and cooperate post office in select underserviced remote communities, provided financial institutions have an interest in this initiative. As the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, I can emphasize that we also heard significant representation from experts and stakeholders on postal banking. For example, in reference to the research conducted by his firm, Mr. Bruce Spear of Oliver Wyman stated, "By and large, what we found with regards to postal banking was that it required too many capabilities that were non-core to Canada Post and would require a significant amount of risk in terms of getting into the lending side of the business." The chair of the task force, Madame Françoise Bertrand, also appeared before the committee on September 20th, 2016. At her appearance, she discussed postal banking. She said that postal banking would be costly to operate because of such considerations as IT and security. The feedback of these and other experts and stakeholders was reflected in the report and recommendation of the Standing Committee. Moreover, I would be remiss if I did not mention the work of individual parliamentarians who hosted town hall meetings with their constituents and provided feedback to the government as part of our review of Canada Post. Overall, we had broad and inclusive dialogue on Canada Post. The government listened to what we heard, and we carefully considered the findings and recommendations. Madam Speaker, I believe I was one of the MPs who read the 900-page report of the experts and was able to put that into the report that we finally prepared. Therefore, I would ask the question, as to the colleague who spoke earlier, do we need another committee, another round of public hearings, another study on postal banking when a thorough review has already been done? Madam Speaker, I believe there is another way, a more practical and realistic path. I cannot overstate the importance of new leadership in implementing our new service-focused vision for Canada Post. We want to move forward with the long-term renewal of Canada Post. Canada Post has one of the largest retail networks in Canada, and in some communities, particularly in rural Canada, it is the only federal presence. There are opportunities to leverage that network to help the federal government and other jurisdictions provide improved access to services, especially in the remote and rural area. Both the task force and the committee highlighted the potential benefits of innovative partnership, which could potentially include financial service partnerships if a community identifies such a need. And we did communicate that to the municipalities. Madam Speaker, our government's new vision for Canada Post is partly based on the development of a stronger and more constructive relationship between the corporation, its workers, and the communities in which it operates. This vision will be pursued by the new leadership at Canada Post, but it will take time. It is fair to say that all of us want Canada Post to succeed, so let us focus on supporting the new leadership, encouraging more innovation and collaboration, and bringing about positive change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe is rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would request that since the member has made a point of talking virtually in her entire speech about the 2016 report of the task force, that she table it unredacted in both official languages.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to have that document to ask for the document to be tabled? No. We're just continuing into debate, so I would just mention to members that there is no questions and comments during the rest of the private members' business on this particular topic, and that the member for London Fanshawe will have an opportunity to include additional comments at the end of the debate of said bill. The honourable resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, all right, thank you. Yesterday's solution to a problem that doesn't exist. That's what we're talking about with this motion. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge my honourable colleague's good intentions in introducing this motion, but I cannot support M166, and here's why. Canada Post provided banking services from 1869 to 1968, about 100 years. That system ended when Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, who, as we all know, was such a great proponent of reducing the role of government. that his government ended this system should tell us something. It should really give us pause here. A prime minister that loved expanded government saw this system as out of date in the 1960s. And 50 years later, we are debating it again. Reestablishing a postal bank probably would contravene the Bank Act, the Trust and Loans Company Act, and the Financial Administration Act. There would be a huge cost to regulatory compliance. And that's where this side really starts running into issues. Canada Post is a Crown corporation, so it's the taxpayers who bears the risk of proposed postal bank's operation. The taxpayers suffered enough. Taxpayers shouldn't now be called upon to risk their hard-earned money on something that stopped making sense in 1968. Moreover, Canada already has a robust, stable network of financial institutions. It's a key pillar of our national economy, absolutely critical. It's internationally recognized as one of the best in the world. In sharp contrast to financial institutions elsewhere, our banks did not need bailouts during the 2008 crisis. All that needs to be done is to let it continue operating successfully on its own accord. If there is a new market entrant that offers consumers value, great, but it's not the place of taxpayers to bear the risk for the market entrants. Don't pick winners and losers in the public and private sector. Why would we risk taxpayers' money in an industry that is already functioning? We already have the government's infrastructure bank to do that for us. This government loves spending taxpayers' money on any scheme it can find. That's why we went from small deficits that they promised in their election campaign to massive spending, as we're seeing now. Please do not give them any more ideas on how to spend more taxpayers' money. We found, so I think Canadians can be excused if they're a bit leery of getting involved in a new government plan. It's a great time to be a lobbyist looking for government handouts, and a bad time to be a small business owner. Frankly, I'm worried this motion is going to give them more ideas. Enough, Madam Speaker. Canada needs less government intervention, not more. I know some of my honourable colleagues do not share my views on the role of government, but surely they can agree we should not be intervening where we aren't needed. This is a no-brainer. We should stay out of it. The proposal is a solution looking for a problem. It reminds me of Groucho Marx's remark that politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedy.
Hear, hear.
I've heard the suggestion that we need Canada Post banking because financial services are inaccessible in Canada. According to the World Bank, 99% of Canadian adults already have an account with a financial institution. In fact, there are more options for banking than ever before. Banking in Canada and around the world has been revolutionized over the past few decades. Online is already becoming the preferred method of banking. Smartphones let us use our mobile devices to bank. Canadians are increasingly adopting mobile banking, with 31% of them using it in 2017. The sector is innovating so quickly that many young Canadians don't even use credit cards. Would be 3 of my grandchildren would be those. This is not a market that Canada Post can just awkwardly be inserted to. In China, 980 million of their population bank online on a cell phone. Recently, I watched a street vendor in China selling pieces of watermelon being paid from cell phone to the customer's cell phone. That's how much it has changed. With my own experience at post offices, sure, in the 50s, they were a community center. People gathered at post offices. It was the only place to get your mail. But in my riding, there virtually is nobody doing that anymore. 40, 50 years of mailboxes in our neighborhoods. So very few people go to the post office. I'm having a hard time remembering the last time I was in a post office. Now, my children give me a hard time about even going to a bank. And I show up in a bank once in a while. My children who own businesses, properties, do a lot of financial work, never go near a bank. They all do it electronically. Approving finances, changing finances, they never go to a bank. So why would they go to a post office? And in my riding, you can't find anybody in rural who wants a post office. Nobody to run one. They're just not there. We aren't talking about setting up shop with a vault in the back. Banking is conducted like it was portrayed in It's a Wonderful Life. It isn't that way anymore. It's fast-paced, complex industry. It certainly isn't some kind of silver bullet that will magically solve Canada Post. Let me tell you, Madam Speaker, this government is no George Bailey, and they can't set up a new building and loan on Main Street anywhere. I know Canada Post have some serious challenges at times. Currently, 2/3 do not receive mail at their door. And the challenge of delivery is interesting. My son, who needed a piece of equipment common in Canada, couldn't find one in his community, couldn't find one in Canada. He received it from London in 4 days with delivery, and it wasn't Canada Post. Young people know how to do it. They know where to get things in the world, and it isn't through Canada Post. So I understand their traditional business model is suffering, and they're looking for ways to innovate. I respect that. But if there ever was a good time for Canada Post to make a foray into real retail banking, now is not the time. It just doesn't make sense. If the need isn't there, success simply isn't going to follow. And the banking sector is already providing Canadians with all the services they could ask for. There really is no need. If we want to preserve Canada Post, this isn't the way to do it. Right now, Canada Post has their challenges because it didn't keep up with the technological changes. Its operations are expensive. Let's not get them involved in more expensive operations in an event that's very fast-paced, technologically advanced industry. If you think Canadians are losing faith in Canada Post now, wait until they're confronted by the inevitable cost overruns and instability of a different bank. Let's not squander Canada Post's remaining viability and Canadian public's remaining goodwill on postal banking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island Power River.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to start with a point of order. Madam Speaker.
Raising. Point of order, the honourable member for North Island Power River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. There have been consultations, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the member of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows: Mr. Kennedy Stewart, Burnaby South, for Mr. David Christopherson, Hamilton Centre.
Does the member have unanimous consent? Does the member have unanimous consent?
Agreed.
Agreed. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island Power River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to stand here today to speak on Motion 166 as a representative of North Island Power River. This motion is really important to my riding. It is to set a special committee to study postal banking and propose a system of delivery under Canada Post. I think I would like to also just thank the member of London Fanshawe for her hard work on this important file. And I also want to recognize the postal workers across my riding who work so hard every day to deliver the mail and make sure that people in our community are connected. And a special thank you to the CUP-W members. Madam Speaker, as a representative of a rural and remote community, I am often very disappointed by the lack of services that go to some of our more remote communities. You know, I think of Holberg, Gold River, Sontula, Tassis, who are communities that are working very hard to be strong in a changing economy. And I think of Gold River specifically, who lost access to banking in their community a while back and soon after lost their grocery store. Madam Speaker, if you come to my riding and you see the vast amount of people living in more rural and remote communities, if you look and you understand the roads and the length of time it takes to get to a community, it can be a real barrier when you don't have access to a bank. So people who are struggling financially are having to take that long journey to get food, to go and do their banking, and it just adds more stress to those communities. I think about how expensive gas is getting too as well, Madam Speaker. And when we talk about what do our public services provide, it's really about looking at how do we make services accessible, how do we make sure that people don't get left behind, and how do we remember that rural and remote communities have a right to exist, and that really our job is to look at how everyone across our country is doing and making sure that there's opportunities. Madam Speaker, small communities matter. We know that about almost 1,200 communities across Canada have no bank at all, no credit union, but they do have a post office. It seems to me that this is a very important discussion about how we make sure that those services are accessible, how do we look at those small communities and the vitality of them, and what can we do to remove some of the burdens that so often are placed on those communities. I think it's also really important to look at how we keep money in the community. Postal banking is working. It's a job. So there are some communities that would really benefit from having those jobs locally within their community. And it's also working in other countries. So some examples are France, New Zealand, and Italy, where they're having this model a little bit different for each country, looking at the needs that they have, but they're successful. They're creating revenue. They're making sure the services are more accessible to people across their country and to different groups. So why not have an opportunity to look at creating a revenue stream for Canada Post, as well as looking at the opportunity to create meaningful work in some of our communities that so desperately need them. Madam Speaker, just recently I went to Port Hardy and Port McNeill in my riding, and I did another round of town halls on the disability tax credit. I've been very proud to do many of them across the riding and looking forward to doing several other communities in the next few months. This is very important because one of the challenges that some of our smaller communities have is accessing the ability to save money through this program for their children, for themselves, to look at the future, putting away for their retirement savings plan. And part of it is their lack of banking services. So this is also about looking at how do we make sure that these services that the federal government provides are delivered in so many of these communities that desperately need them. It's just wrong, Madam Speaker, to have people who have already faced different challenges also lose this opportunity. We also know that a lack to access to banking has a significant impact on the people who are the poorest in this country. If we are talking about improving access for women and economic independence for them, we need to be looking at how does this intersect with that reality. Too many small communities continue to struggle. We know that what they need is a helping hand so that they can look at the opportunities that are around them. But if they're struggling with the main essentials of trying to find a way to have a bank, losing their grocery stores, it just makes it that much harder for small business to be successful. So it's about making sure that we're looking at fairness across our country as well. We know that payday lenders across Canada are problematic because most of the people who access this service are usually low income, and they can get further and further into debt. So this is also about making sure that we have services accessible to people, that it's walkable. You know, the last member talked about how a lot of post offices are just not used in the same way. Well, I've stood in many lineups in the post office in my riding, and it's a very busy place with a lot of people accessing. It's also close to downtown. It's also close to buses. It's really available for people who need it. So I think this is an important thing to be looking at. Small communities just deserve and need more opportunities to thrive, and this will open so many doors. We know that 29 municipalities across British Columbia have supported this type of banking. We know when municipalities are telling us that there's a gap, that there's a need that needs to be met, it's something we need to listen to. You know, we're here in Ottawa. We are not there on the ground every day as so many municipal leaders are. So working and listening to municipalities just makes plain sense to me, Madam Speaker. I also just wanted to briefly mention one of the postal offices in my riding at the Merville General Store right now. And when I look at this opportunity, I think about that store and how they haven't been paid their rent in 53 months from Canada Post. So there's a lot of work to do there. We want to make sure that people get paid their rent on time in a timely fashion, $210 a month, to provide access to a service that is much needed in that area. Just makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me that Canada Post is not paying its bills. So there's a lot of work to be done here. But when we look at these banking opportunities, when we look at the realities of rural and remote communities, when we look at the realities of people who are struggling in poverty, feeling forced to use the payday lenders, when we look at some communities that are very far away from a bank, even if it's in an urban setting, sometimes there's neighborhoods where people just can't get to a bank. We know that online banking is a part of that, and I appreciate the work being done there. But at the same time, I think of so many communities that I represent that have no access to cells, where they have very limited access to internet. So we have to look at those communities because they do matter. And we need to be talking about them, and we need to be looking at their needs, and we need to be looking at how we can alleviate some of the stress so they have opportunities to do better. So I hope that the members in this House will put aside their thoughts that are really not looking at the needs of so many communities across this country and ask this hard question, and let us do the research so that we can have a plan that makes sense for everyday Canadians. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je veux remercier le député de London Fanshawe pour avoir ouvert ce débat sur
introducing this
la
debate on motion 166 about postal banking. The motion calls for the striking of a special committee that would hold hearings and propose a plan for a postal banking system. Even if the government hasn't yet determined what its position is on this, I have. In my opinion, this motion should be rejected for three reasons.
The future of Canada Post has been studied extensively in 2015, and the government has only just tabled its response, which does not include any specific recommendation on postal banking. There is already a committee of the House responsible for Canada Post, which is more than capable of addressing the topic, and third, the members of the OGO committee, at the insistence of the Liberal members of that committee, had the opportunity to review postal banking in depth and determined in section 4.2 of its report 4 of this 42nd Parliament, that Canada Post should stick to its core competencies. As that report indicates, we believe in the future of Canada Post, just not necessarily as a bank. As the members may recall, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement announced on January 24th the new Service First vision for Canada Post, along with a number of immediate actions in support of that vision. Her announcement followed a comprehensive evidence-based review that included extensive public consultations with Canadians. An independent task force was established that met with unions, municipalities, postal experts, and other stakeholders. It studied international best practices, analyzed potential options, such as postal banking, and compiled this information into a discussion paper on our national postal system in the digital age, at a cost of approximately $2 million to taxpayers. Additionally, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, of which I was a member, traveled across the country to hear directly from Canadians, communities, associations, unions, businesses, and individuals. We submitted a detailed report and made recommendations to the government. 22 days on the road at a cost of $500,000 to taxpayers. We also heard from other parliamentarians, whether through personal feedback or town halls they held in their own riding. Madam Speaker, we just completed this national conversation on Canada Post, which is quite comprehensive. The government listened to what was heard and carefully considered findings and recommendations. We heard that Canadians care deeply about Canada Post and its ability to provide the services that are within its core competency. Through this review, one thing became abundantly clear. The core value of Canada Post is a service that all Canadians enjoy and expect and appreciate. That is why the government's position is to renew Canada Post.
In order to ensure the relevance and viability of Canada Post long-term, and to ensure that Canada Post continues to provide jobs for the middle class and valuable services to Canadians, the new Service First vision is of key importance in the renewal of this iconic institution. It will also make it possible for Canada Post to provide high-quality services at reasonable prices for Canadians, regardless of where they live.
Needed to ensure the long-term relevance and financial stability of Canada Post. That is why, as part of the renewal, the government has asked Canada Post to embrace innovation, experimentation, and pilot projects to adopt best practices and address market trends, new technologies, and shifts in the needs and expectations of Canadians. And this digital transformation, which is occurring right now in the postal service industry, is also occurring in the banking industry. And it may be unreasonable to expect Canada Post, given its core competencies and the difficulties that it's happening in postal services, to then also try to innovate and develop and champion banking when there's already a very competitive and stable banking market within the country. We also expect Canada Post to explore partnership opportunities that could help the federal government and other jurisdictions leverage Canada Post's large retail network to provide access to government services, especially in rural and remote areas, and improve public services to Canadians.
As I said before, the government has not only announced a new path forward for Canada Post, but has also taken immediate steps in support of that vision. First, Canada Post has terminated the program to replace home delivery with community postal boxes, and that termination is a permanent decision. That was a promise we made Canadians, and we kept it.
Second, after listening to the concerns faced by seniors and others with mobility challenges vis-à-vis community mailboxes, Canada Post will develop an enhanced accessible delivery program. This program will improve service for tens of thousands of Canadians. A national advisory panel will include experts as well as Canadians with lived experience who will provide guidance on improving the existing program. Third, we have asked Canada Post to better promote its remittance services that are used by Canadians to send money overseas to support family members. Fourth, in line with renewed focus on service, the government will reclassify the Canada Post Corporation under the Financial Administration Act so that it can reinvest its profits into service and innovation. Finally, to fulfill the government's new vision, we need new leadership. The appointment of Jessica McDonald as chair of the Board of Directors is the first step. It is also part of a broader renewal of the board and wider change in leadership at Canada Post that will support greater collaboration, diversity, and broader perspectives. An improved relationship between labour and management at Canada Post is something that we heard of extensively in our consultations, and that will be a benefit not only to the organization itself, but also its morale and its ability to deliver services that Canadians deserve and expect. I see that my time is coming to an end, so let me just provide one brief quote from the task force, who went on to say, and I quote, "According to experts and stakeholders, Canada's financial environment is not conducive to the establishment and operation of full-scale postal banking. Postal banking is not likely to succeed in Canada as a result of the existence of a mature and competitive banking environment, as well as the extensive market coverage of not-for-profit credit unions in which more than 10 million Canadians have accounts." And so in closing, the government has already received important feedback from Canadians on postal banking. Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, sorry. My mistake. When I looked up at the clock and then I saw the speaker returning to the House, I assumed that my time was up. Well, let me provide another quote then that was provided by the task force as part of its review conducted public opinion research to gather feedback from Canadians, including on the issue of postal banking. And here are some of those findings. Some 60% of Canadian surveys think that having Canada Post open a bank that offers a complete line of banking services would be a poor fit with Canada Post business, versus 38% who believe the idea has potential. Among Canadians that seem to have liked the idea of postal banking, ultimately only 7% claim they would actually use postal banking services. Le Comité Permanent des Opérations Gouvernementales.
The Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates also did in-depth analysis of postal banking, and it concluded that 99% of Canadians have a bank account and that the majority of them, 55%, use internet for most of their bank transactions. The committee, on which I also sit, examined the issue as to whether or not Canada had done due diligence when it examined the possibility of creating postal banking, and we concluded that Canada Post's decision to not proceed with the solution was reasonable. Instead, the committee recommended that Canada Post focus on its core capabilities to help Canada to rise to the challenge of the 21st century. End of quote.
Oh, Mr. President, it's just that c'est juste de dire que la question d'une banque postale a fait l'objet d'un examen.
It is accurate to say, Mr. Speaker, that the issue has been examined in depth. The Canadians have been broadly consulted.
Est-il vraiment nécessaire de
Is it really necessary to redo this work with almost the same hearings and to set up a committee in addition to the one that already exists? I don't think so.
In Canada, and in some communities, particularly in rural Canada, Canada Post is the only federal presence. But this does not mean that Canadians, even rural Canadians, don't have access to banking services, because they do. There are other ways, however, that the assets of Canada Post can be leveraged, and our committee recommended that it be leveraged in such a fashion to allow better access to public government services through these locations, and we think that this is a better fit. Mr. Speaker, it is essential that the new leadership at Canada Post be given sufficient time to implement our new service-first vision and consider innovative approaches to the long-term sustainability of Canada Post. And they should do this before Parliament undertakes another expensive, comprehensive review. Thank you, Mr. President.
The time for consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is placed on the bottom of the order paper. Government orders, government bills, commons. Debate at second reading of Bill C-71, enacted to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms.
Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Before we go to debate, I have noticed that the Honourable Member for Durham wishes to add to the arguments in the question of privilege which she's raised previously and to which she's already once added arguments. As I said on Thursday, each time that arguments are added, of course, those have to be considered and the process has to be gone through. I know the member is anxious to have the ruling. I'm anxious to provide the ruling, and I'm prepared to do so in the very near future. So therefore, I clearly hope that that the member will have something significant to add that will be important, because, of course, he will know, I think, that in page 146 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, which is the third edition, it says, a member recognized on a question of privilege is expected to be brief and concise in explaining the event which has given rise to the question of privilege and the reasons that consideration of the event complained of should be given precedence over other House business. And, of course, on the next page it says, when satisfied, the Speaker will terminate the discussion. So I hope that the member will be giving me something that is meaty and substantive to add to his previous arguments, so that I will not be called upon to indicate that I've heard enough. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your reference to the rules of this place, because I do think that is very important to what I'm going to say. And in large part, my additional representations on my point of privilege from March 2nd are based in large part, Mr. Speaker, by the submissions made by the Deputy House Leader on March 20th. And so I'm trying to take a substantive approach to his response to my privilege motion. And I would like to say at the outset, I want to thank everyone, because I did try and raise a number of these points during our long period in this chamber last week. I didn't have the opportunity to do so, and I said I would bring these forward at the first opportunity post the vote series. But I'd be amiss if I didn't thank yourselves as chair and all the table officers for your tremendous efforts last week. I know parliamentary democracy, absolutely, there's a clap from the back, is sometimes grinding and tiring, and I appreciate everyone's efforts, including, I would say, Christian in the library, Christian, who helped me with some of the reference to older speakers' rulings that the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal government brought forward in rebuttal to my point of privilege. And now, Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the Chair, and I will try and be succinct, but I think it's very important for me to address and distinguish all of the decisions he brought forward, because none are germane. It also seems like he did not understand the core elements of my motion. And just very briefly, my parliamentary privilege, mine as an individual MP, so individual privilege, I'm saying was sacrificed or fettered, but also collective privilege of the House, Mr. Speaker, specifically the collective privilege of the House of Commons to call witnesses and institute inquiries. And those elements of privilege collectively of the House are fundamental and are well documented. My individual privilege is not just me as an MP and my free speech right, which I mentioned, and my right to inquiry. I wear an additional hat as the Foreign Affairs Shadow Minister, Mr. Speaker. So since the Atwal affair stems from the Prime Minister's trip to India and the international negative headlines that stem from it and the allegations leveled by this government at the Indian government, that falls square into my responsibilities. So much like my friend, the Deputy House Leader, is an MP for Winnipeg North, I believe, he has an additional hat of responsibility. As an individual MP, I have that additional hat, Mr. Speaker. It appears that he believes I cited the Milliken decision in the Afghan detainee document case because it was directly relevant to certain elements of this case. Mr. Speaker, I cited that decision because the Milliken decision in the Afghan detainee decision of the Chair was fundamental in that it showed that the unconditional authority of the executive, the Minister of Public Safety or the Prime Minister in his office, to censor information is not acceptable. So what that decision meant for purposes of my point of privilege, is that MPs are entitled to all information. And safeguards can be done in terms of in-camera and other things, but that was the fundamental element of the Milliken decision I was relying upon, not because of other elements of that decision. So I thought I would reiterate that. The Deputy House Leader for the government had 4 or 5 direct pieces of jurisprudence from your chair, Mr. Speaker, if I can call it that, decisions of previous chairs, and I will briefly refute why he put those forward in response, but none are actually relevant to my point of privilege. Again, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we've spent hours in this place debating our basic request to have the same briefing provided to journalists demonstrates that, as per the Milliken decision, we're entitled to that information, even if it is classified. Now, it shouldn't have been classified because it couldn't be going to journalists if it was. We are entitled to that, Mr. Speaker. And the decisions my friend, the Deputy House Leader, cited are just not on point. The first was a decision, and you'll have to respect me, that the decision is from the Speaker who was the Speaker before you, who's now the leader of my party, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I can say his name, even though it was, I think your predecessor, the Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to mention his name, although he was a fantastic Speaker and he's a great leader of our party. On June 13th, 2012, that was cited by the member, and that decision, Mr. Speaker, was brought by an opposition member who was trying to assess the impact of legislation. In that case, it was C-38, and was unable to get answers to the satisfaction of that member. And that's being cited as means to dismiss my motion. Mr. Speaker, I would direct you to, in that case, and I'll quote from the decision, quote, "In the case before us, the opposition House Leader has acknowledged that information was unsuccessfully sought through various means, including written questions, questions posed during question period, and questions posed in committee. I cannot presume to judge the quality of the responses that have been received." End quote, Mr. Speaker. So there's a lot of there's many decisions from that chair going back to the early days of our Parliament that say clearly accuracy or quality of a response is not subject to privilege.
So in that case, the quality of responses is not a breach of the member's privilege. That is what that decision says, Mr. Speaker. It can easily be distinguished in this case because we can't assess any quality because there's been an outright refusal to provide the same briefing, Mr. Speaker. So there can be, it's not judging the quality of the response, it's are we entitled? And as I will outline to refute several other cases he's made, we have been denied this at committee, in the House, and it also relates to question period. All three elements are fundamental proceedings of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, where we're being stymied 100%. It's not about assessing the quality. So that first decision of the previous chair occupant from June 13, 2012, in no way touches on why my individual privilege was fettered and the collective rights of this House. The second decision, my friend, the Deputy House Leader from the government cited to refute my point of parliamentary privilege was another decision from the previous Speaker, and it is from December 4th, 2014. And that one related, Mr. Speaker, to an inquiry from the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley at the time with respect to the launching of an economic update of the government, and that economic update being done outside of the confines of Parliament, which is quite regular that economic statements or events surrounding the minister is not always delivered in the House. They can be delivered in Canadian Club luncheons, events across the country. And it was an economic update, Mr. Speaker, and not a budget. So in that decision, the Speaker said this, Mr. Speaker, quote, "That is not to say, however, that every proceeding or activity related to delivering or assessing information by members implicitly involves their Parliament duties," end quote, Mr. Speaker. So in that case, the privilege point brought by the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley was that his privilege as a member was violated because the minister at that time delivered the economic statement to a private audience of financial professionals and others. That did not meet the threshold for violating the individual privilege of that member. The chair said they could find no cases of privilege or points of order in relation to updates happening outside the House, Mr. Speaker. You know, that has no application here, Mr. Speaker, because while the briefing by the National Security Advisor with journalists did happen abroad, the attempts for parliamentarians to inquire, to call witnesses at committee, in the House, during question period, that has been stymied by the government's consistent refusal with respect to Mr. Jean. It doesn't relate to the fact that Mr. Jean's briefing was held elsewhere. I think my friend, the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal Party, seems to have conflated the two issues. So that second case he brought forward is not apt. The third he raised to refute my point of privilege, Mr. Speaker, I can finally say this Speaker's name, Speaker Perron, from October 9th, 1997. That was cited as well in his submission from March 20th, Mr. Speaker. And that case from October 1997 involved the MP for Wild Rose in Alberta, and it related to the MP being in his constituency and attending a meeting on a First Nations reserve, Mr. Speaker, and government officials from the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development at one point in the meeting asked the Member of Parliament to leave the room because there were going to be some items discussed that the department officials told the MP he was not entitled to be part of. And so when the House resumed and constituency week was over, the Member of Parliament for Wild Rose rose and said that his privileges were violated because he was not entitled to that departmental briefing to the full extent, Mr. Speaker. They asked him to leave the meeting, and he felt that violated his privilege as a member. And there have been some Speaker's decisions, including this one, that says the constituency affairs of a member of parliament, which is fundamental. I think we all believe that's a fundamental aspect to our job, does not involve or export the privileges from this chamber, Mr. Speaker. So that's kind of what that Speaker's decision from 1997, that's the precedent it provides to us, that some of the privileges granted to members in this House in a collective sense or an individual sense, you cannot port with you to your riding, even if government officials from a department of the federal government are in your riding for a briefing. The finding in the end said there was no breach of parliamentary privilege because the member was not, quote, participating in a proceeding of Parliament, end quote, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is the critical element of what my friend, the Deputy House Leader, seems to miss with all of these decisions he's putting forward. He's suggesting that the need to have Mr. Jean is not before or does not involve the proceeding of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, thinking that because Mr. Jean provided this briefing to journalists abroad or outside of Parliament, that it somehow does not apply to a proceeding of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Well, we certainly know that the first vote last week, before the cavalcade of votes that followed, related to the request to have Mr. Jean appear before a proceeding of Parliament, a parliamentary committee. And in fact, the Opposition Day motion that day was a proceeding of Parliament. The question period responses by the Minister and the Prime Minister are a proceeding of Parliament. The fourth decision that he cited, that I'm responding to show that it can be easily distinguished, is a May 15th, 1985 decision of Speaker Bosley. And it related to a program at the time called Challenge 85. It was a grant program. And MPs were trying to find out whether grant applicants in their ridings were successful in obtaining grants under Challenge 85, Mr. Speaker. Because I'm trying to be brief, I won't relate to this government's problems with the Canada Summer Jobs Program, but it came to mind when I read this decision. In that case, the Speaker found that there was no point of privilege violating the individual rights of MPs to find out the status of their grant application because, quote, actions or inactions of a government to update, I'm not sure if this was a quote, but actions or inactions of the government to update an MP or provide the yes or no to a grant application is a decision of that department. It's not a proceeding of Parliament. Again, Mr. Speaker, much like the previous case, finding out whether an important group in your riding got funding for a grant program doesn't relate to your privileges as a member in the proceeding of Parliament. Once again, it's a constituency-based issue, and that's how it was distinguished. Once again, that does not apply to this case. All aspects of the National Security Advisor's request to appear before committee, the Opposition Day motion, all those things are proceedings of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Finally, there was another case cited previously, the Speaker Perron's decision from November 2nd, 1999, Mr. Speaker. This focuses on looking at what is a proceeding of Parliament. And it acknowledges that question period, committee, these sorts of things are proceedings of Parliament. And with respect to privilege, it identifies the categories of individual and collective privilege. And I'll highlight a very important quote from that decision, Mr. Speaker, because, as I said, my March 2nd point of privilege showed that both individual and collective rights were violated. Speaker Perron said this, quote, "As for the rights and powers of the House as a collectivity, they may be classified as follows: the regulation of its own internal affairs, the authority to maintain the attendance and service of its members, the power to expel members guilty of disgraceful conduct, the right to institute inquiries and to call witnesses and demand papers, the right to administer oaths to witnesses, and the authority to deal with breaches of privilege or contempt," end quote. Speaker Perron then goes on to cite Magnon in parliamentary privilege in Canada to highlight that in exercising their functions as a member, anything they do with respect to committee and other things are proceedings of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, my friend, the Deputy House Leader for the government, seems to suggest a number of cases where MPs were demanding information in their ridings, status of grants, whether an answer or response from the government was accurate or fulsome enough. None of that applies here, Mr. Speaker. In this case, committees of Parliament, the House, and in question period, we've been seized for weeks with respect to the issue of Mr. Jean, the National Security Advisor, and whether members of Parliament, both myself as an MP and as the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, or my colleague, our Public Safety Shadow Minister, who's been trying to call Mr. Jean to committee, or the responses we're receiving from members of the Executive, our individual and collective rights for proceedings of Parliament, question period, debate, committee, are all being impeded by the government's consistent refusal to provide Mr. Jean under the same circumstances that the Executive provided Mr. Jean to select members of the press gallery, Mr. Speaker. So we have a double standard here, or some have suggested a cover-up in respect to our rights to have the same amount of information. I would highlight, Mr. Speaker, because I think you're getting close to cutting me off, so I'll try and summarize. The Minister of Public Safety, again on the weekend, in an interview with CTV Question Period, refused to provide the same briefing journalists received to parliamentarians.
Okay, I thank that member for Durham. I think we've gotten into debate now. I must say, I talked about the need to be concise and refer to our manual, of course, on procedure in the House in relation to that. He's had, I think, in the range of 24 minutes today on this, in addition to what he had previously. And although I must admit, having in my law practice not been in court very often, I do enjoy and admire the work of an experienced litigator who shows the legal advocacy skills very well. Of course, we're not in a court, and the nature of the argument's a bit different and doesn't need to be quite as extensive as in court, but it does get into debate. And so I think I have heard enough on this subject, but I do, and I look forward to coming back to the House very soon with my ruling on this matter. And now I'm going to call debate the Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, may I have 30 seconds?
The Honourable Member for Durham has asked for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I need a timer, I think, for that. Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, why this is so important. Not only are there two different explanations for the invitation of Jaspal Atwal in the government itself, the suggestion on the line between a non-classified briefing and a classified briefing, we do not believe there was anything classified in Mr. Jean's briefing to journalists, and here's why. The Security Information Act requires public officials to ensure that their communications or confirmations of information at Section 13(1) cannot include special operational information of any kind. So we don't believe there's anything Mr. Jean said that could be justified under the Security of Information Act as classified, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for Durham for the addition to his addition, so to speak. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased today to begin debate on Bill C-71. This is important legislation that prioritizes public safety and effective police work while treating law-abiding firearms owners and businesses fairly and reasonably. With this bill, we are upholding the commitments that we made to Canadians during the last election, and to be clear, that includes our commitment not to reinstate a federal long gun registry. As we heard a couple of weeks ago, at a policy summit here in Ottawa, many Canadian communities have been facing a steady increase in gun violence over the past 5 years. Crime rates generally in Canada have been on the decline for decades, Madam Speaker, and of course that's a very good thing. But offences involving firearms are bucking the positive trend. they have become more prevalent since 2013. There were almost 2,500 criminal incidents involving firearms in Canada in 2016, and that was up by 30% since 2013. Gun homicides are up by 2/3. Cases of intimate partner and gender-based violence involving firearms, as reported to police, are up by 1/3. Gang-related homicides, a majority involving guns, are up by 2/3. And since 2013, break-ins for the purpose of stealing guns are up by 56%. These are realities, Madam Speaker, that we need to face. Also, by way of context, is this. The majority of firearms owned by Canadians are non-restricted. They're typically long guns like hunting rifles and shotguns used in a manner that is fully compliant with the law. But in 2016, 31% of all gun-related homicides involved these types of firearms that don't need to be registered. Furthermore, while cities like Toronto and Vancouver, Edmonton, Ottawa, and Regina have been particularly hit by violent gun crime, in my home province of Saskatchewan, more than 60% of such crimes actually happen outside the major urban centres. And in the Atlantic provinces, there's a similar pattern. 56% of violent gun crimes occur outside the cities. So hard evidence shows a gun violence issue that is serious, it appears to be worsening, and it is not confined to big cities or to particular weapons. Bill C-71 will help in 5 important ways. First, it will enhance background checks for those seeking to acquire firearms. Right now, when a person applies for a license, there's a mandatory look back over the immediately preceding 5 years to see whether the applicant has engaged in violent behavior or whether they have been treated for a mental illness associated with violence. That 5-year limitation is being removed by Bill C-71, so the applicant's full record as it relates to violence and criminal behavior can be taken into account. This is, in fact, a measure once proposed in a private member's bill introduced in Parliament by former Conservative MP and Cabinet Minister James Moore. As he said at the time, Madam Speaker, quote, "If a person has ever committed a violent crime in their life, never does that person get to own a gun. If a person has ever beat his wife or ever committed rape or ever committed murder and is released from jail, never in his life does that person get to own a gun in Canada. This is effective criminal justice, and this is something the Liberals should put into law." End of quote. Those are the words of the Honourable James Moore. And the provision that he was recommending is, in fact, included in Bill C-71. It's also important to underscore that when it comes to mental illness, the background check that we are talking about involves only mental illnesses associated with violence. We all have friends and family who have dealt with mental health issues, and in the vast majority of cases, there is no violence associated with it at all, so those people would not be affected. The second important way that Bill C-71 will make our communities safer is by enhancing the usefulness of the existing licensing system. Since 2012, when a person acquires a non-restricted firearm, there has been no obligation for them to demonstrate that they're authorized to do so. To be clear, vendors can check voluntarily, but there is no legal requirement to do so. In other words, a person could apply for a firearms license, undergo a background check, be denied because of a history of violence, and then go on to buy a shotgun anyway because the seller does not actually have to check whether they have a license or not. And let me provide another practical illustration why this provision should be mandatory. Picture a small firearms shop where a customer has shopped for many years. In 2016, that customer was one of hundreds of people who committed violence toward his partner with a firearm present. The court ordered him to forfeit his firearms and his license. Today, a few years later, he drops into the usual shop looking to buy a rifle. The person behind the counter currently has the option of verifying whether the customer's license is valid or not, but they are not obligated to do so. Having sold several firearms to this same customer over the years, the sales clerk decides that he knows the customer well enough and does not have to run a check against the license. Well, Bill C-71 will ensure that the salesperson is required to make that call to the firearms program. Madam Speaker, this is just basic common sense. The process for doing so will be efficient and straightforward. The RCMP will operate a call center as well as an online portal that will be open 24 hours a day. The verification will take about 3 to 5 minutes, and for transactions involving non-restricted firearms, no information about the firearm itself will be sought or retained. The call is to verify the validity of the license, not to identify a non-restricted firearm. Thirdly, Bill C-71 will support police officers investigating gun-related crimes and crime-related guns by requiring commercial retailers to apply good common business practices in maintaining adequate business records of their inventories and sales. Most, in fact, already do so for economic or safety or liability reasons, and because it may have a bearing on such practical things as their insurance. Their records would be private and not accessible to governments, but police would be able to gain access given reasonable grounds and with judicial authorization as appropriate. This would help police trace guns discovered at a crime scene, detect straw purchasing schemes, and identify trafficking networks. In the last few days, we've heard from some folks that have been raising concerns about this being some kind of new long gun registry, and that is simply, Madam Speaker, not the case. According to A.J. Somerset, a firearms expert, a hunter, and a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces, quote, "The sales records are maintained by the retailers, so the government does not have access to them, so they can't be treated as a registry. In fact, it's going to be the same system that exists federally in the United States, and nobody complains there is a registry in that case," unquote. In fact, Madam Speaker, the requirement to keep business records has existed in the United States since 1968. And the co-owner of High Falls Outfitters, a firearms retailer in Belleville, Ontario, says this: "While the long gun registry tracked, quote, where guns are kept, the home, addresses, all these different things, all they are asking for now is for store owners to keep records of who bought the gun and under what PAL. It just gives police a starting point when they have to investigate a crime," end of quote. Madam Speaker, the fourth important public safety measure included in this bill has to do with ensuring the impartial, professional, accurate, and consistent classification of firearms by RCMP experts. Parliament, of course, will always control the definitions that create the various classes of firearms. As is the case with many other laws and regulatory frameworks, the rules will be written by the elected officials in this House and then interpreted by law enforcement. Currently, as we all know, there are 3 classes of firearms defined by Parliament in the Criminal Code: non-restricted, restricted, and prohibited. Within that frame, we will rely on the technical expertise of the RCMP, not political considerations, to determine which guns belong in which class. This means that we are repealing the authority the last government gave itself to overrule RCMP determinations. When we repeal that power, we will automatically invalidate 2 decisions made by the previous government to assign a lesser classification to 2 particular groups of firearms, one Swiss and the other Czech. These are firearms that the RCMP, applying the definitions established by elected officials, believe to be deserving of a higher classification than the previous government gave to them. In the interests of fairness, we will grandfather the ownership of these particular firearms so innocent third parties are not put offside with the law through no fault of their own. Finally, C-71 will bolster community safety in relation to restricted and prohibited firearms, mostly handguns and assault rifles, by requiring specific transportation authorizations to be obtained for moving those types of guns through the community, with the key exception of transportation between a residence and an approved shooting range. This is an important tool for police because it helps them determine whether a person is taking their restricted or prohibited firearm to somewhere where it shouldn't be. As with verifying a license, the process for obtaining an authorization to transport is simply a matter of calling the hotline or logging into the online portal. Madam Speaker, as you can see, this legislation will implement practical measures, all of which are directly connected to public safety outcomes. And that's why the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police says it's, quote, encouraged by the positive direction taken by the government towards sensible firearms legislation, enhancing the tools available to police to ensure public safety, end of quote. Madam Speaker, there are 4 other matters that are not in Bill C-71, which I look forward to discussing with my provincial and territorial counterparts, as well as with the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee. One was raised with me by the Mayor of Prince Albert, Greg Dion, who is concerned that insufficient commercial storage rules allowed a thief in that city to snip one cable and steal 24 handguns from a local gun shop. And those restricted weapons are now in illegal circulation. It is certainly worth examining whether the current after-hours commercial storage regulations are appropriate. Secondly, at the suggestion of Police Souvien, I would like to look into whether it is reasonable for commercial firearms manufacturers to promote the sales of their wares, namely restricted and prohibited weapons, in a manner that particularly glorifies violence and simulates warfare. Is such promotion consistent with public safety? Thirdly, as raised by the Mayor and the police in Toronto, do we need a mechanism to identify large and unusual firearms transactions, especially those involving restricted and prohibited guns, which may be indicative of some illicit straw purchasing scheme or gang activity or a trafficking operation? And fourth, as is done in the province of Quebec already, should other provinces consider requiring medical professionals to advise provincial authorities about persons who have diagnosed conditions that are likely to put the lives of other people in danger? The pros and cons of these and other questions will be given very careful future consideration. As we examine these matters, Madam Speaker, our priorities will always be protecting people and communities, supporting the police, and ensuring fair and reasonable treatment for firearms owners and businesses. Those are the very same priorities that guided us as we developed the legislation that is now before the House in Bill C-71, and they will continue to guide us throughout the parliamentary study of the bill ahead. And Madam Speaker, as that study unfolds, as members of Parliament consider the details, if they come up with good and useful ideas that can improve the legislation, we're always open to interesting, useful new suggestions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Member for l'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my honourable colleague. I'd like to know, he said that, well, we're debating an incomplete bill here. Not everything is in this bill. So why are they in such a hurry to table this bill when it's missing things?
of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Madam Speaker, we've worked very carefully with a great number of people across the country to prepare the legislation, listening very carefully to ideas, suggestions, criticisms, and comments. The legislation has been prepared to accomplish the three objectives that I mentioned: supporting public safety, assisting the police, and making sure that we're being fair and reasonable in the treatment of firearms owners and firearms businesses. On the basis of all of that good work, the legislation is ready to go, and it responds very directly to the statistics that indicate that gun violence has, unfortunately, in this country increased since the year 2013, and we do need to deal with that negative trend.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It goes without saying that this is an issue which has been a thorny one and a divisive one in the past, and there have been efforts made both by the Conservatives and the Liberals, pitting communities against one another and individuals against one another. So I'd like to commend the Minister on his attempt to find an approach that's more sensible. But that said, despite what's positive here, we do have some questions and concerns about some parts of this bill. And one of the questions I'd like to ask the Minister is, when it comes to records kept by vendors, we know that's common practice already in many businesses, but I'd like to know, how are they going to go about standardizing the process? Are there going to be consultations? Because the bill calls for a standardized process of records keeping, and that's to be expected. That's not unusual, but I'd just like to know from the Minister how he intends to go about choosing what are the best practices, what are the standard practices, if you will, a uniform or consistent practice for vendors. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, I welcome the comments by the Honourable Member, and I also welcome his suggestion. As he indicated, there are a great many well-established retailers, large and small, who already, simply as a matter of good business operations, keep records of their inventory and of their sales. They do so in a variety of ways. Some of the larger retailers do it online through a computer system. Others do it manually and entering information into a ledger. We're certainly happy to work with the retail community to make sure that the necessary business records are in fact kept, but that is accomplished in a manner that is efficient from the point of view of the business operator themselves. And I think looking at the best practices of the operators who already keep those records is probably the very first and best place to start, because that common business practice that is already in use is something that should inform the standardized requirements.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister, given that I'm a member from Quebec who has still sad memories about the Polytechnique massacre and the Dawson College shootings. So very bad memories about the victims of those shootings. So what concrete steps can we emphasize to show that progress is being made, that this bill, C-71, is actually contributing to responding to the concerns of groups representing those tragic events and to avoid recurrences of such tragedies? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. Every provision in the legislation is aimed at helping to reduce the tragic situations that he has referred to. And every year on on these somber anniversary dates, we all gather, all from all political parties, to share the memories and the grief, and to turn our minds to how, in reasonable and practical ways, we can make our society safer. Improving background checks will help to make our society safer. Making sure that licenses are valid when transactions occur will help to make our society safer. Making sure that the business records are kept, and that while they're not generally available to government, they will be available to police forces on reasonable grounds and with the appropriate judicial authorization to pursue criminal activity with firearms. We will have a consistent and appropriate and professional classification system that will ensure that firearms are in fact properly classified between the three different classes that presently exist. And where a restricted or prohibited weapon is being transported, except in the case where the transportation is between a residence and a registered shooting range, the transportation will require, except in that instance, a specific authorization so that public safety authorities like the police and local communities can know.
Unfortunately, I do have to cut the minister off to allow for other questions. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sounds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the minister. I appreciate my honourable colleague. We all have a responsibility and a duty to make things safer, but you've probably heard me and a lot of other people. And I
want to advise the member that he's to address the question to the chairs and not to the minister.
I started out there. But the member knows that a lot of people have criticized this bill, including his own members, I hear. And the bottom line is that everyone's concern, Madam Speaker, including the members of his own caucus, is that he made a statement quite some time ago to deal with illegal guns and the fact that a lot of gangs acquire them, etc. And we all know that this bill is not addressing that. Now, I have to mention, in his speech, he mentioned, Madam Speaker, about sounded like a case that happened in Prince Albert where somebody broke in and cut the cable on guns that were stored legally. Now, my question to him is that never going to happen? In a perfect world, yes, it wouldn't. But is he suggesting that we have logging cables through them? What's the question? But we know that this isn't dealing with gang crime and illegal guns. What's your response to that, or what's his response to that?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, as the honourable gentleman will know from studying our platform in the last election, and I'm sure he has studied it in great detail, there are a number of provisions that we recommended at that time, which are in the process now of being implemented. The amendments contained in Bill C-71 is part of that package, and the various items that I was referring to in response to the previous question will all be of assistance in helping to make our society safer, specifically with respect to illegal guns being imported across the border. We have provided and will provide more resources to the Canada Border Services Agency to help them be more effective at the border in interdicting illegal smuggling of firearms. We are also in working with local communities and provinces, providing $100 million a year in new funding to support activities specifically aimed at gang activity using guns. That money could be used in a variety of ways depending on local circumstances, and they all won't be the same, but in supporting the integrated enforcement teams that have proven to be in a number of communities very effective in ferreting out gang activity and then marshalling a full court press in order to deal with that activity. There's no one single solution. It's a complex collection of things, all of which are contained in our package. The legislation is part of it, but not all of it.
Before I go to resuming debate, I see that there's a lot of interest to speak on this issue. I would just remind members that during the question and comment period to try and keep the preamble short and ask the question to allow the person to answer that, and that person that is answering that should be within the same time limit of the question that was asked. And that will allow, because in the 10-minute we should have at least 5 questions asked. And so I do want to add that to the, remind the members of that. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-71. Madam Speaker, I can't remain silent about this because I see that the Liberals once again have this delusion about being able to reduce crime in this fashion. They haven't learned from their past mistakes. People under 30 or 35, new Canadians who've arrived recently, perhaps don't know what I'm referring to. Under Jean Chrétien, the Liberals introduced a firearms registry, and the idea was not only ill-conceived, it was also a head-on attack against law-abiding Canadians. But it goes further than that. The minister initially said the cost would be around $2 billion. They said, we're going to take care of this. We're going to create a registry. We're going to go after honest, law-abiding Canadians. It'll cost $2 million, rather, not $2 billion, $2 million. But 2 years later, it was up to $2 billion. They went from $2 million to $2 billion for that infamous gun registry. So the Liberals, once again, back then, they were just amateurs. They were winging it, and they never apologized to Canadians for spending so much, for overspending by so much. And once again, it was just an attack on law-abiding Canadians. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives believe that Canadians' safety should be the top priority of any government. And I want it to be totally clear that Conservatives are thinking first and foremost of Canadians' safety, and I'd like the Liberals to never suggest otherwise. When it comes to this kind of legislation, the Liberals don't go after criminals who use weapons to commit violent crimes. Instead, they go after law-abiding Canadians and treat them like they're criminals. They should be dealing with criminals here, not law-abiding Canadians. That's what's wrong with this. When we were in government from 2006 to 2015, we worked tirelessly to make Canadians safer. We made promises and we kept them. For example, we passed legislation on firearms licenses. It was a bill that simplified the licensing mechanisms and made it impossible to get a license when you'd been convicted of committing a violent family violence situation. And there were tougher conditions for release when a person had committed a violent firearm offense. We also passed a bill about people involved in organized crime, and that made it possible for police officers to crack down on organized crime. And there were stiffer penalties also, stiffer sentences. We undertook initiatives all across the country to further Canada's goals when it came to crime prevention and protecting communities under our National Crime Prevention Strategy.
Également, la feuille de route.
Our record, I'll go on because it's quite lengthy. We created a fund for crime prevention among Indigenous Canadians. We wanted to address the specific needs of Indigenous and Northern communities, and it goes on. We also created a justice fund for youth in December 2006, given the problem of guns and drugs and gangs for young people. We focused on rehabilitation efforts for young people who had a brush with the law. So we wanted to intervene early with young offenders who were getting involved with firearms, gangs, and drugs. We also created a youth gang prevention fund to support communities working with young people at risk in order to prevent them from joining gangs and the activities, taking part in their activities. We also made promises and kept them. We worked for people who are law-abiding, and we didn't work to support those who do commit crimes. Bill C-71, as it stands, is another example of the way the Liberals are just winging it. They've had 2 years to come up with this, and it shows a total lack of imagination. Halfway through their first term, this is a government that's vacillating. You know what that means? They're wavering. They go a little bit this way, a little bit that way. They're shaky on their feet. And they're showing a real lack of courage, Madam Speaker. This bill contains no measure to deal with criminal possession or unauthorized possession of a firearm, and it doesn't deal with gang violence at all. So C-71 doesn't have any answers for organized crime. And in fact, the minister even admitted in his speech that there's a lot missing from this bill. So they've tabled this legislation, and we're supposed to debate this, but we know already that there are major elements missing. So they're just going at it kind of backwards. They expect us to support this bill, but we don't even know what they intend to do about organized crime and gangs. I think the people opposite are intelligent enough. I don't want to be a nuisance. I'll acknowledge that there are some intelligent people opposite, but they're going about it the wrong way here. This bill does nothing or virtually nothing to improve public safety, but it imposes a whole bunch of new conditions on firearms owners, law-abiding owners, and we're going to say that over and over and over again. They're always attacking law-abiding citizens, people who do recreational hunting and shooting. That's the people the Liberals love to go after. But we are convinced that law-abiding Canadians aren't the problem. We want to go after the criminals, the terrorists, and those who advocate violence, Madam Speaker. That's who needs to be dealt with. The government opposite made election promises, but they forget about them. They forget the commitments they made. They hope that those promises have been forgotten. For example, some of the Liberal promises were broken on our firearms or incomplete. For example, first of all, they promised the provinces and territories that they would give them $100 million a year to fight illegal firearms activities. We've heard nothing about that. Where is the Prime Minister and his great rhetoric? It's all lots of rhetoric. He's like Obama. It's all lofty words, but nothing ever actually gets done in concrete terms. I think Canadians are starting to see through this. They're aware of the problem, but that's a debate for another day.
Now, the Liberals are making changes to the marking of firearms, and they promised to take action 2 years ago. Now, what about this party that seemed to have all the answers during the election campaign, but then became confused when it took power? Well, I think it's important to point out that they've hired a lot of experts to focus on marketing who've said, oh, they'll follow, they're just sheep, they'll follow along, people will. And so the Liberals launched into a campaign with a beautiful marketing plan, but we've got the elected officials sitting there and they don't seem to know what the marketing plan was all about or how to implement it. Now that's what it looks like, at least, Madam Speaker. So once again, who's paying for that? Canadians, Canadian taxpayers, who are paying for this flawed approach by the government. So the Canada is in a situation where the Liberals have forgotten to invest in technology to enhance capacity for customs officers to detect illegal arms coming in from the United States. Thousands of foreigners enter illegally from the United States, mainly through Quebec, and instead of countering that, it seems like the Liberals are trying to accommodate them. Now, I guess, well, there aren't many, I'm not allowed to say that there aren't many people here listening to me, but normally they would simply say, no, 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 that's not what's happening. But in Quebec, for people listening to us, Madam Speaker, we have a problem. It's a crisis with illegal immigration. People could call it something else, but we're calling it illegal immigration. The Quebec government is facing some $125 million in funds and wants to be refunded for it. The government said, "Boof, no, it's all okay. Life is fine and well." But that's what we're dealing with. And it's discouraging, isn't it? It's really discouraging. And at the same time, well, maybe I should go back to my notes, but before I do, they say, come to Canada, it's a welcoming land, come here, it's all fine and well, and there are people who are entering illegally, and Quebec has to pick up the tab. The Prime Minister, it's like he's turning a blind eye to it. These people are entering illegally, but it's part of the marketing plan that I mentioned earlier, where it doesn't work in real life. It's a big plan. Oh, Quebec is beautiful. Canada's lovely. We want to welcome you here. Yeah, but there's a bill associated with it. There are social issues as well. But no, the Prime Minister is just turning a blind eye to all of that. Another problem, now if we talk about problems at the border and disorder, well, there's the situation like last week, where we hear that we can't say whether someone is male or female. We can't say Mr. Mrs. There's some kind of a disorder. People are wondering what. Well, I'm a man. She's a woman. I can't say that's a mother. That's your mother. We're not allowed to refer to that. Well, so what about the situation where parent 1 or parent 2 can take leave? Well, I'm going to be parent 1. No, I'm parent 1. We're just going to have more confusion and problems in that regard. So there's a lot of confusion. Now, earlier, the minister talked about not bringing back the firearms registry. But when we look at C-71, in fact, when you look at it, we have to be careful. It's very subtle, very, very subtle, Madam Speaker. And the Conservatives, as I've said in the past, is we're going to be monitoring this very carefully. We're going to be monitoring the way they control the information. The information will be gathered by the vendors. They will be creating a registry. And then there's kind of an insidious approach. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we're going back to the firearms registry. Even if the government says that's not true, we can clearly see that that's what they're putting in place. They want to force the implementation of a structure that will lead back to the firearms registry. But the problem, Madam Speaker, is the Prime Minister has to determine where the real threat is. Street gangs or farmers? Organized crime or others? But it's clear for most Canadians. I think when you get up in the morning and you look at the situation, you see a hunter with his or her weapon, a farmer. They're entitled to have those firearms they need to deal with wildlife that's attacking their cattle, for example. Now, when someone looks up and looks at the Prime Minister and says, you're the ones you're being attacked. You're the criminals. So not the street gangs. We'll look at that later. We'll add some other aspects to deal with those problems. But people get up in the morning. It's like, how is it that I'm waking up again and I'm a target of one of these measures? Now, the Prime Minister is going to have to make some decisions. Does he have any advisors who are intelligent enough to explain to him how this works on a daily basis, how Canadians see things when they get up in the morning? And when all they want is just to lead a good life, live honestly, and they always feel like they're being attacked by the government? At some point, the government's going to have to stop attacking average Canadians. Now, another aspect that hasn't been mentioned in the bill, and it's something that's just come out in the news, we don't see it in C-71, but it's with respect to criminals, and it's what is called the dark net. Now, not many people know what the dark net is. Now, I know that it exists. It's very complex, but I don't fully understand the technology. But this morning, Jim Bronskill explained that criminals are using dark areas of the internet, like the pedophiles are doing with juvenile pornography. There are computer systems that enable them to go into hidden areas of the dark net in order to conduct transactions. There's cryptocurrencies, bitcoins and whatnot that was also mentioned this morning, but there are criminal groups that use cryptocurrency. Now, I could be involved, and it would be impossible to track it. So they could pay for weapons, and then the deliveries come in, and they're hidden. So if there's a pistol, it could be put in a box with an Xbox. It's sent through customs. So someone who buys it on the internet doesn't have a firearms acquisition license or anything. So there's a whole criminal structure using the internet, the dark net. And the RCMP is waving a warning flag because the CBSA at the border also knows, the border officers also know that there's a problem. We need to delve into that and to deal with problems of that nature. We would support the government on attacking that type of problem as well, but we haven't heard any mention of it in the bill. It's not in C-71. No measures that we've seen to focus on that kind of a problem. Now, not only does C-71 leave out aspects of crime, the preamble mentions some alarming statistics. And the minister, in his remarks, referred back to 2013. Now, what he didn't mention is that if we look at the situation over 20 years, there was a level that was always the same. In 2013, it went down. And in 2014, it went back to a rate that was equivalent to what existed over the past 20 years. Now, there must have been another marketing campaign in 2013 that said, look, there's an explosion in crime all of a sudden. But it was just that year, probably because the action that was taken by the government, but I think it was there's another issue with marketing there to make it look like a bad situation. Now, I can see that I'm clearly going to run out of time here. I better pick up my pace a little. So in the summit on firearms, the minister heard experts on crime, but the bill doesn't contain the concerns or comments raised. And in his speech, the minister talked about problems excluded from the bill. Storage for retailers, for example. He mentioned some examples in Saskatchewan. He mentioned an example of someone who stole 24 firearms from a store, but there's nothing for dealing with that in C-71. Another registry for vendors, and this will be another burden that they're planning to create. And maybe someday, Madam Speaker, they're going to realize that criminals couldn't give a hoot about these regulations. Criminals don't buy their weapons off the shelves in a store. Now, I talked about the dark web earlier. So, Madam Speaker, this bill, in our view, is a bill that will just cause problems for law-abiding citizens. It won't do anything to combat criminals. And I'm very disappointed because it would have been important to do the opposite. Then there's the issue of the registry. It was supposed to reduce crime. We all remember how that turned out. And I have a more complex problem with this bill, Madam Speaker, because the government wants to continue its agenda, talk about things as if there were no problems. Now, there's a blatant lack of transparency being displayed by the Prime Minister. We had that 22-hour marathon voting session. Nobody on the other side had the courage to speak to the Prime Minister and to have him listen to reason. Canadians are asking for something simple. Canadians want a 60-minute meeting with Daniel Jean, the National Security Advisor, so that he can give the briefing he gave to the media. It's crystal clear. Everyone can understand it. We just want to have the same briefing that the media received during a one-hour meeting at the committee. members of this House are representatives of Canadians, and that is what Canadians want. So, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Oxford, that the debate be now adjourned.
Mr. Poulos, seconded by Mr. McKenzie, move that the debate be now adjourned.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les nays l'emportent.
In my view, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
La question est...
The question is the following. Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Mackenzie, moves that the debate be now adjourned. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sadgent.
Mr. Sadgent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Duriot.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Hari. Madame
Mr. Johari.
Madame Khalid.
Madame Khalid.
Ms. Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey-Avignon with this Matan Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey-Avignon Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robiard.
Mr. Robiard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warrock.
Mr. Warrock.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroy.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Paul Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloyd Minster.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Order. The honourable member for, first of all, the honourable member for Winnipeg North, the parliamentary secretary to the government house leader's vote will not be counted because he left his seat during the vote to come and speak to the chair. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest is rising on the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I did not hear the House call for those on this side that were opposed to the motion.
This is not a private member's bill, and therefore we call for, the chair calls first for those in favor, and then for those opposed. Do I assume that the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest wishes to have her vote counted as opposed to the motion?
Yes, sir.
It is.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Yeas pour 163, 163. Nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, that in relation to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at the second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader, Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Blanc, moves that in relation to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 76-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I would encourage members interested in asking a question to stand so that the speaker has an idea how many people wish to ask questions.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we're seeing that this government is shutting down debate specifically on a bill that is so fundamental and will impact coastal communities and indeed our economic viability of Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, I have one question. One question. Why is the minister and this government shutting down debate on this important bill?
Order. Before I call upon the Honourable Minister of Fisheries, I just want to indicate that, of course, at 2 o'clock we'll be interrupting this question and answer period for question period. Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you'll agree with me that it's somewhat ironic to have a Conservative member stand in this House and object to the use of time allocation or shutting down the debate. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons our government committed to Canadians in the 2015 election to restore the lost protections and bring modern safeguards to the Fisheries Act was because the previous Conservative government buried in an omnibus bill with no debate at all, with time allocation at every step, in fact, evacuated the protections in the Fisheries Act. So not only are we reinstating those protections, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to listening to Canadians and parliamentarians as we improve this important legislation.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the official opposition and the government, I don't know which is worse in terms of what we're talking about and delaying this.
Worst record.
See, we got the government side pointing to the official opposition saying they are. But we've been waiting almost 3 years for this legislation to come forward. We've had many Canadians who want to hear, they want to give input on this important bill. And to now ram it through and through time allocation, close that off, is just not appropriate. That's unfortunate that we've had to wait this long. We welcome the legislation, we welcome the changes, we want to see that we want to get to that point. But again, we need to have a good process. This is not the way to do it. I hope the minister takes that under account for future changes in restoring environmental protections in this country.
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam for his comments. I also thank him and his party for their initial support of this legislation. We look forward to working with them and other parliamentarians in committee to see if the legislation can be improved. As I said when I spoke in this House, Mr. Speaker, as we did with respect to the Oceans Act, Bill C-55, We're constantly looking for constructive suggestions from Canadians, from other parliamentarians in this House and in the other place of ways that we can strengthen this legislation. So that is a process, Mr. Speaker, that we look forward to having in committee, and that's why we think it's important for this legislation to progress to committee, where the committee can hear from Canadians, can hear from environmental groups, can hear from associations representing fishers and harvesters around the country, and of course we look forward to then working with parliamentarians as the legislation gets scrutinized in committee and comes back to this House. And Mr. Speaker, I have said the same thing in the other place when I had the chance to go to a question period there, and it's something that I'm happy to repeat here today.
Order. I see we have only a minute before 2 o'clock and 26 minutes remaining in the period of questions and answers. I think we'll go to, we don't want to cut short questions or answers, so therefore we'll go on to statements by members and come back to this, of course, after question period. Statements by members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, on March 23rd in France, Lieutenant Colonel Arnaud Beltrame entered a supermarket in Trèbes to take the place of the last hostage being held by an ISIS terrorist. After 3 hours of negotiations with the terrorist, Arnaud Beltrame was assassinated in cold blood. He sacrificed his life to save another. This was a pure act of heroism, selflessness, generosity in its most admirable form, showing the best of human nature in the face of terrorism. Arnaud Beltrame will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I want to offer on my own behalf and on behalf of the Quebec Parliamentary Group to Marielle, his wife, his family, his friends and colleagues, as well as all of France, our most sincere condolences. Arnaud Beltrame died on March 23rd. A hero for the entire world was born that day.
Member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Summer Street Industries in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. This organization is celebrating 50 years of helping adults with intellectual challenges live full and happy lives, including some personal friends and former classmates of my own. The organization began with a small group of parents who came together to help 9 young adults, and has grown to provide a wide range of programs and now helps over 200 clients today. Summer Street Industries provides people in my riding with the opportunity to volunteer or work in the community, learn life skills, and explore personal interests. The organization also partners with local businesses and social enterprises to provide work and training through their employment program. The importance of creating opportunities for people with intellectual disabilities cannot be understated. I commend the team at Summer Street who are committed to the well-being and interests of each of their clients. Every year, Summer Street celebrates with its annual events, including its award ceremony, prom, golf scramble, and the wine and cheese session. I'd like to congratulate those at Summer Street for their 50 years of contributions to our community. Here's looking to the next 50.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, here's a story of courage. Derek, a young boy in Honfleur, who's supported by his sister as well. He's only 2 and he's got leukemia. Despite several chemotherapy treatments, he's already relapsed twice. And his doctors are considering an experimental graft in Memphis, Tennessee. On Saturday, I attended a benefit evening organized by Luc and a municipal team to support the parents, and the response was massive and spontaneous. More than 300 people came to say, "We're with you and your family, Derek." Once his condition allows it, Derek will travel through the United States with his family for 5 months. Mr. Speaker, I'm touched and impressed by the courage Derek shows and the spontaneous response by Honfleur. I say thank you, and we stand alongside you.
Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight and congratulate 2 exceptional organizations in my riding of Don Valley East. The first is the Songwriters Association of Canada, an organization that helps protect the intellectual property rights of music creators in Canada. I was pleased to meet and congratulate them on receiving a grant of $80,000 through the Canada Music Fund to enhance their ability to compete in domestic and international markets. The second is Clear Blue Technologies, a local innovator of clean technology which received $400,000 in funding to scale up their activities for its solar and wind-powered control systems. With customers in 33 countries, 20 U.S. states, and 8 Canadian provinces, Clear Blue Technologies is playing an important role in shaping Canada's future economy by developing sustainable and renewable sources of energy. Our government is proud to support these local innovative organizations, and I wish them continued success both here at home and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Elizabeth Kubler-Ross said, "The most beautiful people we have known are those who have known defeat, known suffering, known struggle, known loss, and have found their way out of the depths. These persons have an appreciation, a sensitivity, and an understanding of life that fills them with compassion, gentleness, and a deep, loving concern. Beautiful people do not just happen." In my riding, we have lost too many beautiful people, and today I want to speak of 2 of them, Pat Horgan and Jude Schooner. Pat Horgan loved the true North Island. He traveled between communities, always looking for ways to help. With charm, humor, and principle, he lived by the creed, if one person is left behind, we are all left behind. Jude Schooner was the mayor of Tassis. She loved her community and fought tirelessly for them. Her heart was big, full of kindness and generosity, and everything she did was with dedication and action. I am so proud to have called them my friends. Thank you, Shirley, Kelly, Patrick, Sarah, and Aidan. Thank you, Scott and Ben, for sharing them with us. They were beautiful people, and their lives were such gifts to us all. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Edmonton Centre.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many last night, I was moved by the many tributes to Gord Downie, a true Canadian legend.
Secret Path, Gord and the Hip had a unique ability to tell stories that captured the essence of the Canadian spirit. As a student, I used to listen to them play at the Dinwoodie Lounge at the University of Alberta. They left an indelible mark on Canada's music scene that will continue to inspire artists here and around the world for generations. Gord a légué aux Canadiens une mission.
Gord left Canadians a mission to shed light on issues currently facing Indigenous peoples in Canada and to take meaningful action towards significant reconciliation.
Honored Gord as the 2018 Artist of the Year, there is no better way to keep his memory alive than for all Canadians to come together to work towards this shared goal. Merci aux Junos d'avoir...
Thank you to the Junos for having used their tribune to remind us all what issues are currently facing First Nations, and I encourage everyone to learn more about the Downie-Wenjack Foundation in order to achieve the objective set by Gord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
It's that time of year, Mr. Speaker. It's tax season. And while few Canadians relish the process of filing their taxes, almost all Canadians know that it's their responsibility to do so accurately and on time. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that accountants from across Canada say that under this revenue minister, accuracy and timeliness at the CRA have never been worse. The call centre is a shambles that routinely hangs up on people or gives them the wrong information, and she has targeted restaurant servers, retail workers, diabetics, single parents, parents of autistic children, while making big promises and delivering virtually nothing in the fight against international tax cheaters. Routine corrections and minor adjustments now take up to 18 months, and accountants say that the appeal process is increasingly bogged down with sloppy or incompetently done audits. So it's time for this minister to stop patting herself on the back and start delivering on her promises to make the CRA more client-friendly.
Honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring awareness to Somaliland, an autonomous region of northwestern Somalia with nearly 4 million residents. In the recent Somaliland elections, Muse Bihi Abdi was elected as president, the first Somaliland president to be voted with a very good majority. The state introduced a legislation to address gender-based violence, intending to significantly reduce the rising sexual violence rate. Somalilanders are optimistic the new president will strengthen the region's democratic credentials and set itself on a more prosperous path. I would also like to thank the Somali Canadian community in Ottawa for all of its hard work and contributions to the community, and for continuing to help foster the relationship between Canada and Somalia, including Somaliland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you or my colleagues in the chamber caught the Junos last night, but let me tell you, Canadians can be proud of our world-renowned musicians. I'm very honored to recognize our hometown hero, Brampton native Jessie Ruiz, for taking home Breakthrough Artist of the Year at the Junos. Jessie's performances are nothing short of breathtaking. At just age 27, her mastery of soul and R&B is just one of a kind. From nearly giving up on music just a few years ago to now touring Europe and performing at South by Southwest, Jessie is just another example of the hard work and determination of Canada's artists. I cannot say enough how proud I am of Jessie and of all of our musicians and creators. Thank you to all of our artists at the Junos yesterday, and thank you to all the fans and the industry that continues to help them reach the stars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, as Conservatives will always support sound policy that ensures the safe storage and handling of firearms, screens licensed firearm owners, classifies firearms based on function, and targets the criminals who commit gun crimes. Unfortunately, the Liberals' new backdoor gun registry in Bill C-71 fails to stop the criminals who use guns to commit violent crime. And again, the Liberals are treating law-abiding firearm owners as criminals. Their legislation has no new measures to combat gang violence in our cities, gun violence on our streets, or crime in our rural communities. The Liberals are re-establishing a federal registrar to keep records on law-abiding firearms owners. Mr. Speaker, registrars keep registries. What the Prime Minister fails to understand is that gangs, thugs, and gun runners don't register their firearms. I fought against the original long gun registry for almost 2 decades, and I will continue to oppose the Liberals' new, ill-advised, and unnecessary backdoor gun registry.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Lebel. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride that I highlight the most recent version of my newsletter, which went out to 69,000 households in Laurentides-Lebel last week. When the House announced that mailings would soon be available in new colour format, I immediately embarked on the pilot project. Newsletters are a way of engaging with residents, highlighting the involvement of constituents who make a difference and work to help build a better partnership between my region and the federal government. I humbly salute the work done by my team and the printing and mailing services on the Hill, especially the work of Samuel Saint-Armand, Kim Longto, and Sarah Drouin. Thanks to them, my riding is once again a trailblazer. The people of Laurentides-Lebel are the first in the country to receive an improved newsletter in full colour, and the comments are already very positive.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to mark the occasion of March 24th, which was recognized as World Tuberculosis Day. TB is a treatable and curable disease. However, it continues to claim the lives of more than 1.7 million people worldwide. And indicators show it is nearly 300 times higher for Inuit than non-Indigenous born Canadians. I am pleased to recognize our government's commitment to eliminating TB across Inuit and Ungrat regions, as announced by the Minister of Indigenous Services last week, ensuring these communities have the resources to combat this disease. For too long, people in the North and Inuit people have needlessly suffered from a curable and treated illness. Today, I also wish to recognize my constituents across Labrador and the many families who continue to deal with this significant problem. I encourage people to be tested and to follow treatments and to work together to combat and eradicate this disease.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, today, March 26, marks Purple Day. Started in 2008 by Cassidy Megan of Halifax, it has grown into an international event. On this day, people around the world are wearing purple to increase awareness of epilepsy, a chronic neurological disorder that affects over 50 million people worldwide. My riding of Oshawa is well served by Epilepsy Durham Region, who serves all 8 municipalities with a staff of only 2 and a dedicated team of volunteers. This incredible organization promotes independence and quality of life for families and those affected with epilepsy. With no local specialized medical care, Epilepsy Durham Region provides education, peer-to-peer support, and employment support to people living with epilepsy. A proud member of the Canadian Epilepsy Alliance, CEO Diane McKenzie and her organization deliver all their services to Durham Region without access to government funding. I applaud the outstanding work of Epilepsy Durham Region, and on behalf of my colleagues in this House, I want to thank Diane, Chelsea, and their team. Happy Purple Day, everyone.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
This Sunday, March 25th, Greeks and Philhellenes across the country and around the world participated in marches to celebrate Greek Independence Day. Le 25 mars 1800.
March 25th, 1821, the Greek War of Independence started with an uprising by revolutionary heroes like Theodoros Kolokodoros, Laskarina Bulubina, and Rigas Ferrarios, who wrote, "It's better to live freely for 1 hour than 40 years as a prisoner or slave."
Contributed greatly to Canadian society, making Canada more prosperous, culturally diverse, and inclusive. On behalf of the Government of Canada and of Saint Laurent, please accept my very best wishes for this important national celebration. Χρόνια πολλά για την ημέρα. Ζήτω η Ελλάδα, ζήτω ο Καναδάς, ζήτω 25 Μαρτίου 1821.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
The government needs to understand that pensions are deferred wages. Denying workers' pensions money they have earned is theft, plain and simple. Thousands of Canadian workers who have lost their hard-earned benefits and pensions due to Canada's inadequate bankruptcy and insolvency laws know all this too well. And why does it happen? Because the law allows it to happen. No one can blame workers for being skeptical of the government's commitment to address retirement security and the weak-kneed promise to obtain feedback through further conversation. How much more evidence-based feedback does this government need than the thousands of Canadian workers who have lost health care benefits and value from their pensions? This government must get serious about changing Canada's inadequate bankruptcy and insolvency laws and make the changes presented in my private member's bill C-384. Those changes would go a long way to help protecting the well-being and retirement security of Canadian workers. As I've traveled across the country in recent months, Canadian workers have made it clear they want action, not more conversation. End the pension theft.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Mr. Speaker, I voted for 21 hours because I'm fed up with the hypocrisy. I voted for 21 hours because I believe in freedom of speech. I voted for 21 hours because Canada deserves better. I voted for 21 hours because I'm proud to take a stand. I voted for 21 hours because Parliament belongs to the people. I voted for 21 hours because the House of Commons is where the representatives of Canadians speak. I voted for 21 hours because the government must be held accountable. I voted for 21 hours because the Prime Minister's office can't just do anything it wants. I voted for 21 hours because the state is not at the service of the Prime Minister. I voted for 21 hours because the National Security Advisor needs to be free to speak to Canadians. I voted for 21 hours so that truth will triumph over liberal schemes. I voted with my colleagues for 21 hours because the official opposition and its leader are an extraordinary team. And there's only 13,762 hours before we replace this Liberal government with a Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, today is Purple Day, a day dedicated to increasing awareness about epilepsy. Each year, over 15,000 Canadians are diagnosed with epilepsy, but due to the stigma surrounding it, many people are reluctant to seek care. That's one of the reasons why a good friend of ours, Nova Scotia's Cassidy Megan, created Purple Day, to help people with epilepsy know that they are not alone and to help others understand more about this disorder. Now, due to Cassidy's hard work, over 100 countries now celebrate Purple Day. And you too can show your support by wearing purple every March 26th. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to finish by reading this quote from Cassidy Megan. Epilepsy is a part of you, but it doesn't define you. Everybody has a voice. Continue to use yours to speak out and spread awareness for epilepsy. Don't fear it, own it, and tell your story. Together, we are erasing the stigma of epilepsy.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Last week,
week, the Liberals spent over 20 hours voting to protect the Prime Minister by preventing his national security advisor from providing information to parliamentarians. The Prime Minister is hiding something. Let's not be mistaken. PMO set up and facilitated the briefing whereby the India conspiracy theory was floated out. My question to the Prime Minister is, did he know that Daniel Jean was going to be briefing the media about the Atwell affair?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition has been offered a classified briefing from the non-partisan professional public service. But for reasons known only to him, he refuses to accept that briefing. Mr. Speaker, I ask the opposition leader that he should accept that classified briefing from officials, and then we can talk.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister a question and we would like an answer. Daniel Jean did not decide of his own volition to go out and talk to the media. He was instructed by the Prime Minister's office to go out and float a theory that somehow India was involved in the Atwell affair. So I asked the Prime Minister, was he aware that Daniel Jean, his national security advisor, was going to be giving a briefing to the media about the Atwell affair? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians understand that when it comes to security and intelligence issues, there is from time to time a need to keep classified information classified. However, the Leader of the Official Opposition is a member of the Privy Council and as such could receive classified briefings. We have offered repeatedly to the Leader of the Official Opposition to receive a classified briefing. Instead, the official opposition prefers to play petty politics rather than know the truth.
Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we are asking for the same briefing that the media received. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is somehow suggesting that the media are members of the Privy Council, I suggest he check his notes once again. So, Mr. Speaker, I will go back to my original question and ask for an answer. Was the Prime Minister aware in February the 22nd that his security advisor was going to go out to the press gallery and tell them that India was involved in setting up Jasbel Atwell to be at his event? Yes or no?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians are puzzled to know that the Leader of the Official
Order. 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 We need to hear the questions and the answers. I know members will want to hear both. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Speaker, I think Canadians are wondering why the official opposition leader was offered a classified briefing on classified information, and instead of learning the truth, instead of being willing to learn about what actually happened and what good work our security officials and intelligence officials are doing, he chose to play partisan politics instead. That's what Canadians are wondering.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Prime Minister today is simple. I hope you will answer clearly and honestly for all Canadians who are listening this afternoon. Was the Prime Minister aware that his National Security Advisor, Daniel Jean, was going to provide a briefing to the media during his recent trip to India? Yes or no? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. The Leader of the Official Opposition had an opportunity to attend a classified briefing session provided by non-partisan civil servants. But for reasons only he knows, he continues to refuse to want to know the truth. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition should accept that classified briefing, and then we can continue the conversation. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat my very simple question that has nothing to do with what the Prime Minister has been answering. Was the Prime Minister aware that his National Security Advisor, Daniel Jean, was going to give a briefing in that recent trip to India? Yes or no? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand perfectly well that when it comes to intelligence and security, sometimes there are reasons why information has to remain classified. However, the leader of the opposition was offered a classified briefing session. He refused. They even spent 20-odd hours voting because they preferred to do that rather than to debate other things like firearms. Now, we can understand why the Conservatives want to make our legislation weaker on firearms. We don't. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. The government has been boasting that it is fighting tax evasion, but reality says otherwise. The numbers of the CRA speak for themselves. In 2010-2011, the Criminal Investigation Program opened 167 files. In 2016-2017, only 75 files were opened. We're talking about half the number of files. And yet, we've seen issues like the Panama Papers and Paradise Papers. So while the big fish continue to swim away, only the smaller ones are being caught. When will the Prime Minister repair his net and find the true fraudsters? Mr. Speaker, we have invested approximately $1 billion to fight tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. There have been 1,000 audits abroad and more than 40 criminal investigations that have to do with foreign transactions. We have imposed $44 million in penalties for those who are promoting tax avoidance schemes, and we've announced more than $90 million over 5 years to manage the other cases that were found through our risk assessment system here and abroad. The Honourable Member. Well, the numbers confirm what I was saying. The small fish are the ones being caught, and the big fish are swimming away. Now, it's tax season, and most Canadians are going to be paying their taxes, but others are going to benefit from tax evasion or tax avoidance schemes. Do you think the CRA will be able to deal with this? Contrary to what the Prime Minister is saying, there were billions of dollars invested in the anti-tax avoidance program. But only $15 million have been spent. Those numbers come from the CRA. So people like the KPMG are being allowed to get away, and yet the government is attacking waiters and waitresses' tips. That's unacceptable. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the 2016 and 2017 budgets, we allocated approximately $1 billion to fight tax avoidance and tax evasion. We take this very seriously, and we are going to continue to make sure that everyone pays their fair share. We have worked hard to improve our system in order to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. It's a priority for Canadians, and it's a priority for this government.
Mr. Speaker, the ability of third-party actors to distort the Facebook platform to undermine elections has created an international outcry. But the comfy, cozy relationship between the Liberal Party, Facebook, and the key players in the scandal is disturbingly symbiotic. Kevin Chan from Facebook comes from the Liberal War Room. Christopher Wylie comes from the Liberal War Room. Not to mention the donations from the head of Facebook to the Prime Minister. So to the Prime Minister, how can Canadians trust that he's going to put their interests ahead of the interests of his friends at Facebook and the Liberal War Room?
Here, Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has always been unequivocal that the protection of Canadians' data and personal information is of the utmost importance. Social media platforms have a responsibility to ensure the continued protection of our democratic process. While some platforms have begun to take initial steps to address these issues, it is clear that much more needs to be done. The Privacy Commissioner has already begun an investigation into this matter, and we have faith in the officers of Parliament and their ability to conduct investigations in the best interests of Canadians.
Well, member for Timmins, James Bay.
Really? Well, let's talk about another major Liberal donor and another man from the Liberal War Room. Jeff Sylvester is the owner of AIQ, which has been identified as having played a role in undermining the Brexit vote. In fact, Christopher Wylie, another Liberal, is on record to say that IEQ's work in the UK vote was, quote, totally illegal. So my question is to the Prime Minister. Will he assure the House that his party will not block any efforts to have Jeff Sylvester brought by subpoena if necessary to testify about the role of his company in undermining the Brexit vote?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's democracy is the foundation of the rights and freedoms we cherish, and we take threats to our democracy very seriously. Our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians can continue to trust in our democratic institutions. We continue to closely monitor foreign threats, including those that may affect the 2019 election. At the Minister of Democratic Institutions' request, the Communications Security Establishment released a report last July on cyber threats to Canada's democratic process. The Minister will continue to lead our government's efforts to address threats to Canada's democratic institutions.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, in a weekend interview, the Public Safety Minister said the Public Safety Committee could not call the National Security Advisor because that meeting would contain classified information. Today, the Prime Minister suggests only Privy Councillors can get the same briefing as reporters because of classified information. So is the Prime Minister telling Canadians that the National Security Advisor revealed classified information to journalists?
Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, for the official opposition to fully understand the situation, it is important for those in the opposition who have the necessary security clearance to be privy to certain classified details. That can only be done in the appropriate circumstances where the classified information remains classified. Members of the Privy Council are entitled to that information, and the offer has been made. It's rather odd that the official opposition doesn't seem interested in getting the facts.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, this entire House was seized with this matter last week because the official opposition only wants a briefing from the National Security Advisor of the same level he gave journalists. Now this minister is saying the only kind of briefing we can receive needs to be in confidence because of classified information. If we only want what was given to journalists, Mr. Speaker, is that minister confirming that the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister revealed classified information to journalists?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm confirming no such thing. The fact of the matter is the Prime Minister has made an offer to the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition should accept that offer, and then further things can be discussed.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, let's try another way. Let's play the lie detector game. Jasper Atwell said he was invited by the Liberal government. The member for Surrey Centre says he invited Jasper Atwell. The Prime Minister says that the Atwell affair was a plot on the part of the Indian government to embarrass them. The Indian government says that it was not involved in this. The Minister of Global Affairs says that Jasper's invitation was an honest mistake. Mr. Speaker, someone is not telling all the truth. Who?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat what the Prime Minister said to the opposition a few moments ago. The Leader of the Opposition should accept the offer of a classified briefing from impartial government officials, and then further things can be discussed.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. What is so secret, Mr. Speaker, about what was said to the reporters so that now it has to be said in private to the Leader of the Opposition? It's unacceptable. The family trip of the Prime Minister and his 5 ministers and 19 members of Parliament cost a fortune to taxpayers. Media around the world called this mission a diplomatic disaster. What is the Prime Minister hiding? Why is he preventing Daniel Jean from giving his version to the opposition, Canadians, and all those sitting here in this House?
Minister of Public Safety.
The answer is in plain sight. The Prime Minister has offered the Leader of the official opposition the classified briefing. He should accept that briefing, and then other things can be discussed. But, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the opposition is more interested in being willfully blind.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker,
the official opposition has been asking for the same briefing that was provided to the media on February 22nd. We have not asked for a super-secret briefing that can only be heard by members of the Privy Council. If the National Security Advisor surely did not ensure that the members of the media that he gave the briefing to were sworn in as members of the Privy Council. Right. So when can we get the same briefing that was offered to the media, and when will they stop hiding behind this big leaf of the Privy Council secret briefing?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition needs to be properly informed of all the appropriate classified information. And once he has that knowledge, Mr. Speaker, then other things can be discussed.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we have the Liberals caught with two conflicting stories. Either the National Security Advisor gave an unclassified briefing to the media, or he gave a classified briefing to the media which requires this to remain confidential. Did the National Security Advisor give a classified briefing to those who are not entitled to receive it?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition simply refuses to listen. Mr. Speaker, the offer has been made to provide the Leader of the Opposition with all the details in a classified briefing. Once that has been done, Mr. Speaker, then other things could be discussed. The question is, why does the official opposition decline to be informed? It's as if they want to be willfully blind.
Order. I have to ask the member for Calgary, Signal Hill, and others. They have fabulous voices, but I'd rather hear them when they have the floor, and not when they know them, not to interrupt throughout the answer.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, do you know what the definition is of se faire niaiser, to be given the runaround? Well, according to the Quebec Dictionary, it means creating harm to someone by leading them to believe false information. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister is doing with the Davie Shipyards workers. In January, now, it looks like Quebec is the one who is going to have the 4 icebreakers that the Coast Guard needs. And here we're at the end of March. When are they going to take their fingers out of their noses and act and sign a contract and help the Davie Shipyard workers? The Honourable Member for Public Services. Mr. Speaker, as I have said several times in this House, we are in discussions and negotiations with the Davie Shipyard in terms of the needs for icebreakers for the Coast Guard. We're continuing those negotiations. We're speaking about what we need. We're doing the appropriate checks, and that continues. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have lost the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the icebreaker affair. Yesterday, we learned that negotiations with Davie Shipyards is stagnating and that there's a secret plan to provide Canada with a new icebreaker fleet. We need these contracts, and we need these ships, both for the jobs and to make sure that we have proper icebreaking services in areas like the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. The government has to stop giving the regions the runaround. Can the Minister tell us what the progress has been on these negotiations, and does she commit to making her plan public? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue, as I said, to negotiate with the Davie Shipyards. We are not going to have public negotiations in this House.
Mr. Speaker, the embarrassment of the India trip continues with the Prime Minister's cover-up. The Liberal ministers are now hiding behind false claims of classified national security. As a professional public servant, we know the National Security Advisor would never reveal classified information to the press. Canadians are therefore confused as to why the Prime Minister is preventing the National Security Advisor from testifying to members of this House. So if there really is nothing to hide, will the Prime Minister finally commit to Daniel John's appearance before committee?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We have offered a full classified briefing to the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition has refused. The Leader of the Opposition does not want to know the truth. He wants to continue playing politics so that he can play politics, so that he can delay discussion about an important gun bill that keeps our communities safe. The Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to know the truth. He wants to play politics We're busy protecting Canadians.
Order. Order. Let's remember that each side has their chance to speak, and we wait for our turn to speak. The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Atwal affair still has not been cleared up since this disastrous trip to India. The Prime Minister still refuses to answer our questions. We know that Daniel Jean is a professional civil servant who did not give classified information to the media during the briefing on February 22nd. Therefore, we're asking that he be allowed to answer our questions, something the Prime Minister is refusing to do. Given that no classified information was provided, why is the Prime Minister not even allowing Daniel Jean to appear before the Public Safety Committee and provide the same briefing?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has made a complete offer to the Leader of the Opposition to have the Leader of the Opposition briefed on all the classified details of this matter by the independent and impartial officials of the Government of Canada. The Leader of the Opposition should accept that offer, and then further things can be discussed. But if the Leader of the Opposition won't accept the offer, it's clear he doesn't want to be informed, and he's just playing politics.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine a Canada where better is possible when Liberal MPs and the Prime Minister are engaged in an active cover-up by not allowing Canadians access to the same information given to the media. What is the Prime Minister and every single Liberal sitting in this House trying to cover up? Why are they muzzling a top respected civil servant? Does the Prime Minister actually believe a nonpartisan senior-level public servant would divulge classified information to journalists? And if so, what investigation has he launched into Mr. Daniel Jean?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, one minute the opposition pretends to defend Mr. Jean. The other minute they're attacking Mr. Jean. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, they are playing politics with this issue. If they wanted to get to the bottom of this whole situation, they would accept the offer of a classified briefing so that they can know the facts. If they would rather not know the facts, Mr. Speaker, then they're being willfully blind and they're just trying to play a cheap political trick.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a briefing cannot be both classified and non-classified. I have a very simple question. Was the information given to the media by Mr. Jean classified or not, like the Minister of Public Safety just said?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker.
The offer has been made. It's up to the Leader of the Opposition to either accept the offer of a classified briefing and receive all of the necessary information so that he can be informed, or, I suppose, he can reject that offer. If he rejects the offer, Mr. Speaker, clearly he prefers to be willfully blind and he prefers to play politics with the situation rather than getting the facts.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals unveiled their national housing strategy, the Prime Minister very clearly stated housing rights are human rights, just days after they voted down our bill on the right to housing. Now they talk about a rights-based approach to housing, but even the UN Special Rapporteur on Housing has concerns that the government will not recognize that housing is a human right unto itself. When will the government stop using the right to housing as a slogan and an empty slogan and actually recognize this fundamental human right in law?
The Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for the question. On November 22nd, we announced the first ever national housing strategy. On November 22nd, we also announced the largest investment in the history of this government, of this nation, in housing. On November 22nd, we also announced that these investments would reduce homelessness and take 500,000 Canadians out of housing that is either unaffordable or inadequate, and that will be based on the right to housing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what they would have us believe, the Liberals never planned to recognize the right to housing. Surprised, the government has launched another round of consultations crafted to convey that their so-called approach to the right to housing is based on a lot of things except for implementing the right to housing. If the government truly believes housing is a right, will they at least have the courage to include it in our human rights legislation? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will answer this question entirely in French, but I'd like to quote from Ms. Ferrani, who, when the National Housing Strategy was announced in October, said this.
Acknowledgement that housing is a human right and its intention to recognize through a rights-based housing strategy as well as in legislation. Mr. Speaker, this was a historic moment. We're going to build history in the next 10 years while taking hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of housing need.
Honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie, I've heard from many constituents who have been personally impacted by the opioid crisis. A crisis which has been taking too many lives across this great nation. Our government has taken bold action on the crisis through legislation, investments, and numerous other measures. Could the Minister of Health please update this House as to what our government is doing to address this national crisis that's destroying many lives in this country? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sault Ste. Marie for his important question and his hard work in his community. We are in a national public health crisis when it comes to the opioid situations, and I'm proud to see that our government is building on past investments. In Budget 2018, we invested $231 million to help support additional measures to face this epidemic. While I'm disheartened that the Conservative Party voted against measures last week with respect to reducing stigma and to provide support to those in need, I had the pleasure this morning of announcing that we have made it easier for patients to access opioid substitute therapy. I will continue to work hard to turn the tide on this national health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister was a theatre teacher, I was a journalist. And we all know that when you can speak publicly about things and not. When he went to India, Daniel Jean briefed journalists and talked about a conspiracy. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister refusing to give all Canadians access to the information that journalists were given?
Mr. Speaker, the offer has been made to the Leader of the Official Opposition to be fully briefed about all of the classified details of this situation. He should accept that offer so that he can be fully and completely informed. If he accepts the offer, Mr. Speaker, which I hope he will do, then other things can be discussed.
The member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the minister's an honourable man. He's been in business for 35 years. He knows full well they're in trouble. Daniel Jean, the senior official, gave information to journalists which was published subsequently. All we want is for all Canadians to have access to that information. It's simple, it's clear. Why is the Minister and the Prime Minister refusing to give all Canadians the information that journalists got?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman says that the journalists have published all the information, and that's correct. The fact of the matter is, the Prime Minister has offered to the Leader of the Opposition complete details on this situation, the classified information, so that the Leader of the Opposition can be fully informed of all of the relevant facts and circumstances. Now, Mr. Speaker, why would a person interested in discovering the truth and the whole story turn down the information?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Did the National Security Advisor provide classified information to journalists?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the information that the opposition is craving is the information that the Prime Minister has offered to the Leader of the Opposition. He has offered him a full classified briefing so that he can know all of the facts. He should accept that offer, Mr. Speaker. If he turns it down, if he declines to have all the facts, one can only conclude that he prefers to be legally, willfully blind to the circumstances and play politics with the situation.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Did the National Security Advisor give classified information to journalists?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, the opposition is clearly determined to play politics with the situation, and they would rather not be informed of the facts in order that they can be willfully blind. Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable. They need to accept the offer that was made by the Prime Minister, receive the information in an appropriate way, and then further things can be discussed.
Honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last October I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs if she would stand up for the BC and Canadian wine industry in the face of U.S. demands for greater market access under NAFTA. Our wine industry creates over 37,000 jobs across Canada and is our highest value-added agricultural product. But over the last 20 years, the market share of Canadian wine has almost halved, while the U.S. share has more than doubled. Will the Prime Minister state in this House that he will not trade away the thousands of jobs in our wine industry at the 11th hour of NAFTA talks?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Speaker, the U.S. also has measures in place to promote and protect their own wine industry, including limited points of sale. American wine already does very well in Canada, and the U.S. is our largest supplier. The minister has discussed this with Premier Horgan, and we will continue to work closely with the provinces and territories on this issue. The priority of this government is to look out for the interests of Canadians, including job creation and trade opportunities in various and all sectors. So we're always going to stand up for the Canadian industry and defend our wine producers and workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Earlier this month, the Liberal member from Hamilton East Stony Creek and co-chair of the Steel Caucus said on national television that the American threats on Canadian steel and aluminum were a ploy and that everybody knows it's a joke. Mr. Speaker, the potential impacts are far too serious for us to dismiss them as a joke. Last week, I requested an emergency debate on tariff threats from the Trump administration. With a May 1st deadline now looming, when exactly will this government act to protect these Canadian industries and the workers whose jobs depend on them?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has worked hard to secure an exemption for Canada from tariffs on both aluminum and steel. And we're going to continue this good work until the prospect of these duties is fully and finally lifted. Our priority is to get the best deal for Canadians, workers, and their families. And as the Prime Minister said to the steel and aluminum workers a couple of weeks ago, we had your backs then and we always will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very simple and straightforward question. Did the National Security Officer give classified information to the media, yes or no?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition is clearly playing political games with a very serious situation. The fact of the matter is, last Friday, they threw away an entire question period. They filibustered in unnecessary votes for hours on end. They have twice canceled debate on the firearms legislation that's designed to make Canadians safer in their communities. Mr. Speaker, this government is this opposition is not at all interested in the public interest of Canada. They're interested in silly political games that simply don't stand the test.
A member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, we have a question. Did the National Security Advisor provide classified information to the media, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me return the favor. Will the Leader of the Opposition accept an offer for a full classified briefing on all the facts of the situation so he can be informed? Or does the Leader of the Opposition prefer to be willfully blind and play politics?
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Doesn't the honourable colleague know that it's not polite to point Mr. Speaker, can the minister answer this question? Yes or no? Did the National Security Advisor provide the media with classified information?
The Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, it is abundantly clear that the opposition is not interested in real information. It's not interested in facts and figures. It wants to obfuscate and play games with a very serious situation. The fact of the matter, the offer has been made. They should accept that offer, become informed, and if they decline to be informed, Mr. Speaker, clearly they're trying to be willfully blind and just play a political game.
Honorable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, as of April 1st, the Canadian Agricultural Partnership will provide financial support over 5 years to the agriculture and agri-food sector for strategic initiatives and business risk management. This agreement will no doubt serve as a catalyst for growth. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister tell us how this partnership will benefit farmers and businesses in my riding of Shefford and all of Quebec? The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Shefford for his excellent work on the Agriculture Committee. Last week, I was proud to announce with Minister Lessard in Quebec $293 million for cost-shared strategic initiatives in Quebec as part of the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. This will help keep Quebec farmers strong and innovative and be targeted to best meet the needs of Quebec producers. Our government will continue to stand up for Quebec farmers and help create growth and opportunities for this sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be asking a question, and I'm looking for an answer, not another question. Did the National Security Advisor give classified information to journalists? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, will the Leader of the Opposition accept a full classified briefing so he can be informed, or does he just want to continue a silly political charade?
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, once again, this government is neglecting farmers and agri-food processors, this time around updating the Canadian organic standards. By making the industry foot the bill for consultations on this update, this government is jeopardizing the viability of the organic food industry, which is very much made up of very young starter companies. When will the government take responsibility and provide sustainable ongoing funding for each step of this review, current and future updates, as is the case in the U.S. and Europe? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our budget builds on the previous budget and identifies agriculture as a key industry to Canada. We've invested in protein superclusters, in science and innovation, $175 million to promote trade and to update the organic standards and their funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, innovation changes our ways of living and working and leads to new opportunities and new challenges for Canada and its G7 partners. This week in my riding of Saint Laurent in Montreal, Canada is hosting G7 Labour Ministers as this year's G7 meetings get underway.
Where innovative countries are leading the way and job growth is dependent on our ability to adapt, can the Parliamentary Secretary update this House on what he hopes to get out of these G7 meetings?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint Laurent for her question and for hosting the important G7 ministerial meetings in Montreal. Mr. Speaker, globally, we've entered an innovation race, and to ensure our success, we must invest in new industries and in our people. That's why we're making smart investments in skills training and post-secondary education, creating nearly 60,000 paid internships and teaching digital literacy to young Canadians. We also know that we cannot afford to leave half of our population behind. That's why we're addressing pay equity, women's entrepreneurship, and we are committed to getting more women in STEM.
The Honourable Member for Lévis, Verchères, Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the talks are slow, going nowhere, and tedious. There's no agreement on price nor timelines. What a mess. And yet the Prime Minister himself promised on January 14th, he promised 4 new icebreakers for Davie Shipyard. Whether it's for the aluminum smelter in Saguenay, the Port of Montreal, ferries in Quebec City, we need new, modern, high-performance icebreakers. What's keeping the Prime Minister from delivering on his promise to put shipyard workers back to work? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we identified the needs of the Coast Guard for icebreakers. We're continuing our discussions and negotiations with Davie Shipyard to meet those needs. The discussions are ongoing. We're doing our due diligence. We have nothing new to announce right now, but we're continuing the discussions. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the democratically elected President of Catalonia, who was impeached by Spain and then re-elected by the people, Carles Puigdemont, was arrested in Spain. There was a popular uprising, which Spain met with violent crackdowns. Canada is condoning those crackdowns with its deafening silence. He was arrested for democratically offering his people the right to decide their own political future. Will Canada stand up and condemn this full frontal attack on democracy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are following the situation closely and advocate a peaceful solution. We hope that this will be done in keeping with the laws and constitution of Spain. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the former president of the state of Catalonia, Carles Puigdemont, was arrested by German authorities. 5 other Catalan politicians were also thrown in jail in Spain in order to prevent Catalonia from naming a successor. Is Canada going to call on Germany and Spain to free these political prisoners and condemn this attack on democracy? Because, Mr. Speaker, it's up to the 7.5 million Catalonians to decide their own future, not a handful of despots. Democracy means freedom. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, we are following the situation closely. We hope that a peaceful solution can be found in keeping with the laws and Constitution of Spain.
The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga, rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, since the government has undertaken a new series of consultations on approach where housing will be based on human rights, I rise on this point of order to seek unanimous consent to table in both official languages the brief that I submitted as part of the consultations on the National Housing Strategy, which reflects the willingness of groups by calling for the adoption of an approach based on human rights, by acknowledging the universal right to housing, by integrating this principle into our human rights legislation, and by taking steps to eliminate the obstacles to fully implement this right. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to table the motion? There is no unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you may have noticed in question period occasionally I attempt to gesture to you. It's because, and I want to explain, this standing orders make it clear that we're not supposed to heckle in this place, and it would be a fool's mission to try to get the volume down all the time. But I do not recall the disrespect towards the Prime Minister in the front benches in the 41st Parliament that I'm seeing in the 42nd Parliament. And when I cannot hear the Prime Minister's answers, even with my earpiece in, I would ask the honourable members on the opposition benches to at least show the courtesy of not heckling so loudly that other members can't hear the answers.
Order. 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 I thank the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her intervention. I regret that some members felt necessary to make the point that she was making by heckling while she was making her intervention, which is regrettable. Honorable député de Père Boucher-Lapetre.
The honourable member for on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the Government of Canada step in and take action with the Government of Germany and Spain to deal with Puigdemont, Mr. Hovera, Carl Forcadell, Dolores Bassa, and Joseph Riel. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 14 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
We'll wait a moment before we have the interventions from the Right Honourable Prime Minister and other members. Made earlier this day, I now invite honourable members to rise while our distinguished guests enter the chamber and take their seats. Read those on?
Yes.
Okay. Our guests from the Chilcotin First Nation are Chief Joe Alphonse, Chief Russell Myers-Ross, Chief Francis Lassis, Chief Roy Stump, Chief Otis Guichon Sr., Chief Jimmy Lula, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we come together in the presence of the Chilcotin Chiefs to fully acknowledge the actions of past governments committed against the Chilcotin people and to express the Government of Canada's profound regret for those actions.
Together, in the presence of the Chilcotin Chiefs, to fully acknowledge the actions of past governments committed against the Chilcotin people and to express the Government of Canada's profound regret for those actions. We also come together out of recognition and respect for the Chilcotin Nation, a vital partner in Canada's ongoing nation-to-nation effort towards reconciliation. Today, we honour and recognize 6 Chilcotin chiefs, men who were treated and tried as criminals in an era where both the colonial government and the legal process did not respect the inherent rights of the Chilcotin people and the Chilcotin Nation. As the government and the people of Canada continue to come to terms with our colonial past, it is essential that we recognize and support the implementation of the rights of the Chilcotin and all Indigenous peoples enshrined in our Constitution. The recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights can wait no longer. And neither should the Chilcotin people continue to wait for an apology that is long, long overdue. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Long before the arrival of Europeans, the Chilcotin people cared for and protected their homelands. In the spring of 1864, the Chilcotin chiefs led a war party in defense of those homelands.
Of Europeans, the Chilcotin people cared for and protected their homelands. In the spring of 1864, the Chilcotin chiefs led a war party in defense of those homelands. The chiefs were attempting to repel a colonial road crew that wanted to build a road through Chilcotin territory without any legal agreement with the Chilcotin nation. The rights of the Chilcotin people to their land and their right to maintain and uphold their cultural and legal traditions were not considered by the colonial government of the day. As settlers came to the land in the rush for gold, no consideration was given to the needs of the Chilcotin people who were there first. No agreement was made to access their land. No consent was sought. At the same time, along with settlement came smallpox, which devastated Indigenous communities across the continent, including the Chilcotin. Some reliable historical accounts indicate that the Chilcotin had been threatened with the spread of disease by one of the road workers. And so, faced with these threats, the Chilcotin people took action to defend their territory. After convening a council to declare war, they attacked the road crew near Butte Inlet and removed all settlers from their lands before taking refuge in their territory beyond the reach of the colonial militia. Peu de temps après,
not long after, one of the leaders of the colonial militia, Gold Commissioner William Cox, sent the Chilcotin chiefs a sacred gift of tobacco and, with it, an invitation to discuss terms of peace. Head War Chief Clatosin and his men accepted this truce.
Not long after, one of the leaders of the colonial militia, Gold Commissioner William Cox, sent the Chilcotin chiefs a sacred gift of tobacco, and with it, an invitation to discuss terms of peace. Head War Chief Clatosin and his men accepted this truth. As a show of goodwill, they rode into the camp to negotiate peace. Instead of being welcomed as leaders and respected warriors, they were arrested, imprisoned, convicted, and killed. On October 26, 1864, 5 Chilcotin chiefs were hanged for murder. Head War Chief Clatosin, Chief Biyil, Chief Telad, Chief Takot, and Chief Jesus. They are buried in Quesnel, BC. Later, Chief Aoun was also hanged. He is buried in New Westminster, BC. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, today our government acknowledges what the colonial government of the day was unwilling to accept, that these 6 chiefs were leaders and warriors of the Chilcotin nation, and that the Chilcotin people they led maintained rights to the land that had never been ceded.
and acknowledges that the colonial government of the day was unwilling to accept that these 6 chiefs were leaders and warriors of the Chilcotin nation, and that the Chilcotin people they led maintained rights to land that had never been ceded. Even though the colonial government did not recognize these rights, the chiefs acted in accordance with their own laws to defend their territory, their people, and their way of life. They acted as leaders of a proud and independent nation facing a threat from another nation. When they came to meet with colonial officials, they did so on a diplomatic mission, expecting to be treated with dignity and honor. Their capture and arrest by the colonial government demonstrated a profound lack of respect for the Chilcotin people, as did the refusal to recognize Chilcotin as a nation. Those are mistakes that our government is determined to set right. Leur capture et leur arrestation par le gouvernement colonial manquaient profondément.
Their capture by the government showed a lack of respect for the Chilcotin and their refusal to recognize the Chilcotin as a nation. Those are mistakes that our government is determined to set right.
The treatment of the Chilcotin chiefs represented a betrayal of trust, an injustice that has been carried by the Chilcotin people for more than 150 years, even as they have continued to fight for and achieve recognition as the owners and caretakers of their land. Mr. Speaker, today the Chilcotin people, including the descendants of those 6 chiefs, continue to live on and care for Chilcotin lands. They have never stopped fighting to preserve their territory and their culture, right up to the historic Supreme Court of Canada decision of June 26, 2014, which recognized Aboriginal title for the Chilcotin Nation. The Chilcotin people and their leaders continue to show the same commitment to their land and to their nation that their chiefs did in 1864, pursuing government-to-government discussions with the Government of British Columbia and the Government of Canada, with the goal of reconciliation and recognition as a self-determining First Nation. In February 2016, the Chilcotin Nation and British Columbia signed the Nenke Deni Accord, a significant step towards this goal. Less than a year later, in January 2017, we signed a letter of understanding between the Government of Canada and the Chilcotin Nation, marking another step towards reconciliation and recognition of our new nation-to-nation relationship. Mr. Speaker, we know that the exoneration and the apology we are making today on behalf of Canada cannot, by itself, repair the damage that has been done. But it is my sincere hope that these words will allow for greater healing as Canada and the Chilcotin Nation continue on the shared journey towards reconciliation. At the same time, we would do well to acknowledge that for the Chilcotin people, the events of 1864 and 1865 are not confined to history. As a people, in particular the mothers that have passed this history down through generations, the Chilcotin have carried these events with them for more than a century and a half. The actions of the government of the day have had a deep and lasting impact on the relationship between the Chilcotin Nation and Canada. Think of all we might have gained, Mr. Speaker, if proper relations between our nations had been established and maintained. Think of what it might have meant for the Chilcotin people to have true self-determination over their own future. Think of the economic opportunities that might have been realized. Think of what Canada would have gained had we been open those many years ago to learning about the rich culture and traditions of the Chilcotin people and finding for it a lasting place within the fabric of Canada. For the loss of that time and opportunity, we are truly sorry. Dans la mesure où nous en avons le pouvoir,
As much as it is within our power to do so, we must right the wrongs of the past. And so, as an important symbol of our commitment to reconciliation, we confirm without reservation that Chief Klatosin, Chief Biliel, Chief Telad, Chief Takut, Chief Jesus, and Chief Aoun are exonerated of any crime or wrongdoing.
Within our power to do so, we must right the wrongs of the past. And so, as an important symbol of our commitment to reconciliation, we confirm without reservation that Chief Klatosin, Chief Biyil, Chief Telad, Chief Takut, Chief Jesus, and Chief Aoun are fully exonerated of any crime or wrongdoing. In the words of Chief Klatosin, they meant war, not murder. We recognize that these 6 chiefs were leaders of a nation, that they acted in accordance with their laws and traditions, and that they are well regarded as heroes of their people. I very much look forward to visiting the declared Aboriginal title lands of the Chilcotin Nation this summer at the invitation of the Chilcotin leadership to deliver the statement of exoneration directly to the Chilcotin people who have fought so long and so hard to have the commitment and sacrifice of their war chiefs recognized. Je suis impatient de visiter le territoire.
I very much look forward to visiting the declared Aboriginal title lands of the Chilcotin Nation this summer at the invitation of Chilcotin leadership to deliver this statement of exoneration directly to the Chilcotin people who have fought so long and so hard to have the commitment and sacrifice of their war chiefs recognized.
And apologizing for past mistakes is an important part of renewing the relationship between Canada and the Chilcotin Nation. But more hard work lies ahead. To continue to work together in positive ways that affirm the government's respect and recognition of the rights of the Chilcotin people. To build a partnership that will support the Chilcotin people as they continue to preserve and strengthen their culture and traditions and govern and care for a territory as a flourishing nation. To embrace the Chilcotin Nation and its rich contributions to the country that we all call home. To live up to the spirit of cooperation between our peoples, which has always been the unique strength and promise of Canada from its earliest days. As we honor the courage and sacrifice shown by the Chilcotin chiefs 154 years ago, we fulfill that strength and that promise. And we do it as we always should have, in partnership, with respect, together. Thank you. Sechan Alia.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of Canada's Conservatives to mark a somber milestone in the history of British Columbia and that of Canada. We hope that today's apology and exoneration will address some of the pain that still exists within the hearts of the Chilcotin people. Here in 2018, we may ask ourselves what an apology can achieve. Moments such as this cannot change behavior from another era or fix the past. We can, however, recognize the clear, lasting, and profound impact that former actions have had and the scars that have not been healed. We join in apology and recognition today to acknowledge how our shared history can create understanding in the present and cooperation in the future. More than 150 years ago, before Confederation, and at a time when Canada was a land equally steeped in opportunity and in conflict, the Chilcotin people found themselves face to face with newcomers to their homelands. As has happened so often throughout history, collisions between Indigenous people and new settlers lead to misunderstanding, fear, and violence. The Chilcotin, facing a new presence on their homeland that was accompanied neither by meaningful outreach nor diplomacy, did as many of us would have done. They sought to protect their communities. Open war was declared, and the pivotal moment in the conflict saw a confrontation between the Chilcotin and a group of workers near Butte Inlet. The Chilcotin began a campaign to remove settlers from their lands that had been arbitrarily declared open and free for access by arriving European people. As the war dragged on, an agreement was struck between the Chilcotin and colonial representatives to meet to discuss diplomatic terms. In a clear act of betrayal, the Chilcotin leaders who had arrived unarmed to the meeting were arrested and taken into custody. They were tried for murder. On October 26, 5 of the Chilcotin chiefs were hanged and a 6th in the following year. Chief Clatasine, Chief Telad, Chief Biel, Chief Chasis, Chief Tackett, and Chief Un. The purpose of today's ceremony is to mark the exoneration of the Chilcotin chiefs. Neither criminals nor aggressors, they may be regarded by all as having done what many of us would have done, considered normal and just, defended their lands, their communities, and their families, defended their way of life. Mr. Speaker, Canadian governments of all kinds can demonstrate a record of continued progress in relationships between Indigenous people and Canada. And certainly we were proud of some of the strides that we made as the last government in terms of our relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Those strides often came with a sorrowful and respectful recognition of wrongdoing on the part of Canada and our forebears. And none, of course, better exemplifies this commitment than the apology to the former students of the residential school, the historic creation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the apology for relocation of Inuit families to the High Arctic, and the honoring of Métis veterans at Juno Beach, among other milestones. But the work clearly has not ended, and it must continue. It is appropriate that we work today towards a better understanding between the Chilcotin nations and Canada. The Chilcotin people of today contribute to the shared prosperity of beautiful British Columbia, a place so many of us are proud to call home. Their historic suffering has been recognized and remembered by successful provincial governments. As the words inscribed on what is today the site of the execution of the former Chilcotin chiefs tells us, we must honor those who lost their lives in defense of the territory and the traditional way of life. We recognize the inconsolable grief that has echoed through their nation and reverberates even today. The Supreme Court of Canada's decision of 2014 recognized Aboriginal title for the Chilcotin Nation, an important moment for their nation, but one that also recognized them as a centuries-long stewards of their beautiful lands. I personally have enjoyed firsthand the majesty of the territory, mountains, rivers, and valleys, the abundant wildlife, and of course the unique and fascinating wild horses. As the wildfires ravaged through last summer, we can understand what a significant impact it was to your people. Another loss to overcome. Conservatives also hope that today's apology is an important step for an improved relationship so that all residents of the Chilcotin can live side by side in harmony and enjoy mutual prosperity. We thank and honor the presence of the Tsilhqot'in Nation here in the House of Commons today. This is a place where we can help define Canada for this generation and the next. We hope that today and in the future, it can also be a place that the Tsilhqot'in, too, can regard as a place of progress, reconciliation, and cooperation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, Les Basques.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats welcome and support today's apology and exoneration. We join the government in acknowledging the harm done to the Tsilhqot'in people prior, during, and since the Chilcotin War of 1864 and 1865. In particular, we want to express our support for the exoneration of the 6 Tsilhqot'in chiefs who were deceived with the false promise of a truce, only to be wrongfully arrested, tried, and hanged as criminals. Chief Joel Font said, speaking of today's exoneration, if you come into Tsilhqot'in territory, you had to have Tsilhqot'in permission. And when the Waddington Road building crew came in, they didn't get that permission. And when they took our women, abused our women, we declared war on them. The Tsilhqot'in people took justified action to defend their territory, and they were met not only with violent escalation, but with dishonor. This was a critical event in the Chilcotin War and a blight in the history of British Columbia. But more than that, the violation of the Tsilhqot'in people and land is part of Canada's legacy of anti-Indigenous colonial violence that still continues today.
Well, before the arrival of the Europeans, the Tsilhqot'in Nation lived deep in the heart of the mountains and on the rivers of the Canadian West, in the heart of what is today British Columbia. Well before colonization, these communities shared a common history and a common culture in taking care of their lands. And like elsewhere in Canada, colonization trampled on the lands of the Tsilhqot'in Nation. This was stolen land, no negotiations, no diplomacy. Like elsewhere in Canada, smallpox raged. It struck Aboriginal peoples who weren't immunized against the diseases brought here by the Europeans. And historical accounts lead us to believe that this was intentional. And like elsewhere in Canada, women were abused. The Tsilhqot'in had to act to defend their people, to defend their land. 154 years ago, the Chilcotin War was declared. In the spring of 1864, a road-building crew was attacked. The settlers had come illegally into Tsilhqot'in territory with the approval of the colonial government at the time, and they were driven out. Over the summer, chiefs were invited to negotiate peace, but they were betrayed. It was only shackles and prison bars that awaited them. Their fate was sealed. They were hanged for murder. 6 Tsilhqot'in Nation chiefs were hanged.
Ago, the government of British Columbia fully exonerated the Tsilhqot'in chiefs for actions taken in defense of their laws and territories in 1864. On behalf of New Democrats, I echo the BC government's words when I say that these chiefs were not criminals. These chiefs were not outlaws. These chiefs were proud leaders engaged in the defense of their lands and of their peoples. On this day of apology and exoneration, we also want to honor the many Tsilhqot'in historians, activists, advocates, and knowledge keepers who have continued in the face of overwhelming odds to honor the past and fight for a more just future. This day is a small vindication of your struggles. May it be the first of many more to come. It must be said that this apology and this exoneration are long overdue. But as was noted in the letter of understanding between the Tsilhqot'in Nation and Canada, we recognize that reconciliation begins with truth-telling and healing. So let us continue telling the truth here today. We believe, Mr. Speaker, in justice for Indigenous peoples. We believe in reconciliation. We believe it is time to act, because Indigenous communities cannot wait another 150 years for hope. Because even these lands on which we stand today, these lands on which I rise in this hallowed chamber, these are the unceded lands of the Algonquin people. Mr. Speaker, unless we continue to tell these hard truths and truly addresses the violence of Canada's ongoing colonial history, we will never be able to heal the trauma left in its wake. And reconciliation will be nothing more than a cruel deception like the one that stole the life of 6 Tsilhqot'in chiefs 150 years ago.
Mr. Speaker, it is time to put reconciliation into practice. The First Nations of this country suffered 150 years of colonialism. The 150 next years should be made up of reconciliation, respect for the earth, respect for cultures, from nation to nation. The Tsilhqot'in Nation and the Aboriginal peoples of this country have human rights, and it is time they were respected. We cannot continue to ignore the voices of all those who walked this land before us.
And fishing rights on the Nuu-chah-nulth territory on the west coast of British Columbia is wrong. Fighting survivors of residential schools like the one from St. Anne's is wrong. Leaving 81 First Nation communities on long-term boiled water advisories is wrong. Failing to appropriately address the housing crisis gripping First Nations communities from coast to coast to coast is wrong. Failing to reform a justice system that disproportionately incarcerates Indigenous people and exonerates their killers is wrong. A society that turns a blind eye to Indigenous women being murdered and going missing at an alarming and disproportionate rate is wrong. Real change can't be all talk. La Déclaration des droits des peuples.
Mr. Speaker, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples must become law here. And once again, I want to pay tribute to the work of my colleague from Abitibi-Baie James Nunavuk AU, who's been leading the way to have Aboriginal languages recognized here in this House. This is a key part of reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, as these words are being read today, many colleagues in this House are probably learning about the existence of the Tsilhqot'in Nation and the 1864-65 events. That's the case with me. It was only in preparing this speech that I learned about the Chilcotin War and the hanging of 6 Tsilhqot'in chiefs. And my ignorance is not unique in Canada. We know too little about all those who preceded us. We know too little about those who protected this land that today we are sharing. We have a duty to remember. We have a duty to be curious. We have a duty to learn. We have a duty to hand down the history of the First Nations, Métis and Inuit. But in order to do that, we need to take the time. We need to mark a moment on our calendar. We have to spend time to better know and understand each other. And that is why we support the bill of the member for Dinitay-Missinippi-Churchill River to make a statutory holiday in Canada, National Aboriginal Peoples Day.
Reconciliation Commission, a National Indigenous Peoples Day, would be an opportunity to honor the many contributions Indigenous peoples have made to this land and reflect on the many challenges they still face today. The statutory holiday would offer a public opportunity to better understand and ensure Canadians recognize our common history and the legacy of the treaty relationship, which remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. This day would allow us to take stock of our dark history, like the hanging of 6 chiefs from the Tsilhqot'in Nation. Mr. Speaker, today's apology of the Government of Canada and the exoneration of the Tsilhqot'in chiefs are welcomed. It's a step in the right direction, and it will hopefully provide some closure, comfort, and peace to the Tsilhqot'in Nation. But the legacy of today's apology will be in the concrete actions this government and the ones after it take to build the true nation-to-nation relationship with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. We cannot continue along the same path we have so unjustly walked for centuries. To the members of the Tsilhqot'in Nation and other Indigenous representatives in the House today, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your strength in the face of colonialism. I want to thank you for your determination to see justice done. I want to thank you for your courage in the face of horrendous acts of violence, ignorance, and denial. Thank you for your patience with our young country as we strive to be better. During my preparation for his speech, Chief Roger William explained that the Tsilhqot'in don't apologize the same way the English or French do. To apologize, the person must admit that they did wrong. We know we have much to do so that we can all stand on equal footing. But today, I look up to all of you and say to Tsilhqot'in, Shla Guzu Hacha. We did wrong, and we will do better. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mirabel would like unanimous consent from the House to say a speech. Does he have the consent? Yes, the honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise and speak on behalf of my colleagues in the Quebec Parliamentary Group. The exoneration of the Tsilhqot'in chiefs is a very important symbol. The events of 1864 paint a revealing picture of colonialism at the height of its greed, with the gold rush as a backdrop. I will not speak in detail about these events, but I would like to emphasize how little understanding there was at the heart of this crisis. When the workers building a road in the heart of Tsilhqot'in territory were killed in 1864, colonial forces set out in search of who they perceived as being murderers. That was a fundamental moment. When the decision was made to send the militia to avenge these workers, the authorities had no idea of what had happened. Correspondence at the time shows the total lack of understanding at the time. There was no mention of the fact that these builders had never asked for permission from the Tsilhqot'in Nation to build a road in their territory. It did not mention that they had paid a high price for their contact with the whites and that they had lost half their population to smallpox. It was only when these Tsilhqot'in chiefs were condemned to death and trapped in these false peace negotiations that some of the details were learned for the first time. I'd like to be able to say that this was just another time where communication was impossible in such a vast territory and an unknown territory between speakers of different languages. But still today in this House, we're talking about nation-to-nation relations as if it were some avant-garde concept.
Establishing respectful and egalitarian relationships with those with whom we share the territory. This is nothing new, nor is it visionary nor bold. It's just common sense. It's basic respect, and it's on the basis of that respect that all relationships have to be built. Let's keep this simple fact in mind as we move forward. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, allow me to salute the representatives of the Tsilhqot'in Nation here today. Hopefully tragedies like this will be something of the past and will help us build a better future for Indigenous communities in Quebec and Canada. Thank you.
The
honourable member for Manicouagan, does she have the unanimous consent of the House to make a speech? Okay, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to speak to respond to the Prime Minister's statement. Today is a great day for the Tsilhqot'in Nation with the exoneration of these war chiefs by the federal government 150 years after the fact. On behalf of the Bloc, I'd like to salute this decision of the government and the cooperation of chiefs, the Minister responsible for Crown Indigenous Relations, and all parties present in the House. This is a gathering in a symbolic place, and it shows everyone's willingness to make up for the mistakes of the past. What importance should be attached to what we're doing today? The Bloc Québécois hopes that relations with Indigenous peoples will be respectful. We hope that reparations like the exoneration of the 6 Tsilhqot'in chiefs who were tricked and arrested and convicted and hanged, we hope that this measure, this exoneration, is a step in the right direction. Other things need to be done about many other situations. I'm thinking of Mr. Himasqua, also called Big Bear, and members of his band who were convicted for treason in 1885. I'm thinking of Pichikawatapawin, who was also called Poundmaker, who was also convicted in the same era on the same type of charges. I'm thinking of Louis Rial, who was hanged on November 6, 1885 for high treason. This was a dark day in Canada's history and left a scar in our collective consciousness and in that of the Métis people, as well as the Quebec nation. The people I've mentioned fought for their nation, and we hope that the government will move towards reconciliation by exonerating them. These are heroes like Jeff Kalatzin, Beil, Tilaged, Takut, and Jesus, as well as Chief Ahan. Let us remember their names not as criminals, but as heroes. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, Canada has a lot of work to do away with its colonialist past. The First Nations of Quebec and Canada can count on the Bloc Québécois to listen to their concerns and support them, because we want to be a positive agent for change when it comes to our relations with Indigenous people. We want to put an end to colonialism. We want to repair the damage, and we want to be allies and friends. Thank you.
Does the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands also have the unanimous consent of the House to present her comments? Agreed. Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed an enormous honor to stand here today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin peoples, to whom we say miigwech, for our ability and their generosity that across this country Indigenous peoples have allowed us settler culture people to share territory. We have not done it historically in ways that make us proud. It brings us here today. In the tradition and the language of the Indigenous peoples, whose great honor it is for me to stand here as the Member of Parliament for Saanich Gulf Islands, it is, of course, the Wasanich Nation. So in Senchothan, I raise my hands to you, chiefs of the Tsilhqot'in who are here today, and say, Haishka Siam. We hold you in honor and respect and are deeply honored by your presence in this chamber today. And in your own language, Hunat-a. It's a great honor and privilege to participate in being able to say that after all these years, more than 150 years of injustice towards 6 individual chiefs who stood on behalf of their nations against aggression in the way that national leaders do, they are now exonerated of the wrongful charges and the, of course, horrific murder of 6 Tsilhqot'in chiefs in that time of the 1864 Tsilhqot'in War. I appreciate that the Prime Minister referenced the most recent history and the landmark case of the Supreme Court of Canada in 2014. And I know that Chief Joe Alphonse fought so hard on that one. That was a long, long battle to have the land rights of the Tsilhqot'in recognized in the Supreme Court of Canada. The affront that caused that Supreme Court decision goes all the way back to 1983, 31 years before the Supreme Court decision, the unanimous decision written by former Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin. But the affront to territory, to land rights, was in granting logging permits to Carrier Lumber with no consideration that this was territory on which Carrier Lumber and the British Columbia government had no right to log. 31 years of patience. finally resulting in a unanimous Supreme Court of Canada verdict that said so clearly, quote, title is title is title, unquote. And we are now in a period of trying to right the wrongs. Certainly the 1864 Tsilhqot'in War is one that was replete with wrongs. The actions of the chiefs at the time were prompted by not just the presence of a road crew, but the actions of that road crew in abuse and sexual violence against Indigenous young women of the Tsilhqot'in Nation, of their abuse of their own workers when they had Indigenous workers on their work crew. They were poorly treated and not paid. And ultimately, as is reported in history, the threat that when 4 bags of flour were stolen, the retaliation from the road crew would be to distribute smallpox-infected blankets to cause biological warfare against the Tsilhqot'in Nation. We know now, as others have said, how exactly wrong that period in our history was, how long it is in coming the full legal exoneration of the Tsilhqot'in leadership of that period, and of course an apology from the Government of Canada, for which I thank the Prime Minister from the bottom of my heart. This is long overdue, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this is an important day. And it is also, I think, important that all parties agreed to the unusual ability of us to have on the floor of our chamber the current Tsilhqot'in leadership. This is very important. But I'll turn back to the words of Chief Lotsa Sin of saying, quote, we meant war, not murder. And we can say back to him now through the veils of history and time, perhaps reaching him somewhere, that in this settler culture Canada, in this, I hope, post-colonial era, when you say we meant war, not murder, we say now we mean reconciliation. We mean peace. We mean respect. We mean, at long last, the nation-to-nation relationship based on mutual respect and stewardship of our land with the leadership of Indigenous peoples. Again, I say, Haishka Siam, thank you, Miigwech, Kulnats Ah. Thank you.
I thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques, Honourable Député de Mirabel, Honourable Député de Manicouagan, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, all for their eloquent words today. Pursuant to order made earlier today, I now invite Payal Lassis of the Tsilhqot'in First Nation to perform a traditional drumming ceremony.
Oh, thought us ein heinli bayas tick. As told thief, dira. Sadani, as told ta, decide it. Seat, sahas jen. Needs il in heinli bashen. Oh
I now invite honourable members to rise. I guess we're already there. While our distinguished guests leave the chamber.
I'd like to inform the House that due to statements by ministers, government orders will be extended by 44 minutes.
Of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Well, that's right, of course. We've done that already, haven't we? The reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honor to present to the House in both official languages the reports of Canadian delegations of the Canadian-China Legislative Association respecting their participation in the co-chair annual visit to China from May 19 to 26, 2017, and the 21st bilateral meeting held in China from August 16 to 26, 2017. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the Pacific Northwest Economic Region 27th Annual Summit held in Portland, Oregon, USA, from July 23rd to the 27th, 2017. The second concerns the 71st Annual Meeting of the Council of State Governments Southern Legislative Conference held in Biloxi, Mississippi, USA, from July 29 to August 2nd, 2017. And the third concerns the United States Congressional Meeting held in Washington, D.C., United States of America, from November 27 to 29, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 57th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning Bill C-377, an act to change the name of the electoral district of Châteauguay-Lacolle. The committee has studied the bill and decided to report it back to the House without amendment.
Riding of Château-Lacolle, name be changed as presented. Et aussi, Monsieur le Président,
And also, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 58th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee would indicate that pursuant to Standing Order 9112, the subcommittee on private members' business will designate certain non-votable items on March 18th, 2018. Bill C-252, pursuant to Standing Order 9112. This report is
For that, pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Now, the member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, j'ai donné mes deux reports.
Mr. Speaker, I gave my 2 reports.
On my feet, I move that the House proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Bagnall, seconded by Mr. Easter, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed on division? Carried on division. Okay, orders of the day.
Resume consideration of the time allocation motion on Bill C-68.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this government is showing that they're not willing to be open and transparent. Early in 2016, when I foresaw what the Liberals were going to try and do with this legislation, I submitted an order paper question asking this government to provide proof of any loss of protection or harm caused by the 2012 legislation. Answers back from this government, none. No proof of harm, no loss of protection. So now, why are they limiting debate on this legislation, limiting our parliamentary ability to do our job and to proceed with debate on this important piece of legislation? I ask, why is the Minister of Fisheries not confident in this legislation and so afraid to have it fully debated in this House?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague for his question. In fact, not only are we fully confident in this legislation and proud of the amendments that we've proposed to the Fisheries Act, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to having this legislation thoroughly analysed and scrutinised in the House of Commons Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. We hope the committee will hear from Canadians, will hear from those interested in offering suggestions of how this legislation perhaps could be improved. Mr. Speaker, the only thing we're seeking to do is restore the lost protections that were deleted in the legislation in 2012 and incorporate modern safeguards. That is a commitment we made to Canadians in the election of 2015, and we think that this legislation is exactly how that should be done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to state on the record parenthetically that I find the use of time allocation as happening almost on a daily basis these days to be quite shocking. I know that the current government in opposition, the Liberal Party, promised not to be using time allocation, and it seems that things were so bad under the previous government that by being less bad, that's good enough for the Liberals. And I don't think that's good enough, really, but I can't resist the opportunity to ask the Minister of Fisheries a question about his quite excellent legislation. I am glad that C-68 is before us. We need it desperately, but I'm wondering if he's open to an amendment on a particular section that I was pleased and surprised to see, which is the barring of taking cetaceans into captivity. Would the minister be open to perhaps adding language so that the bill that's now stuck in the Senate, S-203, could have key elements incorporated into C-68? In other words, not just capturing, but keeping or importing.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question, for her support of this legislation. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, we would be open to working with her and all members of this House with respect to specific suggestions that would improve the legislation. I agree with her that the inclusion of the provisions around taking of cetaceans for captivity was something that was inspired by the work done by the Senate, by Bill S-203, and former Senator Wilfred Moore from the province of Nova Scotia, my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, having studied law at Dalhousie University, as did Senator Moore, would understand the importance of getting the right balance in terms of legislation that keeps up with what we think is the sentiment, the widely held sentiment of Canadians. With respect to her specific suggestion of those amendments, I would be happy to work with her to see how the intent of Bill S-203 and the substantive elements of Bill S-203 could be incorporated into amendments in the Fisheries Act, and I would look forward to having that conversation with her and any other colleague.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise and I echo my colleagues' comments about the procedure and the way in which this bill is moving forward. I find it's very unfortunate that we're using time allocation to preempt the process of full and rich debate that we need to have in this House. On the substantive side of the bill, I've expressed my support, and I think the New Democrats do support elements of bringing back the protections of HAD and the harmful alteration, disruption, and destruction of fish habitat. I wonder if the minister could talk about, he has been open to amendments and welcomes amendments, if he would be open to environmental flows and protecting environmental flows for fish, which is an important element, and it's a real problem, not only with allocation of water in different provinces and territories, but obviously with a changing climate. Allocation or determining those flows and preserving those flows for fish is incredibly important. I wonder if he could comment on that.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for his question and for his insight into this legislation. I think we have a lot more in common around this bill and the things that we think are important to protect, and perhaps a few areas where we may not be exactly of the same mind. With respect to the importance, Mr. Speaker, I know that West Coast Environmental Law and a number of groups have talked to me and have done excellent work around what is a fairly new area around protecting environmental flows with respect to fish and fish habitat. It certainly hadn't been something, as I understood, that might have been contemplated 20 or 40 years ago when this House or a previous Parliament would have been seized with amendments to the Fisheries Act. I have said, I think publicly, and I'll say it again, I would again be happy to work with him and other colleagues if they have specific suggestions of how we can better strengthen those provisions. I think it's time that that concept be incorporated in what is an important environmental piece of legislation, the Fisheries Act, and I would welcome the chance to work with colleagues on those improvements.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Minister knows, I sit on the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans, where we studied this and heard from witnesses and groups from coast to coast to coast. And an overwhelming theme was that to replace the lost protections due to the changes in 2012. But as well, I wondered, could the Minister comment on the restoration of those protections, and as well an overarching thing that we heard from witnesses from my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador is the incorporation of owner-operator into the Fisheries Act itself.
Excellent question.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I certainly thank my colleague from Avalon for his advice and for his insight into the fishery in his province of Newfoundland and Labrador. I've had the privilege to work with him. In fact, we met two fishers from his constituency who were in Ottawa last week. It's an opportunity for me to work with a colleague who's committed to the sustainable growth of the fishing industry in his province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and who has a number of very innovative ideas of how we can improve the livelihood of the women and men who depend on that resource. Mr. Speaker, one of those elements for our government was incorporating the principle of owner-operator and fleet separation in the legislation, giving those long-standing policies force of law in Atlantic Canada and in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, on the east coast of Canada, these policies have, we think, been part of the economic survival and economic future of coastal communities and those dependent on these resources. We want to make sure that the real ownership of these fishing licenses remain in the hands of professional harvesters, professional fishers, and not in the hands of some corporations who are seeking indirectly to do what they can't do directly. And we're very proud of that improvement, and again would work with colleagues who have ideas of how we could strengthen that. And some colleagues from other parts of the country have talked to me about how that policy could in fact apply to their areas, and we look forward to those conversations as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, why we're here giving the Minister of Fisheries this question period is because the government has moved to shut down the debate in the House. He keeps on saying how he would love to work with colleagues, hear from colleagues. There's a funny way of showing it when he cuts off the debate and limits it to one further day, with so few members having actually been able to participate in the debate. It's somewhat deliciously ironic. Well, that member was the House Leader for the Liberal Party when they were the third party. He used to rail against the member for York Simcoe any time that he tried to manage the debate in the House of Commons. Then it was terrible. Then it was Conservatives shutting the place down and padlocking Parliament and silencing democracy. But today, it's necessary to move it to committee as soon as possible. Why was time allocation so bad when the Conservatives did it, but so good when his colleagues in the Liberal Party do it today?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I thank my friend from Chilliwack Hope for that question and for his passion in resisting these parliamentary procedures that would in fact bring legislation to committee. In the last Parliament, where we were the third party in opposition, as he properly noted, time allocation. I used to think, Mr. Speaker, that in fact in the desk to my right here, the notes were in fact left in the desk or written perhaps on the lid of the desk from the former Conservative House Leader. Mr. Speaker, our commitment was to restore loss protections and incorporate modern safeguards in the Fisheries Act. We think we have found the right balance in this legislation, in these amendments. We don't pretend that there aren't ways that perhaps the legislation could be improved. I've had that conversation with colleagues from the Conservative Party, from the Democratic Party, with colleagues in my own caucus. So we think, Mr. Speaker, as we've seen in recent days, the Conservative commitment to, in fact, having constructive debate on legislation should perhaps be taken with a grain of salt in light of the events of last week and earlier today. So we thought it was time to get this legislation to committee and allow the committee to do its important work. And we look forward to those conversations with colleagues in the committee, and perhaps our colleague from Chilliwack Hope would come to those committee sessions. I certainly intend, I hope to be invited to attend the committee meetings, and we could continue this important conversation there.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Coquitlam, Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member from Chilliwack Hope makes a good point, but it also, from this perspective, is hard to take when you're seeing a member from the previous government say, and we know how many times that they invoked time allocation, and saying across the way now that the government using the same tactics. Of course, it's unfortunate, and it is at times hard to know who's worse, and that's what Canadians are seeing when they look at how we're doing this, making legislation. On the substantive part of the bill, the minister referenced owner-operator on the East Coast and the Atlantic provinces and Quebec. But I wonder on the West Coast, where there is now a real movement to have owner-operator adjacency looked at on the West Coast, if he would be open to incorporating those principles that he and, as I know his father fought so hard to incorporate, would consider having that on the West Coast and having a serious consultation and opening those that want to comment on the West Coast and bring that principle in if he is open to those ideas and amendments.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Port Coquitlam. Mr. Speaker, he referenced owner-operator, as I said in response to my colleague from Avalon. We think that this policy has been an essential part of the economic opportunities afforded to coastal communities on the East Coast, in Atlantic Canada and in Quebec. We have been, frankly, encouraged by representatives of fish harvesters from all provinces on the East Coast to strengthen these measures, and I hope that the amendments that we proposed in Bill C-68 are part of that work. With respect to the West Coast, I too, like our colleague from British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, have met with representatives of fish harvesters on the West Coast, including, frankly, Indigenous communities who have talked to me about the importance of them gaining greater ownership of the instruments that will allow them to be much more in control of the economic development of their communities. It's certainly true of Indigenous nations, and they obviously have different rights to access the fish than perhaps others. But, Mr. Speaker, I would be wide open to having a conversation with my colleague from Port Coquitlam, but also other colleagues from British Columbia, including those in my own caucus, about how some of the benefits of this policy could be applied to British Columbia. I don't pretend that it's as simple as installing those provisions directly in the legislation, but he talked about a consultative process. Mr. Speaker, the legislation is deliberately designed to be permissive, so that should British Columbia and the industry in British Columbia want to look at this kind of legislative instrument, the provisions in the bill would be there, and we would look forward to those conversations.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, it's very rich that the Minister stands here today and talks about our First Nations when we've just had an incredible ceremony for the Silcotin First Nations that is in my riding, and he talks about how C-68 and his ministry and he himself and other ministers are willing to go and engage our First Nations when, Mr. Speaker, they are now having a lawsuit with one of the largest First Nations in the province of British Columbia, the Lakwalams, and it's specifically over C-68 and the other bill, C-55, the false consultation, the lack of consultation, the lack of listening, and the First Nations assertion that this government is taking their direction from foreign ownership, third-party groups. Mr. Speaker, I want to offer the Minister another chance to clarify his comments, because this is why we're standing up today, shutting down debate, allowing for those 338 members of Parliament from all sides to stand up and voice their concerns for C-68, and indeed those that have some serious issues, like the Lakwalams, and have now launched a lawsuit against this government. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague for his question. We certainly recognize the importance of consultation with Indigenous nations as we develop amendments to something as important as the Fisheries Act to many of these communities and the people who form part of these Indigenous nations. And 2 weeks ago in my honourable colleague's province of British Columbia, I had the opportunity to meet with representatives of 4 of those Indigenous nations. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that over 200 Indigenous groups submitted suggestions and ideas with respect to amendments to the Fisheries Act in the consultative process that our department undertook. Mr. Speaker, and some of the essential elements of Bill C-68 are deliberately designed to enhance that nation-to-nation partnership with Indigenous people. For example, we have new provisions in the Fisheries Act requiring the Minister to consider adverse effects that decisions made under the Act may have on the rights of Indigenous peoples of Canada, and affirmed by Section 35. The Minister is obligated to consider, when making decisions related to fish habitat protection and pollution prevention, provisions of the Act, the traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples of Canada. We have provisions to protect the confidentiality of that traditional knowledge being provided to the government, except under very specific circumstances. We have provisions that would enable the minister to establish advisory panels, which would obviously include representatives of Indigenous nations. And Mr. Speaker, we think that this legislation modernizes the nation-to-nation relationship that our government is seeking to have with Indigenous nations, that begins with the recognition of rights, something my colleague, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations have talked publicly and to the government about for many, many months. So we think this legislation is exactly in that direction.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Speaker, I would just like to say how frustrating this is. Having time allocation brought forward on an important piece of legislation, a bill that we've been waiting years and years to have come before this House and to have, debate on this completely muzzled. It's not healthy for our democracy. We were all sent here to represent our constituents, and they expect us to be a strong voice for them here in Parliament. And I remember during the election campaign, the Liberals said, oh, we were going to be different, we're going to be better, we're going to work with other parties, and they're doing the exact same thing that the Conservatives did. And even the minister acknowledged the notes were left in his desk from the old Conservative, House Leader. It's really, really sad. Well, the past House Leader, I know he's not that old, but it's just very frustrating because, he says again and again, we're going to work with the opposition members, we're going to consult with them, but here he is forcing time allocation on such an important bill. How can you justify that, Mr. Speaker?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé for her question. I share her concern, Mr. Speaker, that on the one hand, the New Democratic Party says it's taken a great deal of time and they were anxious to get this legislation before the House of Commons, before Parliament, before Canadians. I've had this conversation with my colleague and friend, the fisheries critic for the New Democratic Party. We brought this legislation in what we thought at the earliest opportunity, having widely consulted with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, over 170 meetings were held, for example, with Indigenous groups. We received over 200 submissions. I personally received hundreds of letters. 5,438 e-workbooks were completed by Canadians online and submitted to our department. The Fisheries and Oceans Committee, Mr. Speaker, had extensive consultations in their reviews of the changes made to the 2012 Fisheries Act. They heard over 50 witnesses. They had 188 written briefs submitted to them. They had over 15 meetings. So, Mr. Speaker, we think it's important for this legislation to be before the Standing Committee, where the Standing Committee can hear from Canadians, can hear from those who have shared with our government so many positive and so many interesting and innovative ideas of how to strengthen this legislation. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we would then look forward to working with all colleagues in the legislative process, both in this House, but also our colleagues in the other place. And I had the opportunity with a number of senators, Mr. Speaker, last week to share that exact sentiment. And we would obviously look forward to their review as well.
In comments, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, I'm quite happy to see this legislation come forward. One of the things that I think was great was that our recommendations in our report on the Fisheries Act, every recommendation that we put forward, and that this was all parties in the Fisheries Committee, were accepted into this report. We heard from lots of people. We heard from over 50 people who came to appear before committee, lots of submissions, and I'd just like to ask the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, if he could address some of those consultations that he heard. We just heard that he'd had many of them, and if they came from right across the country, and how he went about determining what was going into the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank our colleague from South Shore, Nova Scotia, for her work on the committee, for her advocacy on issues important to all Canadians, such as the very difficult question of abandoned and derelict vessels. Her views were shared with our caucus and our government consistently and led to some of the, I think, significant improvements we've made. I know we have more work to do, but we'll continue to do that work with all members of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, one of the things our colleague from South Shore has talked to me about consistently is improving the small craft harbors, which are important economic engines, not only in her community, her communities in Nova Scotia, but right across all of the East Coast, the West Coast, and obviously Canada's North. Mr. Speaker, her specific question around consultation, I think, is important. One of the things we did when we were contemplating amendments that we were going to propose to the Fisheries Act was to be inspired by the reaction of Canadians to the 2012 changes, which, as you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, were included in omnibus budget legislation, which were pushed through the House of Commons in record time without adequate scrutiny. So, Mr. Speaker, we took 2 years to listen to Canadians, received thousands of submissions across the country. Those changes and the work of the Standing Committee informed the amendments we made. And, Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of these changes that we're proposing to the Fisheries Act.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that the minister brought up the fact of the committee study that was done on this, the changes to the Fisheries Act. I just wonder why he ordered the committee to finish their study prematurely before the submissions that were forwarded from First Nations were received by the committee. The committee had to finish drafting its report before those submissions were received. Submissions that were paid for with millions of government funds that were not provided to the committee so that they could be considered in the deliberations. He's doing the same thing now by cutting debate short on this bill in the House so that we cannot fully debate this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank our colleague from North Okanagan, Shuswap, for the question. I think there's some confusion. He's perhaps remembering, Mr. Speaker, when the previous Conservative government would in fact order committees to shut down hearings or to cancel meetings or cut off witness lists. In fact, a Conservative colleague from his own province had prepared a rather extensive workbook on how to disrupt committees and ensure, in fact, that committees, members who were in the last Parliament would remember that important work done by the Conservative Party was sort of a how-to manual to disrupt or vandalize committee hearings. So I think that perhaps he's confused with what happened in the last Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I don't order a committee to do anything. I look forward to working with members of a parliamentary committee. If colleagues on that committee decided to hear certain witnesses or decided on a certain work plan, perhaps he should address those questions to the colleagues who are on that committee. I don't actually sit on that committee, and I certainly don't vote on that committee, and I certainly wouldn't purport, Mr. Speaker, to order, in his words, colleagues on a parliamentary committee to do anything. I look forward to working with them, and that's something the previous government perhaps struggled with.
Oh boy. We have time for a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The honourable member for questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, my colleague from Caribou Prince George, the Conservative fisheries critic, makes a good point. And I will concede that. He talks about First Nations or Indigenous people in court. Well, the Namgis First Nation are in court. They were in court last week over salmon aquaculture. And I will acknowledge that the government has included traditional knowledge in this bill, which I think is important to look at, but it doesn't talk about free, prior, and informed consent or recognizing how UNDRIP, the United Nations of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, will be incorporated into this legislation. I wonder if the Minister could talk about that.
The Honourable Minister of Fish, Oceans and Coast Guard in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, it'll be less than that. I thank my colleague for his question. I have taken note of this obviously important court case in the province of British Columbia. Matters that are before the court and may come back to the court are difficult to comment on. But, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to working with Indigenous peoples and the government of British Columbia with respect to the issue of aquaculture.
Okay. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources is rising on a point of order.
On a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I am tabling government responses to questions number 1484 to 1500.
Very good. À l'ordre conformément de la...
It is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight.
India relations. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, National Defence, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the Environment. Il est de mon devoir
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House.
Ms. Shager, excuse me, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moved that in relation to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to accept or to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moved that in relation to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Ms. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller. Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Moff.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Ray Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
The motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey and Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Garrow and Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Paul Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Luzon, Solomon, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinsky. Sorry, Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Scusi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan and Mrs. Strathcona.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 119, 119.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration of report stage of Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act.
Comme il n'y a aucune
As there being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-55, an act.
The Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, loi modifiant la loi sur les océans,
An act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act as amended be concurred in at report stage.
Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion? Adopted on division. Adopted on division. When shall they be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Leblanc, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be now read a third time and pass.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege to rise in the House today to speak for a second time to Bill C-55 following the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans review and analysis of this bill. We thank the committee for their careful study of this legislation and their thoughtful amendments. Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, puts forward provisions that show Canadians our commitment to be responsible stewards of our ocean resources for future generations. Since 2015, we have made excellent progress in achieving our domestic and international marine conservation targets. We have kept our promise of protecting 5% of our marine and coastal areas by the end of 2017. In fact, we are now at 7.75%, up from less than 1% in 2015. Meeting this target has put us on track to reach our international target of 10% by 2020. And Mr. Speaker, I know that Canadians are proud of this achievement because it means hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of new protections. In fact, we're up to 446,000 square kilometers to date, Mr. Speaker. To get to 10%, our government is following a clear plan which is based on science, Indigenous knowledge, consultations, and collaboration. Bill C-55 is an important piece of that plan. It currently takes approximately 7 to 10 years to officially designate an Oceans Act MPA. Our partners agree when we say this is too long for a sensitive marine or coastal area in need of protection to go without. Establishing interim protection addresses this gap while still allowing for the necessary ecological, economic, social, and cultural analysis, as well as consultation and collaboration efforts with all of our various partners. This bill would require application of the precautionary principle when deciding whether to designate new MPAs. The precautionary principle means that the absence of scientific certainty should not be used to postpone decisions where there is a risk of serious or irreversible harm. Under this legislation, incomplete information or a lack of absolute certainty could no longer be used as a justification for avoiding the establishment of an MPA, where science tells us there is a need for action where there is need for protection, Mr. Speaker. The precautionary principle will be used judiciously. As we know, it is a matter of concern of some industry stakeholders. We have heard the concerns that science resources may be insufficient to conduct the necessary work within the 5-year period subsequent to the ministerial order, or that the precautionary approach could provide an excuse for not doing the scientific analysis at all. This, of course, is not true. Our commitment to science and information gathering remains strong. We agree that our foundational principle of science-based decision-making must not be compromised in any way. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-55 updates, modernizes, and strengthens enforcement powers, fines, and penalties, effectively bringing the Oceans Act in line with Canada's other environmental laws. Such changes to the Act will support the people who manage and monitor MPAs. Enforcement officers, for example, will get the tools and authority they need to better protect MPAs, which in turn improves the effectiveness of the MPA. These changes will expand and modernize the toolkit for enforcement officers designated by the Minister, which may include Indigenous people or provincial and territorial partners. Bill C-55 also proposes amendments to the Canada Petroleum Resources Act that would complement the Freeze the Footprint process of the Interim Protection MPA. These changes will provide the competent minister the authority to prohibit authorized oil and gas exploration or development activities like, for example, seismic testing, drilling, or production within a designated marine protected area. During their review of Bill C-55, my colleagues in the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans have heard from many different witnesses and experts on the proposed amendments and what they think should be included in Bill C-55. I would like to take this time to talk about what we have heard through the Standing Committee on Bill C-55. Several witnesses expressed concerns that the proposed changes may short-circuit the collection and analysis of reliable scientific data or deprive Canadians of the opportunity to meaningfully contribute to the creation of interim protection MPAs. Our commitment to science and to working with our partners remains unwavering. As in our current practice, collaboration is essential to advancing our marine protected work. We are working with the provinces and territories, Indigenous groups, industry, and other environmental stakeholders to establish networks of MPAs, and will continue to do so under this new option for interim protection marine protected areas. Our government knows that the effective management of Canada's oceans depend on an in-depth understanding of the marine environment. We gain this understanding through peer-reviewed science, the traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples, and through information shared by the fishing industry and by local communities. By balancing the collection of information and consultation from our partners with the precautionary approach, interim protection marine protected areas will offer the needed protections to our important ocean seascape and resources while still being shaped by science and consultation. We have heard the call for stronger conservation standards. While Bill C-55 is a targeted response to the length of time that it takes to designate MPAs, we know that it's important to continue the conversation on conservation standards. That's why we've established a national advisory panel that will provide the Minister with advice and recommendations on protection standards for future marine protected areas. The panel is to report back with their recommendations. It is essential that we come to the right answers to these questions together in order to properly protect our ocean for long-term sustainability. The issue of economic fairness was also raised by a few Indigenous groups and fishers during the Standing Committee's hearings. These are concerns that the new powers proposed could deprive rights holders and other of their dependents on marine resources for sustenance and livelihood. I want to emphasize that the ministerial order provision is not meant to close the door on economic opportunities. We are committed to working in full transparency with our partners to ensure that our oceans and marine resources support a long-term sustainable economy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we're of the view that provisions like this will actually make for more abundance so that future generations can have more economic opportunities. Lastly, we have heard from some of our Indigenous partners that we need to renew our relationship to ensure that their voices are being heard. I'm open to conversations and co-management. We are open to conversations and co-management, providing a greater role for Indigenous partners in the management of our oceans. We are committed to reconciliation and are striving to work more closely with Indigenous groups, including Inuit communities, to inform the process and make the most of their traditional knowledge. We have listened to many important proposed amendments to Bill C-55, and the committee has worked diligently to reflect carefully on all of them. We particularly support the proposal made by the member for Nunavut, supported by the member for Northwest Territories, which amends the bill to ensure that our approach to interim protection MPAs is consistent with land claims agreements. We understand that conservation is integral to the Indigenous way of life, but a balance with sustainable use is necessary to ensure that our communities are able to continue to thrive. As I have said, interim protection MPAs will not be established without constructive conversations, and it will be a collaborative effort, Mr. Speaker. We are not looking to move ahead without our partners, but to offer protection where it has been identified by our partners as necessary to ensure the long-term health of the marine environment. Bill C-55 is a powerful step towards better protection for our oceans, advancing reconciliation and moving towards a nation-to-nation dialogue, continuing to work together on the shared objectives that Canadians care deeply about. We have a shared duty to protect our oceans for generations to come, and this bill, Mr. Speaker, helps us do just that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks, although he somewhat misrepresents the amount of marine protected areas accomplished under our previous Conservative government and that was in the process when this government came to power. Mr. Speaker, previous changes to the Fishery Act under our Conservative government provided for predictability, certainty, and timely review for those covered by the Act. Conservatives have long supported protection of our lakes, our oceans, and our fisheries. But, Mr. Speaker, our concern, one of our many concerns with this bill is that it undermines transparency in that it gives the minister the power to withhold information from certain proponents. What, Mr. Speaker, happened to the Liberal commitment for greater transparency?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by addressing the statement that we misrepresented the actual progress that had been made with regards to marine protected areas. Up until the last election, less than 1% of our oceans and marine ways were protected, despite the fact that we were many years, in fact 5 years into a 10-year commitment to get to a protection level of 10%. Our government has doubled down our efforts and now have reached a point of 7.75% protection, representing hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of new protections that I know for a fact Canadians can be proud of and are proud of. Also with regards to transparency, in fact, I think what you will see within not just the changes to C-55 and the Oceans Act, but also in C-68, the Fisheries Act, and the C-69 as well, is that our government is increasing and sticking to our commitment to provide transparency. In the Fisheries Act, for example, there is a registry that is being created. This is to make sure that Canadians have all the tools that they need to understand what the government is doing so they can hold us to account. But it's also to make sure that people that are doing their projects, whether big or small, have certainty around timelines and the like. That's the kind of transparent work that our government continues to do on these important bills.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I just wanted to ask him about, some of the amendments the NDP proposed in committee on C-55 included the establishment of no-take zones. I mean, what is the point of having a marine protected area if you don't have some of it established as a no-take zone? What are you protecting it against? So I'm just wondering if he could comment on why those amendments were not adopted by the Liberals in committee.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I appreciate the question from my friend and fellow basketball player. I think he'll also find it somewhat humorous that I just fell victim to the chair that tears the pockets open, so I'll be doing some sewing after this session is over. The minister announced and was very well received globally in Malta when he first stated that we were going to establish an expert panel to provide feedback to us on what minimum standards for marine protected areas could look like. This was very well received, not just here in Canada, coast to coast to coast, but also within the international community. And actually, I would like to share that I just returned from the World Ocean Summit, where I was there along with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, and it was various partners, other countries, other nations that have taken leadership roles in MPAs, like in Latin America, like in Mexico, have actually been very excited, showing that not only have we said that Canada's back, but that our actions are representing that fact. And I think that Canadians can be proud of the global leadership that we are taking on this file and others.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will know that I support Bill C-55. I'm very pleased to see the amendments to the Oceans Act, and also very grateful that amendments that I made in committee were accepted by the committee and supported by the government. I do have, certainly we know it takes a long time to establish national marine protected areas. By way of example, in my riding, what's now still called the Southern Strait of Georgia National Marine Protected Area, we call it the Salish Sea, was initially put forward so long ago in the 1970s that it was endorsed by Jacques Cousteau. We await the creation of this protected area, and I wonder if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can shed any light on how he sees the timing for the Salish Sea National Protected Area adjacent to the Gulf Islands National Park.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd like to start by congratulating and thanking the member opposite for her great work on this bill. And we appreciate her amendments and her feedback that's been made throughout. I appreciate the comments that she makes about the timeliness of these protections. Certainly the average time that it's taken for previous marine protected areas to go through, the average time has been somewhere between 7 to 10 years. The way that we propose to deal with that, to address that time crunch, all those years where critical habitat might not be protected, is to implement this new tool called interim protected MPA. How this would work is within the first 24 months, when a number of consultations are going on, when science is being conducted, when we first realize and identify the protections that need to occur, there would be an ability to put an interim protected. It would freeze the footprint. This would mean that existing activities would be able to continue. Then there's a definition that I can get into about what qualifies as an existing activity. And then the minister will have up to 5 years in order to implement that full marine protected area. And hopefully that will help solve problems like the very long process that has been witnessed in other projects like in the Salish Sea.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries and Oceans and formerly the Parliamentary Secretary for Science. I'm wondering if he could help to bridge the investments that Budget 2018 has in science, $3.8 billion, going into research where scientists will be working on fisheries and oceans research around protected areas of the oceans, how those two areas fit together.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member of Guelph for that question, but also for his great work that he's done on his sub-caucus as well. It's been I've participated in many of the sessions, and it's been a great way for driving innovation and scientific activity in Canada. So I thank him very much for his good work there. Yes, I mean, the last budget made sure that we had the investments and tools we needed to make sure that Canada can return as a scientific powerhouse. As we know, if you talk about or think about what makes an economy relatively more successful, there are two things in the history of developmental economics that really provide the kind of environment that allow us to compete relatively better than other nations. The first is that you need to produce goods that other countries want. And in the olden days, I mean, that might have been fish, it might have been silver, it might have been gold, but more and more today it is technology, which means we need to invest in science. We need to invest in education, and that is exactly what we're doing. Of course, the second thing that you need to have a relatively more successful economy and make sure that Canadians are better off and that our kids have better opportunities tomorrow than we have today is you need a strong and empowered middle class. And I think that the member will agree with me in that almost all the policies that this government is pursuing is to ensure that we are strengthening that so that every individual's children has more resources and more opportunities than their parents did before them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We got time for one more short question. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I refer to the comments made by the Parliamentary Secretary about the areas that are now protected. A major portion of those areas that have recently been claimed as MPAs were actually considered as protected under other protective measures. They were there for fisheries closures to protect specific habitat. They were not specifically set out, identified, and all of a sudden appeared on the map as something from this government. They were directives, they were protection that were put in place by the previous Conservative government as part of our targets that we set for the 2010 or 2017 and 2020 targets of 10 and 20% were Conservative targets. How much of the 7-point-some% that the Parliamentary Secretary referred to, of those percentages, how much of that percentage was actually areas that was already under some form of protection?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite is correct in that the previous government was really good at setting targets. In fact, they said that 10% should be protected by 2020, a commitment that our government is going to not only commit to, but is going to follow through on. Despite that target that they set, in the first 5 years in which they pursued that target, they achieved protections of less than 1%. The way that the minister and the government have pursued this, and we've been very open and transparent about it, was a part of the 5-point plan that the minister put into place and talked about very early on into the mandate. We have followed that plan. We have consulted broadly. We have worked with industry. We have worked with stakeholders. We have worked with environmental groups. We have worked with Indigenous peoples. And because of all that good work, Mr. Speaker, we now are having some success in actually meeting those targets.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's truly a pleasure for me to rise and to consume about 30 minutes of this House's time on this issue. I'll couch my opening remarks by saying it was a privilege for me at one point in time in my life to earn a Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences Zoology degree from the University of Alberta. I worked as a fisheries technician and on many fisheries experiments. I worked as a National Park Warden in Parks Canada enforcing the Fisheries Act, among other things, and of course as a conservation officer in the province of Alberta doing much the same. So I have a little bit of working knowledge on this. Proud to have folks like Dr. David Schindler as part of my professor, the professors that I learned, I would like to say I learned something from, although if I told you when I was going to school, Mr. Speaker, that would date probably both of us, and I don't think that's a particularly constructive thing to do at this particular point in time. However, suffice to say, I remain active. I was a fishing guide in the Northwest Territories while I was going to university. I spent a lot of time on Great Bear Lake and, of course, on the North Coast, where the Coppermine River, in particular, flows into the Arctic Ocean.
and have maintained my love of the outdoors as an avid hunter and angler ever since. So these kinds of issues are near and dear to my heart, especially when it comes to recreational fishing, or as it's more affectionately known as sport fishing. But Mr. Speaker, these issues are very, very important, and I'll start by making some comparisons. When I was going to the University of Alberta years and years ago, there was a plan at that time by the World Wildlife Fund and various the Canadian Wilderness Societies and so on, that they wanted a 12, 75, and 12 plan. And what that 12, 75, and 12 plan was, they wanted to have 12% of all of the land mass in Canada protected under the same kind of statutory protection that a national park would have. So that meant no opportunities to do anything, no development, and so on, so that there would be a complete, protection for that area. I don't want to call it conservation, I call it a preservation type of protection that they would have in these areas. The other 75% of Canada would be considered areas that would be managed. So these would be managed areas like forest management areas. These would be areas where you would have human activity would go on, but there would be zoning, there would be activities that would be permitted, but it would be heavily regulated by either federal, provincial, or municipal governments. And then about another 12% of our land mass at that particular point in time was said, this is going to be a complete disturbance area, so this would be areas for our cities, for our roads, major industrial developments, and so on. And I remember asking the question when I was in university, is 12, 75, 12 going to be enough? And roughly that adds up to 99, but you get the point, Mr. Speaker. And as we've seen it evolve through time, those numbers no longer hold true today with what certain groups are asking for. They're asking for more of that preservation land. They're asking for stricter regulations on the 75%. And of course, nobody wants to take responsibility for the 12% because that would mean that we'd have to tear down cities and do all those kinds of things in order to restore it back to its natural habitat. And of course, that's not a reasonable thing to ask people to do. So who bears the burden then every time somebody asks for more protection? We got to take that protection out of that 12% or out of that 75% to add to the 12%. And I'm talking about the preserved area. So who suffers the consequence of that? Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm using this as an example on land to make my point later on about the protected areas in the marine areas. Who bears that price? It's everybody that lives in rural Canada. It's everybody who farms, everybody who relies on forestry, it's everybody who's a fisherman or a fisher person or fisher people kind, depending on what the moniker of the day is. But Mr. Speaker, I make my point. That point is that everything that we ask to happen in the natural environment generally happens outside the confines of city limits. And this is not an aspersion on folks that live in cities. I live in a city myself, but I understand growing up on a farm that every time somebody has to pay a price out in our so-called natural areas, that price is borne by the people who live there and make their livings in these rural, remote, or I'll call them non-city areas. Well, the same is going to actually hold true for those who earn a living in our marine areas. So this would be our commercial fishermen. This would be anybody who does any tourism, anybody who does any type of business, and of course First Nations people who earn a living off the coastal waters of our country. And we've seen the absolute damage that can be done, the economic damage that can be done to these communities when we don't get things right. So as we know, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is tasked with maintaining fish stocks. We know in Atlantic Canada, going back to the early 1990s, some of the issues that happened there when we applied a purely political decision over good science and technical information. And I'm referring specifically to the collapse of the cod fishery. Now, I was a fairly young man at the time, but I was studying in university in the late 80s and early 90s at about the same time that cod fishery was closed. I believe it was in early 1990s. I think 1993 rings a bell when that cod fishery was closed. And it was closed because it was mismanaged. At that time, there was a little over 1 million seals in the Atlantic Ocean. Today we have 6 or 7 million seals there. It was a big problem, and the fishermen of the time had to move to other resources. So they had to move to the herring, they had to move to lobsters, they had to move to other fisheries, and they had to adapt in order to overcome the loss of the cod. And to this day, we've had a moratorium. And I just want to tell everybody what a moratorium actually means. A moratorium on cod fishing for the commercial fishery means that nobody's allowed to do it. So the cod, for all intents and purposes, are preserved. The cod population stocks are under a preservation style of protection. Have the cod stocks actually come back? No, they have not. So we've moved this from a managed fishery into a completely protected class, and even that movement in and of itself hasn't actually had the desired effect or outcome that we wanted. We haven't stopped any of the other activity that happens off of the East Coast. There's still ships coming in and out. I would argue we have lots of ships of foreign oil coming into the East Coast. It would be much nicer to have a pipeline going from Alberta to our friends out east, but I digress. It's a much easier thing to manage than ships full of, or tankers full of oil coming in on the East Coast. By the way, wouldn't it be interesting to see if we had a tanker ban on the East Coast the same way that we do on the West Coast? Seems to be a bit of a double standard there, but I'm getting a little bit off topic, and I'm going to try and come back to marine protected areas, Mr. Speaker. But my point being this: when we took a look at the management and we moved from a management mode of the cod stocks into a preservation mode, it didn't solve the problem. I'm not saying it wasn't the right decision, but it didn't solve the problem, because all of the other aspects of managing the cod fishery have now fallen by the wayside. Department of Fisheries and Oceans is now tasked, rather than restoring the cod stocks or managing the cod stocks. And I'm not saying that they're not doing some of that work, but now they're more interested in actually working on the fisheries that are currently before them. Now, you have to add on top of that the fact that now the government has proposed, the Liberal government over here has proposed, moving to a massive increase of the marine protected areas in our coastal waters. And I was lucky. I was a member of the Fisheries Committee in the previous parliaments for a long time because of my experience. As a matter of fact, people used to laugh when they found out a farm boy from central Alberta was a member of the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans for all those years, until they actually found out that I actually knew a little bit about fisheries. Other than how bad of a fisherman I actually am. But notwithstanding any of that, I learned a ton over the years on this, and I was very honored to go with the actual standing committee on one of their trips up north. We went to places like Prince Rupert, we went to Inuvik, we went to Tuktoyaktuk, we went to Palatuk, and we talked with the people who are going to be impacted by these marine protected areas there. And Mr. Speaker, the impacts and the concerns are very, very real. When you have people from the local hunting and trapping associations up north coming in droves to these meetings and making their voices heard, they're very, very concerned, because some of the areas that are being proposed, they feel there hasn't been adequate consultation on, and there's very good risks, or very, very good questions about the risks of what's going to happen in a marine protected area. And this is where we get to the conversation about what the international standard for a marine protected area is and how Canada is going to define a marine protected area. If you ask somebody at the United Nations, they're going to consider the marine protected area to be a place, a no activity zone whatsoever. This is complete protection, or what I would refer to earlier as that preservation mentality. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the mode that most people would see when you hear about a marine protected area having the same types of protections that a national park would. Everybody knows you can't hunt in a national park. You don't drill for anything in a national park. As a matter of fact, if you I've been an MP for 12 years, so Mr. Speaker. Resort owners and so on inside our national parks haven't really seen any changes over the last 12 years, because it's so hard. It's so hard to actually get approval to get anything done in a national park. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just very, very difficult in order to do that, because of the mandate that Parks Canada has on its preservation, on its ecological integrity, and all of the other types of goals and ambitions that are laid out in the Parks Canada Act. Those same goals and ambitions are laid out in the legislative changes that are currently before this House with C-55 and, of course, Bill C-68, which the government opposite just actually moved time allocation on, a bill that might actually be disastrous for the Alberta economy, just another straw on an already broken camel's back when it comes to the energy sector. But I'm digressing again. I'm going to get back to C-55. So my point being, with C-55, with the Aboriginal groups, the Inuit folks that we talked to up north, we talked to the people at the Prince Rupert Port Authority, you talked to the First Nations groups out there, Laxqualams and all the other groups that are out there. They're very, very concerned. PNCEMA was brought up. Very, very concerned about the amount of foreign money that's coming in to influence policy decisions. This money is coming in. It's been used by some Aboriginal groups or Indigenous groups out there to stop, to inadvertently stop what they thought was just going to be an increase in the conversation. They realized that they've sided with a bunch of people and took money from a bunch of organizations that actually have a completely different mandate than what the First Nations have. As a matter of fact, there's actually court action happening right now where First Nations groups in BC are raising funds to take the government the government of Canada to court, citing all of the barriers that they put in place in the names of standing up for First Nations, where they're going to deprive them of economic opportunities going forward. And this is something that is a very legitimate concern with Bill C-55, which is the marine protected areas. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a tanker ban off the west coast, the northern part of the west coast, which most people don't think that all of the west coast of BC or the entire west side of BC is coastal. It's not. Only about just a little over a third of the west side of the province of British Columbia actually has access to the coast. The rest of it's Alaska, and we'd have to go through Alaska in order to get some things done if we wanted to use the coastline in that particular case. But we've got a very small area to use along the British Columbia coast to begin with, and now we've got a significant part of that coast is actually denied access depending on what you're actually trying to ship or move. Now imagine, Mr. Speaker, I might be a little bit cynical, but this is what the folks on the west coast are thinking, and this is what the folks on the north coast are thinking that we met on the committee. The folks up north, they want to be able to continue to hunt whales. Well, one of the marine protected areas that they're considering putting in place is actually right in the mouth of the Mackenzie River, and the delta where it comes in, and that happens to be a beluga area where the belugas come into shallow water. It's a safe place for the Inuit hunters to go, and they often go there every year to hunt belugas. If you put the marine protected area in that same area and propose it to protect the belugas, which seems to be a noble cause, but it actually exempts the Inuit from actually harvesting in that area, then they're going to have to try and find those belugas someplace else in order to maintain their traditional hunt. Well, that's a problem for the First Nations people there. So are we going to create marine protected areas in Canada that don't actually meet the international standard of what's expected of us as a marine protected area? Or are we going to do a made in Canada solution and forego our international obligations and then do our best? I'm not sure what the government's intentions are on that. It would be great to see, but we seem to have a lot more questions than we do answers, and the legislation is not particularly clear on some of these questions. But Mr. Speaker, I'll go back to the port in Prince Rupert. If you met with the port authorities there, they're already very much concerned, and most people don't know this in Canada, but most of the container goods that we see going through the western part of Canada on their way east, a ton of the containers that come in on the west coast come in through Rupert. They've got a great container facility there, and they're railed all the way through Canada, all the way down into Chicago. And this is supplying goods from the Asia-Pacific marketplace into central North America as a distribution hub. It's absolutely an amazing facility. It's a very small community. It's a great provider of jobs, great economic opportunities that are there. They had a proposal for an LNG terminal right there at Prince Rupert. Well, we know what's happened with the LNG proposal. That seems to have gone by the wayside. Given the fact that you're going to have a tanker ban, there's no way that anybody would even consider moving forward with an LNG terminal in that particular area. Now, if I was the kind of person that wanted to be bitter and vindictive about making sure that the tanker ban always held its way for all time, I would consider putting a marine protected area across the Dixon entrance and across the Hecate Strait. This pretty much means, Mr. Speaker, that particular area, if it was, depending on the provisions that were put in place for the marine protected area, could shut down shipping altogether in those areas, or at least really restrict what you're able to do. And this, again, brings me back to my point. What is a marine protected area actually supposed to do? Is it supposed to protect the water? Is it supposed to protect the species living in the water? Is it supposed to protect the benthic area directly below the water column along the seafloor? These are all questions to which we don't have answers. If you take a look at the sunlit zone, which is the area that the human eye can see sunlight in the top of a water column, there's not a whole lot of activity there. There's some fish species that happen there, there's some algae, there's some plankton, but all of this stuff is very much moving as currents move in and out. Does it make any sense to try and protect a wave while it's a wave? It doesn't make any sense at all. These things are going to move around the ocean, so are we actually protecting that area? Some would say yes, some would say no. Are we protecting a rearing area for whales or other types of migratory species that use the water? Is it going to be birds? Is it going to be fish? Is it going to be aquatic mammals? Is it going to be terrestrial animals that rely a certain part of their life cycle on the marine environment? Are we adequately taking into consideration where those protections should be best placed? Are we taking a look at the littoral zone? Are we going to protect the littoral zone? Are we going to protect the benthic zone? Are we going to shut down fishing, commercial fishing, for example? Are we going to be shutting down, dragging or trawling along the bottom, seafloor trawling for fish species? Maybe that's a good thing, maybe it's not. I happen to believe that in certain cases, if it's done in the right place, Protections on the bottom of the seafloor are great. They're great for groundfish that would live there, especially if it's an area that's rich in groundfish that usually stay in that same area. An area of refugia actually creates species all around it. One of my jobs as a park warden, and I'll go back to it, Mr. Speaker, was to patrol the north boundary of Jasper National Park on horseback. Why I ever gave that job up in the glorious Rocky Mountains riding horses, I still to this day don't understand. But my job was to protect that park boundary from poachers. But where did everybody go hunting for trophy rams or large bighorn sheep? Well, they would go hunting where the rams are. And where were the rams? They were in the national park because they understood the refugia. And they would go back into the park anytime that they felt threatened. They actually knew where the boundary was. It was an interesting thing to watch. But that area of refugia continues to populate the sheep populations as they migrate out. Same thing with other species. This is not necessarily bad policy, but it's not an effective one-size-fits-all policy for everything. It's going to work well for some species of groundfish, but it's not going to do anything for some species of fish that might migrate through or don't use the area on a regular basis at all. And we have to ask the question, is the marine protected area in the right spot? Mr. Speaker, could you let me know when I have about 1 minute left? Okay, so I have a lot of questions actually about this legislation and what the consequences of that legislation might actually be. I've highlighted the fact that the cod fishery taking the protectionist approach hasn't exactly worked if we're not taking a serious look at management. And when we put things into that category of preservation, it becomes very, very, very difficult to do any management because you have to get double approvals for everything. Imagine if Parks Canada said, we need to shoot grizzly bears and wolves and mountain lions in order to protect caribou. It's actually not unfathomable that might actually be a desperation policy at some particular point down the road as the wolf population, the grizzly bear population, and mountain lion populations continue to grow and explode in the eastern slopes region of Alberta. These animals are everywhere, so much so that in some areas you can't find any ungulates left anymore. And rather than stopping economic activities such as oil and gas exploration or forestry, we're going to shut those industry downs and not do anything at all about predator control. I don't see some of my colleagues that were here earlier from Atlantic Canada, but I know that a lot of them here, even though they might not say it in front of a microphone, I know they hear the same things that I hear because I've been there many times with fisheries, and they're asking for a control of the seal population in order to allow the cod stocks to come back. But imagine creating a situation where you create a marine protected area now around some of the islands where gray seals or harbor seals now do rear their pups. And it comes down to the point that someday, somewhere, somebody says we have to have the courage to actually manage these populations and do what's right. Imagine trying to manage that population or manage predator control now in a protected area where the needs of the wildlife come before the needs of everybody else or a fishery or whatever the case might be. Because I got news for you, it's romantic to think about the fact that we actually have the ability to have these protected areas and they can operate in isolation from the rest of the world, but that's not the case, Mr. Speaker. This bill could seriously limit the ability of Fisheries and Oceans and other organizations to effectively manage wildlife populations and allow other economic activities to go. This bill shouldn't be rushed through Parliament. It should be given every opportunity. And that's why I move, second by the member for Bow River, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following for Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans for the purpose of reconsidering all of the clauses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Shields, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following, therefore. Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans for the purpose of reconsidering all of the clauses. And I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point.
Mr. Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House appreciates the notice, part of the Honourable Government House Leader. We're now going to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can appreciate the background knowledge the member has and brings to the table when he addresses the legislation that we have before us. But, you know, I get this sense in listening to a number of his Conservative colleagues and to a certain degree himself that the Conservative Party doesn't recognize the benefit to society in terms of how and why it's so important that we have legislation of this nature brought in. And what I'm interested in knowing from the member's personal point of view, does he not believe that government does have a role, a strong role to play to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that, and again, I'm looking for his personal opinion on this based on his background, does he not believe that there is a role for the government to play in terms of whether it's protecting our coastlines or protecting endangered species? Obviously, Canadians want to see that happen. Conservatives appear not to, or in a different, bizarre way, but I'm interested in the member's personal opinion on it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to his question, I think Canadians are rightly concerned at the pace at which the current government is ramming legislation through this House. I think this is, the fourth time allocation that we've heard of today. Now we know that they're going to run through the gun registry bill without even 1 hour debate before the House. We've got notice that we're going to have time allocation on that. But notwithstanding that, I mean, the honourable member's been here for a while, longer than I would like, I'll admit. But if he was here during the last Parliament, the Parliaments before, where we created marine protected areas on the Great Lakes, we created marine protected areas in other parts of the country, and we did it in a methodological approach that actually resulted in buy-in from everyone. As we've seen, this government is the most ideological government I've ever seen. This government, just ask Chantal Hébert. Go read the articles that Chantal Hébert, a well-known conservative, has written about the ideology of this government. And so they rammed through the tanker ban. They're going to get sued on that by First Nations groups on the West Coast. They ran this through. They're going to get sued on it too.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. He brought up some issues around the concept of, no-take zones, of really protecting these areas. These are called marine protected areas, so you would think they'd be protected from something. And he said, maybe in some situations it might be worthwhile to, for instance, ban bottom trawling. One of the most destructive methods of harvesting animals from the ocean floor. I'm just wondering, shouldn't in a marine protected area that be kind of the obvious first choice, that if you wanted exceptions you'd have to talk about that later? But I'm just wondering, under what conditions would he think that bottom trawling would be good in a marine protected area?
Well, Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member was paying attention, I talked about the fact that, yes, it's a good idea to protect some areas in a protected area. I talked about the 1275-12 that was a policy that was lobbied for a long time ago. The context of my speech was making sure that we got the right protected areas protected, making sure that we've got halibut spawning areas protected, making sure that we've got certain species of groundfish protected, because most of these fisheries that are on the bottom are not generally, and I'm talking generalizations right now, not migratory species. These are species that stick around in the same general protected areas, and I don't have a problem at all with protecting some of those areas. I just have great concerns at the pace at which the current government's going about doing this, not taking the scientific or technical. There's parts of our ocean that we haven't even mapped yet, Mr. Speaker, and we're going ahead creating marine protected areas without fully understanding if we're putting them in the right place. So my fear, Mr. Speaker, is given this government's agenda to shut down the energy sector, that the marine protected areas are going to be put in places to stop shipping lanes and to prevent a future government someday opening up. And I know this to be true, Mr. Speaker, because in the legislation, they're actually canceling, and for the cancellation of any energy projects, they're going to compensate those interests based on the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act. If that's not an admission that they're going to shut down the energy sector, I don't know what is.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bull River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's well thought out and his educational background and his actual practice. One of the things that on the Environment Committee that we heard from, and I know he's been to that area, was people from the north, Inuit, and what they said to us, what you're proposing here to us is another form of colonization. They were opposed to this. They want to have the right to develop their own resources, fishing, and on the land. They were very opposed to this, and they believe this is another form of colonization, not reconciliation at all, but much worse. So on your trip to the north, I wonder if you heard similar things being expressed.
Well, member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I'm not sure if he's referring to your trip to the north or not, Mr. Speaker, but if he's referring to my trip to the north, this is exactly what we heard. I was there with my colleagues, some of the colleagues on the from our side of the House on the Fisheries Committee, and we heard exactly those concerns. I mean, the people that live in the north, particularly in the Arctic, high Arctic, live right along the coast. They live right along the coast for a very good reason. That's where almost all of their food comes from. It's where all of their activity and where they get all of their provisions for the upcoming winter season from. So they need to be access to seals. They got to have access to the pack ice in the wintertime. They got to have access to beluga whales and the char fisheries and salmon fisheries and so on that are up there. So what we heard very clearly while we were up there in Palatec, while we were in Tuktoyaktuk, while we were in Inuvik, we talked to the hunting and trapping associations, we talked to the chiefs, we talked to the elders, we talked to all the stakeholders that were there, because virtually all of them in each of those communities had a very vested interest in being able to continue on with their traditional way of life. The previous NDP MP that asked me a question said, don't we want to protect these areas at 100%? Well, good luck if you're going to slap a marine protected area right in the middle of some place where the Inuit are harvesting their beluga whales as a matter of tradition, because that's just a lawsuit waiting to happen, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats have concerns about this legislation, certainly around the failure to set minimum protection standards and targets for zoning for marine protected areas. And we know that we have concerns about oil and gas being conducted in these marine protected areas. In fact, that's supported by the World Wildlife Federation of Canada. Quote, this is a quote from them. The government is planning to create a marine protected area around the Laurentian Channel where the North Atlantic right whales are known to frequent, but proposed regulations will still allow oil and gas drilling and seismic blasts in 80% of the MPA. These activities threaten whales and other wildlife. An oil spill would be even more devastating. So my question to the member, does he agree with the Liberals that oil and gas exploration should be permissible in a marine protected area, and that we should be gutting environmental regulations in favor of industrial development?
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I don't see how a single New Democrat could stand up in this House and accuse the current government of putting forward legislative changes that are in any way, shape, or form benefiting the oil and gas sector. I've been here and watching this economic disaster in progress for the better part of the last 2.5 years, and I simply don't know where the honourable member is sourcing his questions from. What I do know is that the price of gasoline in the lower mainland in British Columbia right now is about 30 to 40 cents a litre higher than it is everywhere else. Sure would be a real shame to shut off that pipeline from Alberta and watch it go to $2.50 a litre.
We have time for one more question and response. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm listening to the discussion today, thinking that there's a classic situation unfolding again where the NDP thinks that the government is not doing enough, and I'm sorry, is doing too much, and the Conservatives are saying that we're not doing enough. But back to the discussion around protection of the oceans, and whether the honourable member would agree that protecting the wildlife that are in the oceans will protect the upstream wildlife as well, and that the entire ecosystem where he used to fish in the Northwest Territories would actually benefit from protecting the oceans that those rivers feed into.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the fact that my colleague has actually asked me a forthright question out of concern. Look, I don't disagree with the premise of his question at all. The issue that I have with the rapid pace at which this legislation is going to be put in place, the massive amount of power now that the Governor and Council is going to have to make the regulations. My NDP colleague who asked me the question earlier was right in the fact that the legislation doesn't clearly define some of the things that it should be clearly defining. So I'll give my colleague that from the NDP. But the problem that we actually have is that the rapid pace at which we're going ahead with this legislation, the agenda of having almost 10% of our marine protected areas protected by 2020, without even actually having the basic understanding and the science that we need to have to make sure that we actually protect the right areas, is going to lead to political decisions, and those political decisions will not be in the best interests of Canada, and that's my concern, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just want to provide those that are watching and members with a number of points about what we do and don't support in this legislation. The bill provides some new legal tools that speed up the creation of marine protected areas, but it falls far short of Canada's international commitments to protect our marine biodiversity. The bill fails to set minimum protection standards, and I'll speak a little bit more about that, and targets for zoning for marine protected areas, which renders the designation inconsistent at best and meaningless at worst. It gives the minister far too much latitude to decide what activities are permissible in an MPA. If oil and gas exploration can take place in an MPA, what's the point of the designation? So those, Mr. Speaker, are some of our concerns. I want to talk about the NDP's proposed amendments. We proposed these at the Standing Committee, Fisheries and Oceans. We had 5 major themes. All were supported by witness testimony. So I start off with our first amendment focused on establishing minimum protection standards. I think it makes sense if you don't have a minimum basic standard of what you're talking about in terms of protection, it gets very hard for either industry or for those concerned about protection, governments, nations, First Nations, to know exactly what is the definition criteria and how do we meet a minimum basic level of protection. So that for us is something that I think the government could focus a lot more on. The second theme was maintaining ecological integrity as the primary objective of an MPA, or marine protected area. And that is critical, achieved through networks, other areas of protection, either federal designations or provincial or Indigenous levels, all can play part in a constructive network of protection and protected areas. So maintaining that ecological integrity is critical for, that's the whole concept behind an MPA. The third theme is creating co-governance with Indigenous peoples and establishing the authority of Indigenous guardians. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical element of today of managing our resources, our oceans, our land, our watersheds. We just saw on the House of Commons floor in the chamber an unprecedented ceremony recognizing those wrongs that were made by, well, it was prior to Confederation, but acknowledged by this government about how our new relationship with First Nations must be, and that must include co-management. So when we're talking about marine protected areas, we must look at and recognize a new way of managing our oceans and protecting our oceans. The fourth main theme was establishing no-take zones. This is a critical element the international community has drawn to. I'll speak more about that in a minute, about the importance of having some areas within the MPA. It doesn't have to be the entire area, but there is scientific evidence that shows that the more areas that are no-take or that have the highest level of protection flourish the best. You'll have recovery, or you'll have protection of sensitive ecosystems when you establish no-take zones. And Canada falls very far behind when looking specifically at no-take zones. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the fifth area is to facilitate the implementation of a network of MPAs. So not just specifically looking at the protected areas. Often on land we look at parks, but on the water we call them marine protected areas. And it's like on land, we need to provide connectivity. And so establishing networks of MPAs is a critical element. Mr. Speaker, other elements touched on similar themes, and I just want to highlight those that we heard at the Standing Committee. Ecological integrity, the networkability of MPAs, and the recognition of Indigenous rights. We're past at the committee stage. Our amendments were stronger, and it's regretful that they were defeated. We heard from many witnesses who supported the bill at committee, but they were also they supported our proposed amendments. On November 23rd of last year, Linda Nowlin of Staff Counsel at West Coast Environmental Law testified, and I quote, "The law is currently very inconsistent. As you've heard and will probably continue to hear, people are astonished to learn that oil and gas exploration, undersea mining, and damaging fishing activities are all possible in the tiny fraction of the sea that we call marine protected areas. That's why an unprecedented 70,000 Canadians, members of the public, spoke about one of the proposed new MPAs, the Laurentian Channel, and said that we need to keep harmful activities out of these areas," end quote. On November 21st, Mr. Bill Wareham, the science project manager from the David Suzuki Foundation, testified about the need to strengthen the bill with respect to Indigenous protected areas. And he said, quote, "I think the other area of the Act that needs strengthening is the area of Indigenous protected areas, so IPAs. Many Indigenous peoples have a long-standing interest in conserving resources and protecting areas of their traditional territory. And there's an opportunity to enable the government to accommodate Indigenous protected areas, which are determined, managed, and governed by Indigenous people. This amendment would not only facilitate additional conservation of natural resources, but would take Canada further down the path of reconciliation with Indigenous communities," end quote. Mr. Speaker, on November 9th, Susanna Fuller, the Senior Marine Conservation Coordinator for Ecology Action Centre, testified the following, quote, "It makes no sense not to prohibit open net pen aquaculture, for example, in a protected area that includes an important river for wild Atlantic salmon. It makes no sense to allow seismic testing and oil and gas drilling in areas that are important for marine mammals or that are closed to bottom fishing to protect deep-sea coral and sponges. Essentially, our Oceans Act MPAs are lacking in some key ground rules that perhaps could not have been foreseen when it was drafted 20 years ago. Third, the current lack of standards in this Oceans Act, and more broadly the lack of standards across all of the tools used to protect the marine environment, national marine conservation areas, Fisheries Act closures, means that there is confusion at the ground level, which is not necessary. Canadians expect that in our terrestrial protected areas, industrial activities will not be permitted. In the marine environment, and I think you've received our brief already that we put together with several other NGOs from across Canada, we're strongly advocating that activities like bottom trawling, oil and gas exploration and development, open net pen aquaculture, and seabed mining should simply not happen in our marine protected areas. This does not preclude other low-impact human uses like fishing with low-impact gear, ecotourism, and marine transportation, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the scientific evidence clearly demonstrates that bottom trawling has significant damaging impacts to seafloor ecosystems, and that no-take fishing areas are a key component of effective MPAs. Research shows that MPAs that permit varying levels of fishing and other activities are less effective at achieving biodiversity than fully protected areas. International best practices suggest MPA core no-take zones should encompass 75%, 3/4, Mr. Speaker, of a given MPA. Now, Canada is nowhere close to reaching that high bar. Remember, this is the international community looking at examples in countries around the world that say this is where we have the most success, is when there is establishment of large no-take zones within your MPAs, which again, Mr. Speaker, is a very small fraction of a country's economic zone in the ocean. So remember, we're talking about a small sliver of the ocean. So right now, the minister has the discretion to determine what activities are allowed in an MPA and how restrictive each zone in an MPA can be. So far, Canada's fisheries minister has implemented a no-take zone in only 5 MPAs to date. And those are tiny, those areas are tiny when you compare to the overall MPA. So I believe Canada should follow international examples and make no-take zones the rule rather than the exception when it comes to MPAs. We believe that reconciliation should be a part of all legislation. Additional designations are welcome tools, but it does not make sense to exclude explicit recognition of Indigenous rights in the Oceans Act. Given the implications of MPAs on Indigenous constitutional rights, it's irresponsible. The federal government's commitment to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and working in true nation-to-nation relationships with Canada's Indigenous peoples, consistent with the Canadian Constitution, should be reflected in the Oceans Act. Mr. Speaker, marine protected areas are an opportunity to forward the cause of reconciliation, but Bill C-55 fails to include specific provisions to accomplish this. There are already successful examples in Canada of co-management that the government could look for inspiration. For the co-management agreement between the Haida Nation on the west coast of Canada and the Government of Canada over the Guayhanas National Park Reserve, or Parks Canada's cooperative management model in the Arctic. Those are a couple of examples. The best practices should be the rule and not the exception. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to talk a little bit about how we arrived at, because there has been some discussion about not going too far or not going far enough. Well, let's remember, if we go back to 1992, when the international community came together, Canada signed on to that commitment to protect at 5 and 10% of our oceans. And that was over 25 years ago, Mr. Speaker. So when I hear the Conservatives talk about this is going too fast, or that we're protecting too much, I think we have to look at the context in which the international community came together over a quarter century ago and talk about how are we doing. Because it's only just recent that we've managed to surpass 5% protection. As I've said during my remarks, that many of those protected areas, those MPAs, don't include strong protection or don't enjoy strong protection of things like no-take zones. So if you are to look at the perspective of where we're at, and many countries are much further ahead than Canada, given that they've done far more since 1992 to look at protection of their oceans, Canada has a long ways to go. So this is a move in the right direction. Consultation is critical. We need to get that right. I don't argue at all when it comes to taking time to get it right in terms of consulting those, whether it's territories, provinces, First Nations, industry, environmental organizations, those that are really concerned about our oceans and our ocean marine ecosystems. But at some point, we need to move forward with achieving the protection that's needed in order to provide a healthy, flourishing ocean. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is our oceans are in serious trouble. I remember reading a report back in 2012 from the United Nations top marine scientists who pointed out that our major predators in the oceans are in steep decline. For instance, sharks. We're losing sharks at a phenomenal rate. Now, I read back then it was between 38 and 70 million sharks a year are being lost. I didn't even know there were that many sharks in the ocean, and that's how many were being killed. Now, the scientific knowledge has increased since 2012, and in fact, what they're finding is it's up to 100 million sharks a year being killed for their fins. Those predators play a key role in maintaining ecosystem balance. We're losing, that's just one example of what's happening in our oceans. When you look at marine ecosystem issues like plastics in our oceans, we are swimming in our oceans full of plastics. That's right. In some areas, it's microplastics. But this is a huge problem. And then when you look at the issue of climate change, our oceans are changing rapidly. Ocean acidification is happening at an alarming rate. These issues have to be dealt with. The world needs to come together. Canada needs to play its part. Protecting portions of the ocean in the exclusive economic zone is a way to do that. This is one tool in the toolbox that we need. We need to do more. We need to move faster. But again, I appreciate the comments about consultation because it is critically important that all that have an interest in our oceans and our ocean ecosystems are included in important decisions. I hope this legislation moves forward. I hope the government listens to the amendments and the concerns, and I hope that they incorporate those to get them right, because that's what's needed. And I hope that they listen to the NDP's, I think, thoughtful and optimistic comments about what we've heard from many witnesses who've testified, not just at the Standing Committee of the Fisheries and Oceans, but in general, writing to me over the years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. I believe that the government has been listening consistently, virtually since taking office on this particular issue, all the way up to committee stage. My understanding is that there were, in fact, a number of amendments that were proposed, some suggested, in particular, I'd say, from the leader of the Green Party, and ultimately incorporated into what we have here today. And I'm wondering if my colleague could maybe just provide his thoughts in regards to the amendments that were brought in, for specific amendments that were brought in, if he would like to have anything to add specifically with respect to those amendments, recognizing, of course, that there's always room to grow into the future, and this is something that's not going to be, the last chapter of a book on such an important issue. But in fact, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that we will see in time. We have a very aggressive, progressive Atlantic caucus in particular, but also along the coastal region of British Columbia on this particular file, as all MPs, I suspect, of all political stripes are concerned about our oceans.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question about the amendments. As I mentioned in my speech, that unfortunately the amendments that we put forward were not accepted at the standing committee. They were defeated. And the government hasn't incorporated. I outlined 5 of those. I talked about establishing minimum protection standards, maintaining ecological integrity, creating co-governance with Indigenous peoples, establishing no-take zones, and facilitating the implementation of networks and MPAs. Those were areas of concern that we put forward. We heard from witnesses that testified that said these are important areas. Unfortunately, the government didn't listen on those elements. I appreciate my honourable colleagues' comments about going forward, that they will look at this. I hope they do, and I hope they incorporate this. I know going forward, the minister has committed to looking at minimum protection standards by establishing an advisory body to get input, and I appreciate that. I think that's important. However, obviously, I think we need to have that in the legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member from Port Moody Coquitlam for his comments and his background on the fisheries file. It's an honor to work with him on the fisheries committee. But I want to compare my knowledge and background in conservation along with the member from Red Deer Lacombe and his background in conservation and parks. One of the things we've seen from our work on the ground is that there's a difference between conservation and preservation. With conservation, we see that you use the resource responsibly, but you receive a benefit from that use so that you have something to put back into the resource afterwards. Preservation, as these some of these marine protected areas are being proposed, the member from Port Moody Coquitlam is proposing absolute no-take. So that means you've got to provide something from nothing, or else you've got to take something from somewhere else to support what you're doing. That, to me, sounds like the difference between conservatism and socialism. I'd like the member to explain what it is he's going to be taking from in order to provide these fully no-take zones. Obviously, that can't happen, but also how that relates to the disability to do anything with overall predator or wildlife management within these no-take zones. We've seen the dangers of that. Yellowstone Park, for example. The wolves and major predators have been removed from that area, but now they have been reestablished there, but without any control, they're now wreaking havoc on neighboring agricultural crops, products, the beef industry down there. How does the member propose that those types of issues are going to be dealt with entire no-take areas? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, for his kind words. I appreciate that, and he does raise an important point. Now, I do want to respond, first of all, about the context, and I hope I made it clear in my speech that we're talking about a small percentage of the ocean in our economic exclusive zone in each, on all 3 coasts in our country. In each country's, it's only the small sliver of the economic zone that we're referring to when we look at protecting areas, so MPAs within that area. So when you look at that, the exclusive zone, now we're only talking about 5 to 10%. So we're talking about a tiny percentage of the exclusive zone. So an even smaller part. Now, when I mentioned about no-take zones, I was talking about a percentage of the MPA itself, so an even smaller part. Now, this is with the idea that MPAs will play a role in helping protect marine biodiversity and helping encourage it to flourish. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, over the last quarter of a century, we've seen the opposite happen. This is why we need to protect our oceans, to protect our ocean economy, and to protect the communities that rely on it. I know the member is talking about wise use and stewardship. I appreciate those, and I think that that's an important area. Conservation is critical. Preservation is also critical. So when we talk, I use the example of sharks, Mr. Speaker. We are at a point where we're beyond wise use and stewardship. That is critical that we continue to do that, but we have to look at preservation, or we're going to lose these amazing animals and these animals that we rely on for not only our community and our cultural importance, but our economies.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for his excellent speech, and especially the history of this whole process. Here we are 25 years after our commitments were made, and we've done essentially nothing to reach those commitments. We're at 5%. Australia and the United States are over 30%. And I just wanted to give him a bit more time to talk about the importance of these no-take zones. He mentioned briefly in that last reply about how they do encourage biodiversity, the growth of populations. But also when you have endangered species like the North Atlantic right whale that's going rapidly towards extinction off our east coast, and yet we're doing nothing really to stop that tragic consequence.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague and good friend from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and I would also like to acknowledge the hard work that he's done before he even became a member of Parliament for work on mostly terrestrial biodiversity, but also his knowledge of biodiversity in general, and I appreciate his comments. And I think he comes from a very important and learned place when he talks about why it's important to have no-take zones within marine protected areas, because what science has shown, what traditional knowledge has shown, is where there's human activity, where there's a lot of industrial human activity, it is very detrimental to the ecosystem. Where there's areas where we have fished, where there's areas where we introduce oil and gas, we have impacts. So the importance of having no-take zones to allow the marine ecosystem, to allow those mammals, those fish species, those shellfish to flourish, to come back and thrive, is so critical. Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that he asked me about the history, the point, and I brought that up in my speech because I think it's so important to provide a context. I referenced the last 25 years, quarter century, but if we look back in the last 200 years, all the trends are not good in terms of some of the impacts, the major impacts from industrial use and the way we are currently conducting ourselves in the ocean, marine, the marine area. So we obviously have to do things differently if we want these magnificent animals to survive and thrive, and if we want our communities, our coastal communities, and our coastal economies, our ocean economies, to survive and thrive. We need to do things differently. We need to look at protections. We need to look at networks of MPAs in protected areas.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise today to again have the opportunity to talk about what I believe is an important piece of legislation that we have before us. And it's really quite gratifying to see that it's at the third reading stage, Mr. Speaker, making it yet one step closer to ultimately receiving royal assent. I don't say that lightly in the sense, Mr. Speaker, that I do believe that there's a far greater expectation of Canadians, no matter where they live, whether it's along a coast or in the core of the prairie areas here in Canada, that Canadians do have very much a very caring attitude towards what's taking place in regards to our oceans. I have found firsthand over the last number of years more and more constituents of mine that are concerned about the environment and the types of things that are taking place on our planet. I suspect that one of the reasons why we had a commitment from the government back during the last election to look at ways in which we can improve the protected areas here, the marine protected areas, was because of the level of interest, not to mention it is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. I can recall when we actually had seen the legislation first being talked about to a certain degree, for me personally, was back when we had the Harper government and we had the budget. It was, I believe, it was the 2012, maybe 2013 budget, where as a part of that large bill that amended something like 70 pieces of legislation, tucked away in there was the deletion of navigable waters and the impact of taking many streams outside of government protection of one form or another. And ever since then, what I have seen is it has been more and more a political issue where I've had different members talk about the issue of water conservation, protection, and I suspect what you will find, Mr. Speaker, is that there is very much a keen sense from a number of members of Parliament, and I will look to in particular, my Atlantic caucus colleagues who are very passionate on anything related to issues such as the fisheries, issues surrounding the environment and the coastal regions, and it's not to take anything away from the individuals on the Pacific coast, Mr. Speaker, where there's a great deal of passion, a high sense of awareness in terms of what it is that we need to be able to do to protect our coastlines. And of course, you got to go all the way up north, even coming into my home province with Churchill in the Churchill Bay area, Mr. Speaker. I can recall discussions of having with my Speaker, George Hicks, when he was, and prior to becoming an MLA in the Manitoba legislature, would often talk about the beluga whale stories and the manner in which he and the community, the Inuit, would capture beluga whales. And it was an interesting process, to say the very least, and how he's incorporated that into his speaker pin. Now, he's no longer the speaker, but I think that he left an impression amongst a number of MLAs, including myself, just how important when we talk about our oceans, that we have to talk about the heritage, the opportunities, the jobs, whether it's the economy, the environment. There is so much that needs to be taken into consideration when, in fact, we deal with important legislation such as we have today, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the minister has done his work. There have been extensive negotiations even before the legislation was brought in, Mr. Speaker. I know, and having had and listened to a second reading debate, the many different stakeholders and individuals that have an interest in the topic coming forward, expressing their concerns to the second reading debate itself, those members that participated, and ultimately going into a standing committee where, in fact, there were some amendments that were brought forward ultimately to improve the legislation, and that's what we have here today. So there is a sense of excitement in terms of that the legislation will pass, and for me it is, at the very core, it deals with the importance of recognizing that we have a coastal marine area and how important it is that we have areas protected. This year alone, I suspect that it'll be up to 5%, maybe even a little bit higher than the 5% that will actually be achieved of our total coastal areas. We have a very ambitious goal of 20%, I believe it is, 10%, Mr. Speaker, by the year 2020. That's where I got the 20 somewhat mixed up. Increasing, virtually doubling during the next couple of years is something that is an achievable goal. In good part, it's because of the legislation that we are debating here today. And that's why I look at the legislation as a whole as a fulfillment of a commitment that the current Prime Minister gave during the last election, and a lot of the fine work that Canadians, through all sorts of means, participated in order to be able to send a very strong message and ultimately help bring the legislation that we have before us. Legislation that is very sensitive to our coastal regions, which is very sensitive to the economic means and the heritage of our coastal regions over the many, many years since prior to Canada even becoming a great nation, Mr. Speaker. So I think that at the end of the day, I would highly recommend that members across the way get behind the legislation. I appreciate many of the words of support that come from my New Democratic friends on this issue. They have raised consistently a number of areas of concerns in terms of potential amendments to ideas. And, I wasn't at the committee. I didn't get to hear all of the debate and addresses on those amendments, Mr. Speaker. But I do know that they were listened to. Equally, so was the leader of the Green Party in terms of ultimately having what it is that we have here today. Might not necessarily have gotten all of which what they wanted, but I would ask them to take a look at the bigger picture, the picture that was presented by many individuals even prior to the legislation being brought forward. I would suggest to you, because I was here during that debate on the navigable water amendments that were made in that budget motion, many of the concerns that were expressed back then have been taken into consideration and incorporated into this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I see that as a very strong positive. Now, on the other hand, the Conservative Party at times is somewhat hard to tell in terms of where it is that they fall on issues of this nature. What I have seen over the years is they tend to want to see less government involvement, direct involvement, and it's somewhat surprising. I would think that the Conservatives would listen more closely to the expectations that Canadians have as a whole. And I suspect that if they were doing that they would be a whole lot more sympathetic in terms of supporting and voting for this legislation. I'm anticipating at this stage, but we'll wait and see whether or not they actually do vote in favor of the legislation. But just based in terms of what I'm hearing, I'm not anticipating that they will. And for me, what I see is a Conservative Party that demonstrates time and time again that they really do not understand the mood of Canadians and the type of things in which Canadians expect government to provide for. And this is one of those things in which I believe that would receive wide support in all regions of our country, Mr. Speaker. Now, we recognize that there are going to be some concerns. Some might raise the issue of what is the economic impact of having an area designated. And yes, there will be an impact. But, Mr. Speaker, I think one of the things that this government has demonstrated very clearly over the last 2 years, and that is that we understand the importance of working with others, consulting, whether it's different provinces, territories, Indigenous people, and opposition parties to a certain extent, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians as a whole, and that by bringing in balanced legislation, that we will, in fact, allow for those areas that need to be protected to get protected in a much faster way, and I'll provide some thoughts on that right away, Mr. Speaker, but also to ensure that we continue to grow our economy. A good example of that is in regards to the whole pipeline issue, where we have a Minister of Natural Resources, which has clearly demonstrated that we establish a process, put it in place, get behind it, and then we can move forward. And we've seen a government that has actually been able to accomplish more in the last 2.5 years on that file than the Conservatives did in over 10 years, Mr. Speaker. So we have, I believe, a track record that clearly indicates that, in fact, as a government, we understand the importance of the economic value of our coastal regions, but we also have a moral responsibility, and ultimately, with legislation like this, more and more a legal responsibility to ensure that we are protecting our coastlines, Mr. Speaker. So as I had indicated, the goal is that we are all connected to our oceans. Be very clear on that, Mr. Speaker, no matter where we live in Canada. All these bodies of water play a very important role in our culture, in our economy, and ultimately is very essential to life on this planet. The government is, in fact, committed to increasing the proportion of Canada's marine and coastal areas that are, in fact, protected. I made reference to that 5% for this year, ultimately hitting 10% by 2020. And when we say these percentages, Mr. Speaker, I think it's worthy of noting just how long Canada's coastal line is compared to any other country in the world. You know, you follow it up from Vancouver Island all the way up, going north and around the Arctic, coming back down into our, the New Brunswicks and Nova Scotia, going into the States. It is a vast coastal line, and Canada has I would argue, a leadership responsibility that goes even beyond our borders. And for us to be able to say to the rest of the world that, look, we have targets, and not only are these reasonable targets, but it's not far down, many years from now. We're saying that we are virtually doubling it over the next couple of years, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that I think sends a very strong message. So that when we talk about our coasts and the importance of our oceans and our ecosystem, it goes far beyond just Canada. And recognizing that in many different ways, Canada has played a very strong leadership role in the world on a wide variety of different issues. This is yet another one, but one that is quite significant given the size of our coastal lines, Mr. Speaker. And, whether it's the right whale, which I believe is in the Atlantic, to the beluga who comes down to Churchill, to the gray whales that go up the Atlantic, whether it's whales, salmon fishing, there are so many issues surrounding our fisheries, Mr. Speaker, those protected species. We heard a lot earlier about the plastics, microplastics. There are so many things that are taking place in our oceans, in our waterways, that we do have that responsibility to get that better understanding, to bring in legislation that will, in fact, make a difference. And this legislation, Mr. Speaker, will make a difference because it clarifies the responsibility, for example, of our Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to establish that national network of protected areas, Mr. Speaker. So it is something in which we have a minister that, in a very real way, through the legislation, will, ultimately, for the first time, I believe, be able to be in a great position to establish that national network. It also, Mr. Speaker, empowers the minister to designate marine protected areas by order and prohibit certain activities in those areas, Mr. Speaker. Again, depending on the activities, it can really have an impact in terms of what's underneath that water, Mr. Speaker. Whether, there's a big difference between, we hear a lot about tourism, and the potential in tourism is absolutely phenomenal, and we will continue to see, I believe, growth in that area. There's a big difference in providing and encouraging and seeing that cultivated and developed, all sorts of job opportunities that are there versus things that might see the floor of some of our coastal lines being dragged, or oil going in all areas of our coastal region. It's important that we recognize that there are many different types of activities, both today and going forward, that are taking place. So it's important that we have a minister that has the authority to be able to prohibit certain activities in these protected areas, Mr. Speaker. That we look at it that in the sense that within 5 years of the day on which the order of a minister designating a marine protected area comes into force, the minister is to make recommendations to the Governor and Council to make regulations to replace that order or ultimately have to repeal it. We're seeing an update and strengthening of powers of enforcement officers. Far too often, Mr. Speaker, we will see governments that will bring in legislation, and legislation is great. It helps set the framework, but at the end of the day, you do need to look at ways in which we can invest into the resources to protect those resources, Mr. Speaker. That means we need people on the ground. We need to have a better understanding in terms of what is actually taking place. Without that, Mr. Speaker, the legislation will not do it alone. I believe that we've seen the government as a whole invest, in particular the Minister of Finance and the Minister responsible for procurement, taking a look at how it is that we can ensure that not only are we having legislation, but we're also having the resources that are necessary to be able to make a difference and to give additional strength in terms of powers to the minister to be able to ensure that it does in fact take place. It does create some new offenses, and that's important to recognize for a person or ship that engages in prohibited activities within a marine protected area designated by an order or contravenes certain orders. One would expect that, Mr. Speaker, to take place, and in fact that's that's what we are seeing. I'm going to go back, Mr. Speaker, to the idea of establishing a process, because I see my time is running out, establishing a process of designating a marine protected area today is lengthy. This legislation is going to cut back on that time. That is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this is a good piece of legislation. All parties should be getting behind it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend, the Deputy House Leader of the government, for doing such yeoman service for the government. He's always on his feet. Good days, bad days. Lately, it's been a lot of bad days, Mr. Speaker. But he's there. He's like the postman of Parliament, through rain, shine, scandal, or what have you. But I have to highlight the difference between that member now and when he was on this side of the chamber. And he knows I've had some fun on this. But we've seen many omnibus bills from this government. In opposition, he used to call those assaults on democracy, Mr. Speaker. In opposition, when it came to time allocation motions, Mr. Speaker, and speeding up legislation for political means, he said this, I quote, "Never before have I ever experienced a government that is so persistent in using time allocation, a form of closure, and using it as frequently as it does," end quote, Mr. Speaker. Well, as a private member, never before have I seen one member stand up so many times in this House defending the government for using time allocation and doing all the things it promised never to do when it was in opposition. So my question is simple, Mr. Speaker. We are debating amendments to the Oceans Act and a number of other bills that the government is pushing forward and bringing to time allocation, bringing forward debate on. I'm wondering, this member, would it not help his purposes for us to get back to a normal procedural pace here in the House? All they have to do is provide Mr. Jean to the Public Safety Committee, and then we can get back to the functioning of Parliament. Then we can get back to the type of Parliament that member used to dream about in opposition.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the kind words that the member opposite said about myself, and I thank him for that. And I can tell him that there are many, 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 many more wonderful days on this side of the House, not only to look forward to, but there have been some fantastic days in the past. And, you know, today the member wants this civil servant to be called before a committee, and maybe next week it'll be a different civil servant because he or she might have said something else. And I guess the sky's kind of like the limit on it. You know, it's been an interesting process, I must say that. You know, last week we had the minister who used to be the Minister for Veterans Affairs, who actually voted on the line, came up for veterans benefits, voted against the veterans benefits, as we went line by line through all those votes. But Mr. Speaker, you know, getting back to the legislation itself, I'm sure my friend would agree that Canadians, contrary to what the Conservatives might believe, do want to see progressive legislation that is going to ensure that we have a more protected marine coastal area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. La députée de Rose.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out something that was said previously by the Parliamentary Secretary following an intervention from a BC NDP colleague. He responded that any bill could be improved, amended, and he expected NDP amendments could be forthcoming as a way of improving the bill. But in the timeline, NDP amendments were already voted down by the Liberals, all of them. So I think that the government still has to prove it's an open government. You've already, or rather the Liberal government has already voted against every one of our amendments, so nevertheless the fact remains that we can improve the situation. In the U.S., 34% of marine spaces have been protected. In Canada, it's under 2%. Last year's objective in Canada was 5%. The objective is 10% by 2020. So, how are we going to reach that objective when the bill we have before us does not meet any of the minimal protection standards? There is no plan, there is no target, and no percentage laid out in this bill. We don't even know where we're going. This is an empty shell. There are no minimum protection standards. Therefore, these marine protected areas will still allow for commercial fishing and oil and gas exploration. So how can we protect these areas when there's nothing to protect them in the bill? The Parliamentary Secretary.
And I think that my friend is being a little too hard on the New Democrats. You know, we have had the opportunity while we were both in opposition where we talked about our oceans, and there were many ideas that were talked about that I believe are incorporated into this legislation. Some of those thoughts might even have trickled over from my New Democratic friends. We have to recognize, Mr. Speaker, at times when a piece of legislation goes into committee, just because you move an amendment doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be accepted. I would encourage members to work with, whether it's parliamentary secretaries, ministers, just other committee members, whatever it might take, if they have an idea to make a change on legislation, that there are opportunities. My friend will recognize that even when we were both in opposition, and it wasn't that long ago in which I was sitting, I think it's the very same chair he's sitting in, actually, you know, it was very frustrating because under Stephen Harper, there was never amendments accepted. At least on this side, nowadays, with this more open and transparent government, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing more amendments being accepted, even from opposition members. We like good ideas, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy House Leader for his intervention. Always an education when he's in the House. And he was just outlining the differences in Canada in terms of our oceans, where we have 3 oceans across the west, the north, the east. We're working with Indigenous people now under a new relationship, and I know the Prime Minister spoke in the House on February 14th about having a new solid relationship with First Nations and Indigenous people and how we develop together legislatively and through our land. And I'm thinking of the role that we can take in learning from Indigenous people on how they managed the oceans that they lived around and how that might become part of our discussion as we look at new Oceans Protections Acts moving forward. Could the honourable member maybe expand on how we can work on all oceans and work with all Indigenous peoples in benefiting our country as well as their territories?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my friend, and you know, when I look at the importance of the environment or the importance of our oceans on so many different issues, how can we move forward if we do not do what's responsible? And the right thing to do is to work hand in hand with Indigenous people. I suspect every member of our caucus, of the Liberal caucus, is so pleased with the general attitude that the Prime Minister has when it comes to Indigenous issues. It is building that relationship, that new relationship, one of trust and honor, wanting to move forward, and this is yet another area in which we can learn a lot by. That's one of the reasons why I made reference to former Speaker of the Manitoba Legislature, George Hicks, from the Inuit community, and how they used to capture the beluga whale. And they're quite the stories in terms of just how Indigenous people have relied on our oceans and the waterways for hundreds of going into thousands of years. We can learn a lot from that, and I believe whether it's the Prime Minister or it's the caucus member, and I should be fair to all members of the House, there is a great deal of value to be learned from Indigenous people, and the more that we can look to them to and enable that leadership to come to the table, the better we will be as a society, Mr. Speaker. But I did want to really emphasize to my colleague across the way in regards to this whole preservation and looking at way we can protect our oceans, Mr. Speaker. I want to emphasize that today it's somewhere in that 5-6%. I believe it's getting closer to the 6. I would hope, Mr. Speaker, with the idea that by 2020 we should be at that 10%. And given Canada's coastal regions, Mr. Speaker, that is an amazing statement for the world. Thank you.
We're resuming debate, but before we get to that, and the honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap, I'll let him know that there are only about 10 minutes remaining in the time for government orders this afternoon. Of course, so I know he'll know that he has a 20-minute slot coming up. So he'll have, of course, his remaining time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. And I'll interrupt him in the usual way before we go into the adjournment debate. The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the heads up on this will be the second time that my speech is actually cut in half for debate closure for the day and continue on the next day. Today's debate is my first basically speaking from notes without a prepared speech, so I will be taking a little bit of time to pause to make sure my thoughts are coherent. But I first want to go to a timeline on what has taken place over the last almost, I guess, year and a half on the study of marine protected areas and this legislation. I took a look at the mandate letters to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and saw that there was comment in there about protecting Canada's coastlines. It was also a Liberal commitment in their a promise, because they didn't make any commitments. All they did was make promises that they could just continue to break. But there was a promise in there that they were going to protect Canada's coastlines and so on. So in December of 2016, I put forward a motion in the committee, that's the FOPO committee, Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. I put forward a motion in December of 2016 that the committee undertake a study to look at the criteria and the process for establishing marine protected areas in Canada. Basically to determine if the process that had been taking place, as members have mentioned, sometimes it took 7 to 10 years for a marine protected area to be established. But I wanted to look, or have the committee look at whether that was an efficient and effective way of doing things. So we finally started that study in April of 2017. We managed to travel to the north, to Inuvik, to Pawlatuck and Tuktoyaktuk, talk to the people up there where they have established MPAs that were put forward by the communities. These were proposed by communities that wanted to establish the MPAs. Now, those MPAs have been very effective. They've been supported by the communities. We also traveled to Prince Rupert, and now we've traveled earlier, or actually in the fall, I guess it was, fall of 2017, to Eastern Canada. What we saw there was a totally different story. We saw MPAs, marine protected areas, that were being proposed or established by government with lack of consultation with the local fishermen, with the local communities that depend on access to the resources in those areas. What we saw there was, there is the odd one that was proposed by the community and they're working, but what we saw was an opposition to the way this was being put forward. There was not good consultation with the fishermen, their lives, their livelihoods, their families, their boats, their communities, they felt were being put at risk by the imposition by government over top of them. And it's been a process that we've seen play out over and over with this government in particular. Having that trust us, government knows best what's best for you attitude. And it's a really scary situation that we're getting into. We see it with the values test on the Canada Summer Jobs. We see it now with the Service Canada not being able to refer to Mr. or Mrs. or Sir or Madam. It's values tests that are being imposed by a government that says, trust us, we know best. Well, the people in Canada are concerned with that. I'm concerned with that. My constituents are concerned with that. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I also want to say, and I probably should have said this as I opened, that Conservatives truly care about the environment. That's where I came from. That's right. That's how I arrived in this House, was my background in conservation. My first actual political interest started to show up in the 1990s when a former Liberal government introduced a long gun registry. I was an owner of one older deer hunting firearm. So I went to a local fish and game club and asked what I was going to have to do to comply with a government that knew best, thought they knew best. So I went to the club meeting, and an older fellow and the gentleman in the club said, you should become a member. So not being one to sit back and keep my mouth shut, within a few months they said, you should become a director. And then a few months or a couple of years later, I guess, they said, you should become vice president. Well, I worked my way through that organization, through the regional branch of the BC Wildlife Federation, and eventually became president of the BC Wildlife Federation for 2 years. But in that time, I found conservationists and conservatives hand in hand. Firearms owners, guys working with boots in the streams, doing wild game counts, actual work on the ground for fish and wildlife and habitat. We didn't dream about it. We didn't think about locking it up. We thought about using it so that we were getting something from those resources so that we could put back into the resource. What they're proposing here is, without consultation, they can identify huge swaths of the ocean and lock them up, and do this only in consideration of one previous year of traditional use or existing use. We heard in our travel to Eastern Canada from fishermen that are now fishing halibut in an area where they hadn't been halibut in 5 to 7 years. If an MPA had been established there as a no-take area to protect the halibut, they wouldn't be allowed to fish there. Mr. Speaker, this government is proposing to draw lines on a map to protect an area when everything is changing. Fish move, water currents move, water currents change. Right. To protect an area through a space on a map, a line on a map, without taking the time that had been taken in previous governments and in previous roles. Sometimes it was 7 to 10 years, yes. That's not a very fast process, but when they were done well and they worked. That shouldn't change. If it takes that long to do something right, then do it. But by doing it in a slap-happy, push it forward, bulldoze it through method, I don't think is the right way to do things. I'll get back to the study that the committee undertook, studying marine protected areas. That study has now been pushed back and delayed and may never even see the light of day because of what this government is doing now with time allocation. They've called time allocation on Bill C-55, the Oceans Act, which deals with marine protected areas. They're calling time allocation on Bill C-68, the Fisheries Act. Both of those acts will have to come before the committee. The committee hasn't been able to wrap up its study on marine protected areas. So they're bulldozing, steamrolling right over a committee process that was put in place and is now going to be totally ignored by a government that simply says, trust us, we know best. We don't want to hear about the consultation. We don't want to hear the testimony that concerned fishermen, concerned communities have put forward. Why? Are they pushing back because we've asked for a half an hour with the public safety advisor? I propose that that may be the case, but that should not be the way a government operates. Government should listen to the people, and in this case, they're shutting us down. We're not going to be able to finish our study at committee and make the recommendations to government. I imagine there would have been a long series of recommendations from that study. We have a number of members on that committee from Atlantic Canada. I don't think they liked what they were hearing about the proposed process either. The previous process may not have been perfect, but the proposed process was what really concerned them the most. They were going to be shut out. They were going to be disallowed from their current areas of access and disallowed from their current process. I see, Mr. Speaker, that my time is up for today. I look forward to resuming debate. Thank you very much.
Good job. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap will have 10 minutes remaining for his remarks. Again, we understand. And also 10 minutes, of course, for questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate on the motion before the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been some time since I rose in adjournment proceedings in this House, but it's perhaps appropriate that I rise today for the late show dealing with Canada-India relations, because that really has seized this chamber for the last month. Following the Prime Minister's, you might say, ill-fated tour to India now, because the consequences have been deep for the Canada-India relationship. The consequences to the Prime Minister and the government's reputation have also been deeply scarred, Mr. Speaker. And specifically, it's because of what we're now saying is the cover-up and conspiracy theories related to the Atwal-India affair. And in the time I have, I'll briefly remind Canadians what that is. In a trip that was already being labeled as a, quote, slow-moving train wreck, end quote, by international press because of the Prime Minister's constant focus on photo ops, where he wore attire that was more suitable to formal Indian weddings. He was being mocked for not taking seriously the trip and had a very light agenda on his trip. And the trip went from bad to very bad when a former assassin, someone who'd been, or attempted assassin, someone who had been convicted of attempted murder of an Indian politician on Canadian soil, showed up at high-profile events hosted by Canada's High Commissioner in India with the Prime Minister, featuring the Prime Minister's spouse, featuring members of the Cabinet, Mr. Speaker. And this person was in the event. It caused what I've said is the biggest diplomatic incident in generations, Mr. Speaker, if not all time. And why all time? Because not only did the MP from Surrey Centre admit responsibility for inviting Jaspal Atwal to those events. He said Mr. Atwal asked him, he sent the name into the Prime Minister's office or the Centre, and he was approved. But on the trip, a story was written by CBC on February 22nd entitled, "Rogue Indian Political Elements May Be Trying to Make Canada Look Weak on Sikh Extremism." In that, the reporter said, quote, "A senior government official with knowledge of the Prime Minister's security protocols is suggesting rogue political elements in India may have orchestrated the embarrassing invitation to the would-be political assassin to a formal dinner with the Prime Minister." He went on, the story went on, the official said questions should be asked of the Indian government about how Jaspal Atwal, it goes on, suddenly surfaced during the visit. Mr. Speaker, this story was written by the CBC after that reporter and several other members of the press gallery following the trip were given a briefing. That senior official revealed in the story later on we knew was Daniel Jean, the National Security Advisor. And when that official is saying questions should be asked to journalists, Mr. Speaker, it's clear an official of the Canadian government was put out a day or two after damaging world headlines to do damage control on the Prime Minister's trip. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety and others have stood in this House and repeated this conspiracy theory. So we have one member of Parliament of the Liberal government acknowledging they did the invitation to Mr. Atwal, yet the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister suggesting it was a rogue Indian conspiracy theory, Mr. Speaker. And today the Prime Minister suggests opposition can't be given the same briefing as journalists because that would be classified. So my question, with such accusations leveled by the Canadian government through Prime Minister at the Indian government, what measures are being taken to repair this profound damage with our friends in India?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Conservatives are going to try to keep milking this one mistaken invitation for all it's worth, but this is getting to the level of being completely ridiculous. I'll tell the honourable member what he's been told now many times. The invitation should never have been issued. The member for Surrey Centre has acknowledged that he passed along a couple of dozen names and that the name of Mr. Atwal should not have been included. And that member has taken responsibility for this mistake. When the government became aware of the invitation, it was rescinded. Any attempt to use this situation to try, for partisan purposes, to impugn the reputation of a distinguished, non-partisan national security official who has served this country with honour for decades is very unfortunate.
If there remained any doubt about the fact that the Conservatives are not interested in looking at the facts, well, now those doubts are dispelled.
Classified briefing from our non-partisan professional public service, and he has not accepted it. So while the Conservatives remain more interested in political gamesmanship, I'll remind them of what was actually accomplished during the Prime Minister's trip to India. Pendant la visite, le Premier ministre...
During the visit, the Prime Minister announced investments of over $1 billion in Canadian and Indian businesses. For Canadians, this would mean the creation of about 6,000 good middle-class jobs that are also well paid.
An arrangement this year to facilitate the export of Canadian pulses to India. This is a critical announcement for Canadian farmers, and it is why the chair of Pulse Canada's board of directors said, quote, "It is clear to me that we can count on the Prime Minister to be in our corner." The trip resulted in significant announcements related to clean energy and environmental protection, combating gender-based violence, and empowering women and girls, working together to combat terrorism and radicalization, and enhancing people-to-people ties between our two countries. Le Canada et l'Inde entre...
Canada and India have a bilateral relationship of long-standing, based on common democratic allegiance, a tradition of shared pluralism, and strong interpersonal relationships.
15 members of Parliament visited India to deepen those ties and make progress on important issues in the interest of all Canadians. And all the Conservatives can focus on is one invitation that was issued in error and was immediately rescinded. If the Leader of the Opposition believes he needs more information on the subject, he should accept the briefing that he has been offered.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the Parliamentary Secretary recited kind of the greatest hits of the lines we've been hearing from the government in the last few weeks, but he highlighted the essential conundrum they're in. I'd like to ask that honourable member who said this is all about one mistaken invitation. He seems to believe the one version of events we have, that the member from Surrey Centre is responsible for this entire affair. Jaspal Atwal asked him if he could come, and the Liberal MP invited him. That's why he showed up. So my question, if that seems to be what he believes, why then the briefing on February 22nd from the National Security Advisor, where he said, and I'll repeat from the news story the CBC wrote, the official said questions should be asked of the Indian government about how Jaspal Atwal suddenly surfaced at the event. Mr. Speaker. So why is the Prime Minister's office putting out a counter-narrative to this simple invitation that member seems to believe? The Prime Minister still clings to this and said we can't hear about it because it's classified. What does that member believe? Does he believe his own talking points, or wouldn't he like to get to the truth and hear from Mr. Jean himself?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition says they want the facts about this matter, but now their leader has been offered a full briefing and he's not taking it. I think that makes their motivation pretty darn clear. The invitation to Mr. Atwell was issued in error. The invitation was rescinded as soon as this mistake was discovered. But the Conservatives see a partisan political opportunity here, so they've spent the last few weeks trying to sully the reputation of a distinguished, nonpartisan career civil servant, engaging in a 24-hour stunt of a voting marathon during which they voted against things like funding for the RCMP and funding for border security, and refusing a briefing on the very subject they claim to want to know more about. Their leader should accept the offer.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise on a question I asked back on November the 20th regarding another pay cut to our armed forces being forced upon them by the Liberal government. So again, we have the Prime Minister that's prepared to go and take care of his billionaire friends and vacation on their islands, go on junkets in India, and of course, we've already seen him cut benefits and tax credits available to people suffering from diabetes, and he's already cut the danger pay of our troops that were serving in Operation Impact fighting ISIS. And so, you know, we just don't see a government here, a Minister of Defense, and the Prime Minister himself, who are showing any appreciation or respect for the brave men and women who serve us in the Canadian Armed Forces. And what the question I raised on November 20th is, why would they go and cut the special allowances that are paid to members of the Canadian Armed Forces? Now, a lot of members of the Canadian Armed Forces take many years to hone their skills, Mr. Speaker. They become Special Operation Forces soldiers. They move up from infantry, they become CSOR, Special Operation Regiment. They sometimes become a commando in JTF2. Maybe they specialize and become a technician in search and rescue. And I tell you, the SAR-Tech guys, which are stationed in Winnipeg at 435 Squadron, are some of the best in the world. And I can tell you that in the line of duty, whether you're a fighter pilot, a submariner, a SAR-Tech, a member of CSOR or JTF2, you have honed these skills and you have put a lot of effort into it, often taking cuts in your rank so that you can become a member of these elite squadrons. And when you're a member of these elite units, you often get injured, both physically and invisibly. And now what the government is doing is that if you can't get repaired, if you can't recover from that injury that you sustained in the workplace, in service to this country, you could lose your special allowance. And those special allowances, we're not talking nickels and dimes here. We're talking up to $22,000 a year. And a lot of military families bank on that their loved one becomes a part of these elite crews within the Canadian Armed Forces, and that they will enjoy the extra pay that comes in that service. And so when a callous government with a heartless policy steps forward and says, if you cannot service within 6 months of that injury, you lose the benefit. A huge pay cut, a huge pay cut. And I see the member from Durham nodding, and here's someone that has served in the Canadian Armed Forces and understands this all too well. And if you want these members to step forward with their injuries, with their operational stress injuries like PTSD, then you should treat them better. But no, they're being thrown to the curb by the Liberals because they can't get well enough fast enough. You know, in the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, in Australia and the United States, they allow members up to a year to recover rather than to throw them out of the unit and cut their pay. They know how much money they've invested in people like fighter pilots and commandos and Special Operation Forces soldiers and submariners and SAR-Techs. They know what they've invested in these individuals, and that getting them healthy is more important than cutting their pay. Rather than balancing their books, although these guys never balance their books, but rather than stealing from Paul to pay Peter or stealing from our troops to pay the Prime Minister's buddies, if you want to use that analogy, is more important to them than standing and supporting our troops. Well said.
Honourable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank my colleague for having raised the matter of pay and financial benefits of our military personnel during tonight's adjournment debate because it will give me the opportunity to set the record straight. I want things to be very clear. The pay or financial benefits of our military personnel have not been cut. The member on the other side is referring to changes made to the administration of monthly compensation. This allowance is granted to our men and women of the armed forces who are exposed to risks and difficult conditions that other soldiers do not normally have to face. They apply to specialized and unique roles played by the participants in special operations, parachutists, rescue specialists, and those who spend a great deal of time on the ground or on the sea. This compensation is granted to our soldiers on top of their salary. These are incentives to keep them motivated. Last summer, most of this compensation was increased by 5.1%. On top of this increase, the policy was revised, such that those who no longer conduct such tasks because of illness or injury, no longer receive the compensation. Changes were made after an in-depth review of compensation in order to resolve ambiguities, complaints, and other concerns. We are aware of the impact that this change may have on some of our soldiers. That is why there is a grace period of about 6 months granted to allow them to transition towards their normal rate of pay. We have not made a single cut. This is a matter of fairness for those who are regularly exposed to risks and perils that are more significant due to the unique and specialized functions that they take on. As for those who are ill or injured, helping them to reestablish themselves is our priority. That is why we have committed to offering them the best care and support possible, namely through our new defense policy, strong, secure, engaged. This is a policy which puts our men and women in uniform first, whereas the Conservatives voted against the funding of its implementation last week. Thanks to our defense policy, our government is investing $198.2 million to implement the Total Health and Wellness Strategy. This strategy will offer wellness support beyond normal health care, including the promotion, prevention, treatment, and support. It will allow us to provide a broad range of services and programs for health care and well-being. To help our injured soldiers find their health, our government is working actively to reestablish new transition groups. This new group will offer flexible support adapted to soldiers recovering from illness or injury, as well as those who are definitively leaving the forces. We've also committed to making sure that we're more flexible in order to better respond to the needs of our soldiers so that those who wish to serve may continue to do so, regardless of their illness or injury. Our military personnel is our most precious resource. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, Canadians should never believe the Liberals. When they say that was an administrative decision, I can tell you it took the Minister of Defence to sign off on it and the President of the Treasury Board to sign off on this policy to take away the special allowances from the brave men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces that are ill and injured. You know, we can never believe them when they say that they care, when they actually are stigmatizing those that are dealing with mental illness by making sure that if you try to come forward with any of your health issues, mental health issues, you will have the added stress of having your pay cut by removing your special allowances. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always stand in support of the brave men and women who serve us in uniform. The Liberals, on the other hand, are using them as pawns in the politics that they're playing right now and trying to get a seat at the UN Security Council, and they have no problem and no conscience when it comes to cutting the pay of the brave men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Well said. Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the adjournment proceedings that we have before us this evening regarding pay and financial benefits granted to our soldiers, I would like to confirm that our government has made no cuts when it comes to pay and compensation for our men and women in uniform. Last summer, we announced that pay and monthly compensation would be increased significantly. We know that all of our soldiers, as well as their families, make great sacrifices in the name of their country. In return, our government will continue to make sure that they are paid accordingly and to make their well-being a priority, as indicated in our defense policy, strong, secure, engaged. The question is why the party opposite chose to vote against it. In truth, this is a matter of fairness and to bring to our attention what matters. That is why our government is working hard to help our ill and injured personnel recover.
Violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the chance to rise tonight at adjournment proceedings to revisit a question I asked on November 20th, 2017. It was related to an event which has since passed, which was the Emmanuel Macron Climate Leaders Summit that was held in Paris. But let me move on to the point that I want to raise tonight, which relates to the Prime Minister's answer to me, which was entirely favourable. But what he said was, I know that by working together, we will achieve our international commitments as laid out in the Paris Agreement. And what I want to revisit this evening with the House is, what are we to understand are our international commitments as laid out in the Paris Agreement? Because what I find in the day-to-day press and conversations in this place is a conflating of the current target for carbon reductions that the Government of Canada is using as our current goal, as though it were absolutely consistent with the Paris Agreement. Now, of course, the current target to which the new Liberal government, not that new, but the Liberal government since 2015, has ascribed to the target of 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. And of course, the government knows well that that target predates the Paris Agreement being negotiated, because the Paris Agreement was negotiated in December of 2015, and this target is the Government of Canada's target from May 2015, was tabled by former Conservative Environment Minister Leona Aglukkaq, and it was at the time decried as one of the weakest targets in the industrialized world. In fact, our current Minister of Environment and Climate Change described it at one point as being the floor, and we'd certainly do better than that. It was less than 12 months later that the floor became the ceiling, and this is now our target. But to understand why it really matters to pay attention to the Paris Agreement, we have to look at where Canada did show leadership, and that was in advancing our target for all countries around globally. We must ensure that our reductions of greenhouse gases are sufficiently aggressive to hold global average temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius and certainly below 2 degrees. But in looking at why 1.5 degrees matters, it matters critically and urgently, and I say this not in any way as an exaggeration or hyperbole. It matters for the survival of human civilization. It may even matter for the survival of the species that we achieve an equilibrium of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases in the atmosphere such that we can adapt to those changes in climate change that we can no longer avoid. It's a question of odds. The odds matter. We're now in a game of almost like Russian roulette. If we lose 1.5 as our goal, if it goes to 2 or worse to 3 or 4, we are increasing the odds with every increase in global warming of catastrophic events such as, for instance, losing the Western Antarctic ice sheet. If we lose the Western Antarctic ice sheet because it sits on land instead of the melting ice in our Arctic, which doesn't affect sea level rise, if we lose the Western Antarctic ice sheet, that has an impact of 8-meter sea level rise in Canada. That's information from the University of Toronto study called the GRACE Project under Professor Dick Proctor. That's a huge impact. We have to do everything in our power to hold our temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Worse risks, of course, if we lose all the permafrost in our Arctic, if it all melts, that releases 4 times more greenhouse gases than everything since before the Industrial Revolution. That could affect human extinction. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the Honourable Government to please consider what is our Paris target and how are we going to meet it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. I think, as the honourable member alluded to, the initial question actually related to the One World Summit, but the question is a little bit different, and I'm happy to address the question that the member has posed. This government was elected on a platform that included a significant commitment to addressing the issue of climate change. Many who ran for the Liberal Party, as ran for other parties, certainly the Green Party, did so in large measure because they were committed to addressing the issue of climate change. I, for one, ran in large measure because of a commitment about addressing climate change. Once elected, this government played a constructive role in the context of the development of the Paris Agreement. The honourable member was in Paris with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change for those conversations. And subsequent to that, we worked with the provinces and territories in the federal architecture that is Canada to come up with a plan that would allow us to have visibility about how we actually address this matter and meet the targets to which we had actually committed under the Paris Agreement. As the honourable member has mentioned, the target that was actually established had been established under the previous government, but the previous government had established a target with absolutely no plan in place to actually meet that target. And as the honourable member knows very well, many of the changes that are required for us to make substantive progress towards achieving emissions reductions require major changes in the way in which we actually conduct industrial practice, whether that's phasing out of coal, whether that's actually changing the nature of the transportation system to move to more electrified vehicles or other kinds of alternative vehicles, whether it's bringing in new building codes that actually over time will affect the energy efficiency of buildings, not just new buildings, but retrofits of existing buildings. Those are all things that actually take time to thoughtfully develop, and then they take time to thoughtfully implement. This government was in a position where it had 12 years to actually work through and implement a process that would allow us to have visibility on meeting our targets. This government is very much committed to addressing climate change. We are committed to achieving the targets that we established under Paris, and to the extent that we are making progress in that direction, we are open, as the Minister has said on many occasions, to ratcheting up our level of ambition over time. But let's be clear. In Canada, governments have histories of establishing targets with absolutely no plan and no actions to meet those. This government has taken the exact opposite perspective, which is to say, we need a target, but we actually need a plan. We need to show Canadians that this is something that we actually can do, and that we work in stepwise to show progress on this critical issue, as the honourable member has talked about, that is something that is not only in the interests of Canadians, but is in the interests of all citizens of this planet.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The critical question here is time. We heard the Parliamentary Secretary say the government may ratchet up our commitment over time. We're running out of time. That is our most precious and vanishing commodity. I've watched the debates on climate in this country over decades, and procrastination has been the order of the day. But it's not correct to say there was never a plan. The government of the Right Honourable Paul Martin had a plan that would have taken us very close to Kyoto. It was brought forward in 2005 and is replete with measures that the current government could implement. Things like eco-energy retrofit for housing, things like programs to encourage the purchase of vehicles, either electric vehicles or hybrids that are low-emission vehicles. We're not seeing this government even dust off the 2005 budget of a previous Liberal government that was very close to reaching Kyoto targets had not the Conservatives become elected and cancelled all those plans. So my point here, Mr. Speaker, is it's 2018. I still see no plan. I don't see a carbon budget, and I don't see the kind of action that is required.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with all due respect to my honourable colleague, I clearly have a different perspective on that. If one reads the Pan-Canadian framework, there are measures relating to the transition towards energy efficiency in vehicles, but also a longer-term transition towards low-emission or zero-emission vehicles. There are provisions relating to new building codes for new buildings, but also retrofit building codes to ensure that we actually are reducing the footprint that the GHG emission levels that come from buildings. There are provisions relating to the accelerated phase out of coal. There are provisions relating to the development of a low-carbon fuel standard, which will lower the emissions intensity of the fuels that we're actually using. There are enormous numbers of measures that will help us on a stepwise way to get to our targets. There is clear visibility that is outlined in the Pan-Canadian framework as to how we will do that. This has never been done in terms of implementation of a climate plan in the history of Canada, and we will do it.
La motion importante que la Chambre.
The motion that the House do no adjourned is now considered adopted. The House will remain adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Section 24(1) of the Standing Orders.